Welcome to the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Mike Iwaski joined by now Matt Trulio, arrived a little bit later last night than you anticipated. We apologize about the delay in bringing you the race in action. Of course, everybody knows technical difficulties. The internet always works perfectly for everybody, every time, every chance. Computers never fail.
Of course it does, Mike.
Never.
That's how we do our business.
From a guy that lives in the computer world.
Definitely live online.
Exactly. Well, this is race number 1. It started right around 10 o'clock. We've got Mod V in this race. We've got Class 3, Class 2, and Class 4 all running right now. Mod V, it should be Speed Marine, LSB, Tuggett, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in the lead after battling with Sunprint early on. Sunprint was in the early lead, and then they checked out. It should be Control Freak in first place in Class 4, Predator in first place in Class 2, and it looked like Team Woody in first place in Class 3. So a quick rundown as we take a look at Revex Oil, LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness. They are current year leader in Mod V. Got boat number 51, Sunprint. Boat number 2, BoatFloater.com. 66, Speed Marine, LSB, Revex Oil. 97, Fast Boys, D700, Sheriff Lobo. 47, Latacrete, Relentless. Number 33, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. And 81, Precious Vodka Car Time. Here is the 300 boat, Team Woody Racing. Billy Shipley, Chad Woody in the 35-foot fountain. Matt, a lot of history with this particular boat.
How so, Mike?
Fountain. It's been around for a long time.
Oh.
This was one of the original fountains built to go run, I believe, in the production classes back in the day, I believe. It was owned by David Rabb at one point. I don't remember the full history on it, but I'll have to do my homework. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil continues to lead in Mod V. There you can see the X Insurance helicopter in tow. Hopefully we'll be providing aerial footage a little bit later on today. And we do have some sort of an accident, but I do not see any sort of red flag. Oh, we do have a boat over. We do have a boat over right now.
Right now, folks.
All right, we apologize. There is an incident on the course. It looked like a boat was over, so that will put us into a red flag situation. Anytime a diver is employed to the water, we go into a red flag situation. Everybody's pulled off plane and will go to the center of the course. We will provide an update as soon as possible once we hear that everybody is okay and confirm what team did go over. So bear with us as we do go to red flag. This is the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach presented by Keltec. Thank you for joining us live. Again, apologize for the delay. And I'm getting confirmation right now from Race Crew. It looks like We on Top has gone over. So the Bandit V-bottom boat that was running in Class 3 against Team Woody has gone over. We are waiting for some sort of confirmation to make sure that those guys are okay. Of course, the V-bottom boat with the big blower motors on it. A one-off built boat. Not many of those out there. So we'll wait for some sort of an update from Race Control. Matt, welcome to Cocoa Beach.
Oh, thanks, Mike. I do see orange helmets. It's a good sign.
Okay.
But
yep.
we're not going to do any speculation on any accidents. Just watch and see what happens.
Yep. We'll make sure they get up on the medic boats and everything. Beautiful day here on the Atlantic Ocean. While we're under the red flag situation, we're going to go ahead and thank our main sponsors. Of course, Thunder on Cocoa Beach would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida, that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. Of course, Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 and Class 1 offshore racing. Sea Ray Boats, the official pace boat for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach offshore race. Of course, Butt Racks, CMR Construction and Roofing, Cape Marina, X Insurance. Visit SpaceCoast.com, Good Boy Vodka, Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, Mercury Racing, JT Social Bar, located inside the La Quinta Inn, Bay Brothers Crane and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Cocoa Beach Fish Camp, Golf and Gator, Directs Graphics, Controls on Demand, Boat and Motor Superstore, and AmVet Concrete Coating. All right, so we did get confirmation that We on Top have gone over. Divers did go into the water. So divers are in the water, but it appears that both of them are okay. As everybody's mobilizing to the accident. It appears that everybody's okay. So they will probably get transported to shore, check out by medics, and then if they want to, refuse treatment at that point, yep, they'll refuse treatment if they need to, and then they'll get the boat towed to the crane and get it out of the water. Of course, a tough day, Matt. When you flip over in salt water, usually means a complete re-rig of the boat, unfortunately.
Quite a bit of work. Quite a bit of work getting the engines
pickled and all the wiring.
All that stuff.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a lot to do.
Yep.
Salt water is not easy on these things.
Yep. Beautiful day here on the east coast of Florida. Of course, we are right south of Port Canaveral, and been taking place for about 14 years. Kerry Bartlett and his team have done a fantastic job there. You saw the CMR VIP tent watching down on the beach. All of our ex-insurance officials down there, Monster Energy Drink, CMR, all of our big sponsors hanging out. But what a beautiful day. Some great concerts we had downtown on Friday night for the block party. Just an overall great evening. There's a good shot of the block party. And this is a true beach town. This is a true ocean race. Yesterday it was a little bit rougher than today. There were quite a few holes out there yesterday, but today it's pretty flat, and I didn't get to see the weather forecast, so I don't know if it's going to blow up later today. But Cocoa Beach is known to be a pretty tough race. As let's go back and take a look at the block party. Right on A1A, downtown Cocoa Beach, they put the race boats all over, had a little mini parade getting down there. You can see the fans really getting in, enjoy it, have a good time. Got to see all the cats tilted up on their side. Dirty Money, of course, had their clear racing engine hatch, so you can see the engine. That was a big fan favorite there. Then the CMR Roofing and Construction Party, happening at Coconuts on the beach. Been a while since everybody's seen each other, so about 2 weeks later after Marathon, everybody's getting together, hanging out, and having a good time. We're going to go ahead and go to a commercial break while we're under this red flag situation. We will bring you an update. I'm Mike Yawoski, Matt Trulio. You're watching the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
My voice level okay? It's been a little soft. I have a soft voice. So if you can crank me up just a little bit. Cool. Here I am. We're live.
Welcome back to the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. We are under a red flag situation as we on top went over. That appears to be on the south end of the course. Yesterday we were out in the balcony, had a little bit better of a live view, but because of the sun, we've gone ahead and moved back inside. And needless to say, Matt Trulio, it's a little bit cooler in here. Matt Trulio, Speed on the Water, the official publication for P1 and Class 1 offshore racing, joining me here in the broadcast booth. You've replaced Mark Granite for a little while.
I did replace Granite.
It's big shoes to fill. How you feel?
Well, I was hired to rein him in a little bit.
Oh,
so,
okay. Yeah, that's a hard job.
That's why I'm here.
That's a hard job to do.
Very few people can do that, but
Yep.
I've known Mark for a long time. We're dear friends.
Yep, those can be hard shoes to fill. So as I said before, we on top went over. So they have gotten the guys out, and as you can see on the screen there, the helicopter is going to dip back down. They're going to try and pick up the rescue driver, get them back in the helicopter, and we will get this race going one more time. LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, Speed Marine was leading in Mod V. I couldn't quite figure out who was in second. It was at Sunprint at one point, but we'll have to look for some sort of a recap on that. We on top was battling with Team Woody in Class 3. Predator over GMS in Class 2, and it was Control Freak in Class 4. Those were your leaders. So this is the first race of the day, kicked off at right around 10 o'clock. Second race is going to be at 11:30. That will be Super Cat. Of course, Super Cat 4 went qualifying yesterday. They chose not to do it. They voted actually Friday night to not qualify yesterday. And when you talk to the Super Cat teams and you understand the reasoning, it makes sense. Saltwater race, ocean, very hard on the equipment. You know, they didn't get to race in marathon, so not necessarily untested equipment, but maybe a little unproven equipment, and they just wanted to go easy on everything down here.
I also think there would have been a bit of a time crunch. It was a very busy day
Oh, yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah. Yep, for sure.
We had a big fleet of Super Cats,
Yep.
and getting everybody around the course just to do one lap, it's a lot of time.
And we ended up doing 3 laps for qualifying in Class 1, gave them the bonus lap, and then, 222, Offshore Australia, Husky, Ice Spritz, and Pothole Heroes all ran a third lap yesterday, so that extended a little bit more. And then we had probably what was the most epic Super Stock race I have seen in a lot of years. Super Stock was a lot of fun. Of course, Jackhammer took a dominating win. They were up by about 18 to 20 seconds there at the end. And I talked to Julian Maldonado, the throttle man, and he said, we just checked it at that point. We knew what was going on behind us, and we could just kind of put a buffer between us and them, and that's exactly what they did. It was a great race. Of course, CMR Roofing and Construction, they started about 11th and worked their way all the way up to 2nd, so that was a great race. But undoubtedly the best boat on the course, I think, all day was probably Performance Boat Center Fast Diesel Fuel Systems. They were just picking people off one by one, lap after lap, got all the way up to 3rd place. Talked to Myra Coyle last night, and he said, if we had another couple laps, we might have been up there challenging for 2nd, maybe even 1st. So they were that comfortable with their boat.
It was a spectacular race. I had the good fortune of watching it from an airport lounge.
Yep, that's what I heard.
But it was very competitive, and Performance Boat Center did a great job climbing the ladder.
Yep.
I've got to tip my hat to the Jackhammer team.
Yeah.
Coming off a national championship last year. They're off to a great start.
Yep.
I mean, once they got clean water, they just checked out. They were gone.
Yep, kind of picking up where they left off. But it's typical in racing when you get a battle like you had for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in Superstock. They're going to start slowing each other down because you're racing defensively at that point. You're worried about what's going on around you, not going straight ahead, and that just let Jackhammer just check out. Of course, the Victory Hell did very well. Big East Construction, who was up early, ran great at the start of the race, ended up losing a coil pack towards the end, so they went down to 1 motor. So a tough day for Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou in that Superstock class. But congratulations to Jackhammer. I did talk to Billy Allen this morning. Of course, he's going to jump in the Supercat Clovar in just a little while and come out here and race in our 2nd race. And he said, Mike, that was a crazy race. He said he went up and tripped it and ripped his tunnel tab off. So he said for a couple of laps, his tunnel tab was dancing around behind the boat, and they have it on camera, from their rear view camera. And I said, well, that's amazing. I said, because with 2 or 3 laps left, I said, all of a sudden you found this burst of speed. And I said, you were trying to get up towards that front group. And he goes, yeah, that's because the tunnel tab just came completely off and the boat started acting right and we could end up going faster. So pretty tough day there in the Allen Lawn Care Landscaping Superstock entry. But again, hats off. And want to say hats off to all the Superstock teams. Talked to Mark Austin this morning, and all the Superstock teams maintained their lane through turn 1 yesterday. There was no questions. There were no infractions. There were no issues with that first turn. And that's, like I told Mark, that's awesome because those guys don't necessarily play that well together. Rubbing is racing, as Cole Trickle used to say. So for them to be able to do that, I think it's really cool.
Yeah, they've had a few first turn incidents that didn't necessarily need to happen, but it looks like they've cleaned it up.
Yeah, it's great. So we're still under the red flag situation. You can see on our pace boats there. There's the Sea Ray pace boat just to the left of your screen. Of course, we have the Cigarette pace boat just to the right. The boats are milling right now. This is a very precarious situation, especially for Mod V. Mod V has to meet a minimum rate requirement when they come out of the water, and usually they will fuel for just enough, just a long enough race to be able to go out there and run. And so idling around like this usually tends to use up a little bit more fuel than they would like. Mod V needs to weigh for a single step hull 4,700 pounds, for a twin step hull 5,000 pounds, for a triple step hull 5,250 pounds. So that's with the propellers on, all the gear inside of the boat. Basically, the only things not inside the boat are the driver and the throttleman when they go to crane out. So if they burn off too much fuel right now, and the ballast tank has to be empty for anybody who's running a ballast tank, if they're burning up too much fuel, they can come out underweight. That's a very real possibility because they literally will put the exact right amount of fuel in the boat to be able to run the laps they need to run and hit that weight. It's a big calculation game in Mod V, so I think maybe some teams are thinking about that right now. Production classes, it's a little bit different. Bracket class racing, they just can't go out of their speed bracket.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that speed bracket. Sure. You're allowed to break out for 5 seconds.
Yep. A certain amount of times per race.
A certain amount of times. Yep. Do you go in there with a strategy? that when you think you're going to break out?
No.
Or do you know how many you have, or
Nope.
do you count?
Nope, you don't. Because the reason that they allow that to happen is because, when you drive down your car, every once in a while your GPS will lose signal and your car will jump like 10 feet or, show in a different area or something because it lost signal. Well, that's the same thing can happen there. You can see a spike in speed, just from a GPS satellite position change. And when that happens, you could bump 71 miles an hour like that and fall back down. Well, technically that's considered a breakout. So there has to be a little bit of a buffer in there for that to allow to happen. So when you're running those boats and you're throttling and you're driving, the throttle man is just looking at the GPS. He's just looking at the speedometer, running 69.9, 69.8, 70, bumping 70, and just keeping it right there in that number. He's not even really looking up. He's just really just looking down, taking care of everything. The driver's usually watching the gauges. So you just want to run right on your bracket speed. For example, Class 4 can go no more than 85 miles an hour. Class 3, no more than 95. And Class 2, no more than 105 miles per hour. And that's monitored by GPS inside the boat. There's a chip inside that GPS. Richie Dancision, Chief Inspector for Race World Offshore, who's helping with the inspections with P1 this weekend, will take that chip out. He'll go plug it into a computer, and he'll watch the race come up on a screen to see if anybody broke out. If you did, you're qualified, and you get last place points, and then the second boat would move up, or third place boat would move up, fourth place boat would move up, so on and so forth.
Got it. Now, you mentioned something about a certain amount of times that you're allowed to.
Yeah, within that 5 second variant. I don't remember what it is.
Okay.
But there is, they can see a spike. Basically, they're looking for a spike. They're looking for a duration, like a purpose breakout. Like you're running 71 miles an hour for a minute or 30, 40, 50, 60 seconds. Then they're going to see that as a breakout. But a spike is what would fall into that 5 second rule.
I've written a lot about bracket class racing over the years, and I think it is far more challenging than most people realize.
Oh, it's tremendously challenging. I raced Max out in 2014 and 2015, and testing one day I went out and throttled the boat, and Jim Jackson, my throttleman, he drove the boat. We were just messing around, having some fun in Ocean City. And we're running down the beach, and he goes, hey, you may want to look down. You're doing like 74 miles an hour. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I could only go 70. Would have to lift out of it. So We on Top has been flipped back over. You can see just from that shot we just showed a couple of minutes ago, they are under tow. Towboat US or Sea Tow, one of the two is out here helping us this weekend. So thanks to those guys. Everybody okay with that team, we hope. So we're looking to get green flag racing going again. The boats are milled to their end of the course. I believe there's been some talk about what laps got completed, but let's see. Bear with me for 1 second.
It looks like they're getting it back together, starting to mill. But the red flag is still up.
So it looks like Class 400 did 4 laps, Class 200 and 300 did 5 laps. And I'm corrected. Thank you, Mr. Ryan Beckley. It's actually 3 seconds. I thought it was 5. I'm corrected. Apologize. And Mod V did 4 laps. So Mod V was running a total of 6 laps, so we're well beyond halfway. Class 2 was running 7. Class 3 was running 6, and Class 4 was running 6. So we're well beyond halfway of all of our amount of laps here as we get a count sheet. So 5 laps in the books for Mod V. So we're going to come back and do 2 more laps, have a sprint basically to the end.
Right.
And see who's going to be winner. So this is the first race of the day. The second race will be Super Cat. That will happen at 11:30. Our third race will be Class 1. Of course, if you watched yesterday, you got to see qualifying, 222 offshore Australia.
222.
Yep. Qualified number 2, Husky Ice Prince number 3, DF Young Husky Ice Prince number 2, DF Young was number 3. And then our fourth and final race of the day will be the 450 stock class. Of course, those are the MTI and Doug Wright hulls powered by the Mercury 450 horsepower racing engines. Very exciting class. Kind of give everybody an update on that. I talked to Milton from the MTI team this morning, and there's a nice update coming with that, so we'll talk about it a little bit later. So that's our schedule for today as we're still under red flag here in Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2023, presented by Keltec. Beautiful Atlantic Ocean day.
Perfect.
It's sunny. The people are starting to hang out on the beach. This is a little bit different than where you're from, isn't it?
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah,
quite a bit. It's getting warm out there, but
Yep.
just a beautiful day. I think the sea conditions that did flatten quite a bit from yesterday.
There's no breeze today. There's actually a nice little breeze coming directly out of the east yesterday. Not as much of a breeze today. So, but we saw a little bit of a groundswell. But it was interesting in the turns yesterday. You got to see a lot of the boats, especially even in qualifying, catching some air and tripping. That's where a lot of boats were having that issue. We're going through the corners. So, yep, Towboat US got we on top under tow. So they will go back, get that boat craned out. back up on the trailer and start getting it pickled. As we said, it looked like everybody was okay. We did see 2 orange helmets. So that leaves Team Woody in Class 3, the lone boat survivor. We're going to take one more commercial break. Hopefully we'll come back to green flag action. You're watching the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. I am Mike Yawoski for Matt Trulio. We'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Here you can see boat number 209, we on top, under tow. So the reason we may still be under a red flag is they've got to get that boat well clear of the race course, and that happened in the south turn. Depending on where it happened, they're probably going to drag it a little bit further out to the Atlantic Ocean, then start heading north back towards Port Canal. We'll get that boat hooked up to the crane. So, again, Matt, I talked about fuel. I talked about fuel management, especially in this Mod V class. Now I guarantee they're definitely starting to think about it because they've been idling for quite a while. And while that doesn't use a lot of fuel, you're talking just a few pounds can put you underweight, and that can definitely ruin your day in Mod V.
Now, is there the possibility of simply running out of fuel?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really a possibility for anybody. The bracket class teams don't necessarily have to manage their fuel when they put their boats in the water again because they don't have to run at speed, but they want the boat to be as light as possible. So, they could even run out of fuel just from sitting out there idling. Of course, Mod V some of the boats came up from Stock V. He used to run the Mercury Racing 525. Now they're all running the naturally aspirated carb motors. For example, in the LSB boat, under Tyler Crockett built that motor. There's a variety. There really is a good variety of motors in this class.
Truly.
Unfortunately, I can't tell you who built every one of them. I know Tyler built Britt's motor. And we'll have to get more information on who built whose motor. Still a red flag on the Cigarette Pace boat, so we're still waiting to get back underway. But a beautiful day here. Got a little stand-up paddle boarder there. Got our jet ski patrol, so they're making sure that nobody swims out onto the course.
Good plan.
And looks like he's going to try and surf back in there. That actually looks like a pretty good time.
A little bit of a bump today.
Yeah,
for
a little bit. That gives you a good example. Kind of shows you what it looks like. But they don't really, in these conditions, you're only going to feel that in the turn when they run north or south here. They're running really in the trough, so it's more of a side wash, coming at you from the side rather than just coming head on, so they can kind of fall into it and it's not nearly as rough. But then when they jump into the turns, then they'll be hopping around. And these are wide turns. These are 4-pin turns, so there's a lot to go around. And, of course, we have the Monster Mile directly in the middle. We haven't been able to see that. Monster Mile is a promotion we're working on for later in the year where some additional points or some sort of bonus is going to be added for a boat that can get between the 2 Monster Mile buoys the fastest. But right now, it's just a good reference point. I was using it yesterday during the Super Stock race. I could tell that Jackhammer was about a half a mile a lead based upon where they were into the Monster Mile and where second place boat CMR Roofing and Construction was.
So speaking of those turns, I was talking to our fellow broadcaster, Mr. Mark Granite, earlier, and we were talking with the Gradle team, and apparently the strategy is not to try to swoop through that turn. It is more to square it off at each pin.
Yep.
If you try to swoop through it, you get a little wonky. And,
you do, and you're
really
running a lot longer of a distance because it's such a wide turn. In order to sweep it, you've got to go out. We were talking about this, especially in marathon. The first turn of marathon was a 90-degree turn. 90-degree turns in any form of motorsports are hard because there's really no good line through the turn. You can go out as wide as you want, sweep it, cut right across it, and keep on back going. But these turns are so wide that you want to be in as tight as you can, so you run the shortest amount of distance possible. 1 for speed, 2 for fuel, various reasons. We saw a lot of teams yesterday, especially in Superstock, really run a middle line through the north turn. We couldn't see the south turn nearly as well as we could the north turn, but it was a lot of teams were running middle all the way through. Sean Torrente and Sean Connor, who finished second place in CMR Roofing and Construction, they actually ran close. They ran so close to the beach, I went up to Torrente last night, and I said, hey, did you run aground over there? It's a little shallow. He said, no. He said, my boat just did so much better over there. And he said, if I went into the middle of the group where everybody else was, he said, I would lose speed. And it's funny, I talked to Julian Maldonado, who throttles Jackhammer this morning as well, and he said, it's funny, if I went closer to the beach, I would lose speed. So it really showed the difference of the boats and the different setups. I think the MTI liked a little bit of the water here in Cocoa Beach will push up a little bit when it gets closer to the beach because it gets a little shallower. And I think maybe the MTI maybe liked that a little bit more, and he was able to run a little bit faster in those conditions. So,
well, it's also a form of free lab finishing on your propellers.
Exactly, yeah.
With the soft sand on the bottom.
A little sand blast on the bottom there. So, but a good race for Sean Torrente and Sean Connor as they did a lot of work, as you noted, that MTI over the winter. That boat was actually cut in half. I called it a puzzle by the time they were done with it. But great to see that boat out there doing well and ran very well yesterday at Performance Boat Center. Fast diesel fuel systems, like everybody said, they're always a consistent team. They're always up front. Myrick Coyle, Rusty Williams, tons of experience racing together. They've been in super stock for many, many years. Of course, Myrick, one of the only drivers. In fact, I think Myrick is the only driver pulling triple duty this weekend. So he raced super stock yesterday. He did Class 1 qualifying in a boat that literally the resin, I think, is still curing inside of it. And then he'll run Super Cat today and Class 1 later today as well. So a lot of racing left to do here in Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, the Performance Boat Center guys have made a really good living, so to speak, in the sport, making sure they get on the podium.
Yep. Yeah, and they've won.
Consistent.
They've won national championships and world championships by being on the podium, by being consistent. And you got to finish to win it. It's funny that we talk about that. We look at the screen. The North Myrtle Beach RV Resort team are telling me they still have their 525 in the boat because they just haven't been able to get their engine done. Wins Farnsworth had the same problem, couldn't get his engine done, couldn't be here. And I was talking to Kirk and Mark in North Myrtle Beach. I said, well, hey, you got to finish to win it, right? And they said, oh, exactly right. Anything can happen in boat racing, as we can see. So he said, we just go out there and run our race. We may not be as fast as those other guys are, but, we'll do our best, do what we can, and try and get up there on the podium. So we'll see how things shake out as we wait for this red flag situation to be taken care of. I haven't seen helicopters lately, but I don't believe helicopters would have gone back and had to refuel.
Now, I'm interested to know if our viewers can see the tracker. We don't have the tracker on our screen. It keeps you in real time. It's a nice addition to the broadcast, but I can't see it from here. So I'm hoping you do. It was on yesterday. It was very helpful. The booth guys didn't have it, but hopefully we can get that resolved in time for Sarasota.
Ryan Beckley just texted me again, a wealth of information. Innovation engine in boat floater.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Of course, Innovation based out of Sarasota, which is where that team is based out. Of course, Ryan Beckley, Kinetic Animation. He ran yesterday in the Celsius boat and also Sweat Equity, a Class 5 boat, one of our two outboard-powered Class 5 boats. So Ryan Beckley pulled a little double duty this weekend. That's a guy who's kind of, come full circle, right, of racing his own boat. Now he's racing with Chris Hopgood in the Celsius boat. Chris is a great guy. I got to talk to him yesterday and really starting to enjoy it. Chris is really starting to get into it. Of course, that used to be the Hulk boat.
Yeah.
You had Darren Kitteridge, who raced yesterday. They raced in the Northwing boat. They were very competitive up front. So a lot of these newer guys, Cole Leibel coming into it. Of course, I really got to enjoy, when the story came out about the color that Cole Leibel painted the boat, I was like, man, that's really bright. But yesterday I was watching the races, and it was very hard to see, but I could see that boat without a problem. But the detail in the paint is very cool. I walked up today and took a look at it closely this morning, and I really enjoyed the detail on it. Unfortunately, Cole Leibel didn't really have the day he wanted to yesterday. Talked to Lauren Leibel in the elevator actually on the way up here this morning, and he said, unfortunately, that's just racing. And it was funny. I was talking to Lauren Leibel, and I said, so, back in your day, what were your reliability issues? And Lauren Leibel was the guy that used to race 150 miles, right?
Yeah.
They would just race until you couldn't see him and come back. And he said it was just a different element of reliability, right? Because we were running for so long and for so hard, things would just break.
Yeah.
Things would just break. Now you're just talking little electrical issues. I think he said something about a fuse in Key West, so all kinds of just varying problems, And it's interesting to kind of see it change and talk to Lauren. Of course, Lauren ran Canada Homes 2 years ago with Johnny Tomlinson. That boat is out here today. That'll be CR Racing. Mm-hmm. You'll see that in Super Cat later today. That's a very fast boat. The formerly Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's in the Super Cat class. Seem to be dating ourselves a little bit there because I think that was all the way back to 2018.
2018 was the roughest race I've ever seen in Cocoa Beach.
2018 was the most insane thing ever. I'll never forget being at the drivers' meeting and them talking about how rough it was, and then we did the race, and there are still pictures out there.
Oh, they're beautiful.
That's when Lucas Oil had the V-bottom, and there's one picture of it just literally, it was idling, and it stands straight up in the air. Wake effects, boat waves crashing on top of wake effects as they ran down the beach. That was crazy rough water that day. It was absolutely unbelievable how rough it was.
I bumped into Cole last night at dinner. and he was talking about how his family back home was very happy to be able to see the boat with the color. They can see it through the rooster tails.
Yep.
It's not hard to call.
No, nope, not hard to call at all. And it was a great race. I mean, he was right up there front. Him and Gary were running fantastic at the start. And then it really changed for them very quickly. You saw them slowing very fast and were getting overtaken very quickly, unfortunately. So that was a tough day for them. But, the Victory Hull, it was a 1-2 victory race for a while.
That's right.
Up at the front until they start having their issues. So still waiting to get this red flag situation cleared up. Not sure what the issue is. Might have somebody from race control pop their head over here and tell us what's going on. Beautiful day here at Cocoa Beach. Up next is Sarasota, Florida, for July 4th weekend. Go to p1offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite teams. Keep up with the schedule and buy some merchandise. Follow all your teams on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all the major social media sites, Speed on the Water magazine. Keep up with those guys, all the most current and released information. Eric Colby will be writing the story here later today with all the results and the backstory here of Cocoa Beach. And then, of course, P1 on Offshore, P1 Offshore on Facebook, P1 Offshore on Instagram. Keep up with everybody and what we're doing and where we're going next.
I've already spoken to Mr. Colby this morning. He's been giving me great tips. We brought him on.
He texted you too a little bit, hey?
Oh, of course.
Uh-huh.
We brought Eric on to cover offshore full-time last year, and it's just been incredible. He's done a wonderful job for us.
Yep.
And he's watching, and we thank him for his hard work. We've got Pete Bowden out here shooting today. He's shot for us for, it's got to be 10 years now.
Yep. Pete Bowden's been around for, that's a well-traveled man right there.
He's a well-traveled man.
He's a well-traveled man.
And not just
sure.
in this country.
Right.
All over the world.
All right, we're back. Now we're going racing. Yellow flag now up on the Sea Ray Pace boat. You can see the Mod Vs starting to make their way back onto the race course. Remember, we were 5 laps down out of 7 for Mod V, so this is going to be a sprint to the end. Yeah. They'll start in the order in which they started the race, not in the order of which when it stopped. It's the order of when they started the race. So as you can see, Sunprint on the pole, there is Boat Floater, there is LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, Speed Marine, Fast Boys there. I believe that's Laticrete just to the other side of them. So they will run back up towards the Monster Mile, which is just inside the south turn. Should see that buoy come into play. Still under yellow flag situation. They probably got to wait for some of the other boats. There's the green flag, so we're going racing again in Mod V. The Cigarette Pace boat turns to the inside of the course. And let's see who can pick up where they left off. Sunprint in the inside, Boat Floater in the middle, LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil right there on the outside. Of course, Kevin Smith and Kyle Miller filling in for Britt Lilly this weekend on the wheel. And Kevin Smith back in the boat after Jay Muller raced with Britt in Marathon.
And that is Kyle Miller of the Whoa Mama team, yeah?
Yep, Whoa Mama Speed Marine. Yep, they have their brand new boat that Britt Lilly actually built for them. Unfortunately, just couldn't get it done in time. Too much other stuff going on. Sunprint in the lead, LSB in second, Boat Floater in third. I believe that's Fast Boys there in fourth. So let's see now. There's Sheriff Lobo as they cross that finish line. So halfway through the Monster Mile. There's North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Sunprint's going to be on the inside. Boat Floater in the middle. LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, and Fast Boys. Of course, LSB, Revex Oil, and Fast Boys, the two newest boats on the course.
Correct.
It's good to see all 3 extremes right here because you actually see all 3 generations of the extreme. We'll say that Boat Floater's a Gen 1, Sunprint was a Gen 2, and then the LSB boat is a Gen 3 built by Britt Lilly himself in Annapolis, Maryland. There goes the X Insurance helicopter in tow. Aerial footage provided by X Insurance. And now look at this battle up behind these guys as they head into this turn. There is Sunprint. And that should be LSB right to the outside of them in their rooster tail. There's Fast Boys now dicing it up with, whoa, big hop there by Sunprint. So there is a hole about halfway through that corner.
That's right.
LSB, Revex Oil about a rooster tail length behind Sunprint. Of course, these are all spec boats, have to weigh the exact amount. When they come out, have to meet their minimum weight requirement. They have engine specs, drive height, gear ratios, all kinds of different things, but they can go as fast as they want. These boats run anywhere between 93 and 97 to 98 miles per hour as they're set up. Sunprint and LSB, Revex Oil, Hurricane of Awesomeness, exit turn buoy number 4. Now they head back towards the dogleg. LSB is going to be on the inside, the outside of the dogleg. Sunprint, rather, is going to be on the inside. As the bracket classes get underway from our view here from the broadcast booth, you can hear the Predator boat go by. This is a battle for third. However, it looks like that is Fast Boys. I believe that's Laticrete on the outside of them. And that might be Precious Vodka there on the inside. So a good run for Corey Chantry inside of Precious Vodka, new team this year. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's Boat Floater. I apologize. That is Boat Floater. So this is the battle for third in Mod V. Fast Boys, Boat Floater, and Laticrete back to the lead for Mod V. Sunprint in the lead. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil in second. Matt, it looks like LSB might be catching Sunprint just a little bit, maybe pulling them on the straightaway, maybe a little bit longer of a setup, maybe a little bit more top speed.
Let's see how they come out of the turn.
Well, Sunprint's going to have, so that's the dog leg. There's your yellow buoy dog leg. That gives you a great idea of what these teams are going to do. Looks like LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil went back to the outside. Now look at Sunprint. I think there's actually a buoy just to the left of our screen. So Sunprint's going to run out there. Yeah, there's got to be because they're all following that same line out there. Although I'm not quite sure what Fast Boys is doing. Yeah. As it looks like they are running to the buoy. So you got to be careful. They might make a sudden course change. Yep, they did. You can see they just swept theirs. Oh, we have a lead change in Mod V, though.
There we go.
LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil able to make a move on the outside. The Gen 3 Extreme versus the Gen 2 Extreme. Steve Miklos, Steve Furman against Kyle Miller and Kevin Smith. Boat number 66 takes the lead. Sunprint's going to be back on the inside, about a rooster tail length behind. They hop back outside the wake, had nowhere to go. Kyle closed the door on him. Didn't give him any room to the inside. Now Sunprint will be on the outside. Let's see if Sunprint can carry more speed. That's what LSB did. They carried more speed around the outside of the corner. And it looked like they left the door open just a little bit. Now the battle for third. That's Fast Boys and Boat Floater. Phantom versus Extreme. Of course, that's the newest Phantom out there. Forrest Riddle and Ken Bollinger in Fast Boys against the father-son team of Steve and Steven Kildall in BoatFloater.com.
For our viewers out there, it looks like they've gotten the tracker up and running on the screen.
And I apologize, it was Laticrete actually that was battling with Boat Floater, so that would be for fourth place. Fast Boys is in third. BoatFloater.com and Laticrete battling for fourth place in Mod V. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil able to stretch it out quite a bit, maybe 2 or 3 rooster tail lengths now ahead of Sunprint. They're getting ready to enter the Monster Mile as they get ready to come across the finish line. They were going to do 3 laps. There's the Monster Mile buoy right there. So halfway between those 2 buoys will be the finish line. They were going to run 3 more laps, so they should have 2 more laps after this. As it looks like, Matt, it definitely looks like LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil has a longer setup. I think they have a lot more top speed than Sunprint does. Maybe Sunprint thought it was going to be just a little bit rougher, a little bit shorter on the wheel.
Yeah, they're really stretching it out. It also looks like LSB is staying a bit more connected.
Yeah, they're definitely
the most
staying a little bit flatter, not flying nearly as much. BoatFloater.com, this is the battle for fourth between Laticrete, Rob Hartman, and Travis Petco in Laticrete, Team Woody Relentless Offshore Racing. Rob Hartman and Travis Petco joining forces after the 2022 season. They are trying to catch BoatFloater.com in Mod V. We will try and get an update on the bracket classes out there running currently. Of course, only one boat now in Class 3. That's Team Woody. There were 2 boats in Class 2 between Predator and GNS. Predator was in the lead last time we checked. And Control Freak was leading in Class 4 over Simmons and Rollin' Dirty.
Speaking of the bracket classes, I heard from our friend Matt Soper of the Old School team. You can break out, according to Matt, you can break out to up to 3 seconds. No limit on how many times over the bracket speed. You just can't go over 3.0 seconds.
Well, thank you, Old School Matt Soper. We miss you.
Interesting.
Yeah, miss Matt Soper, good guy. Of course,
Great
he ran
guy.
Class 4 and had some fierce battles with Predator as we go back to Mod V battle. BoatFloater.com, Laticrete on the outside. Laticrete, just about a half a boat length lead. A lot of passing on the outside in these corners. That's not something you typically see because you're running a little bit more distance, but a great race for this Laticrete team as they are able to take fourth place away from BoatFloater.com. So they will exit this turn. They will head back down to the dogleg. And you can see Relentless is, Laticrete there is dumping off some ballast. That's the water coming out of the front. So they're picking up a significant amount of speed. You would have to think as they get that ballast out of the boat, we'll talk about ballast, they fill a tank up in the front of the boat with water. That helps keep the bow down. So they're dumping it, meaning they don't need it. They're going to get a little bit more speed.
A little less weight.
But this is an interesting position for Sunprint to be in. Sunprint is not that far behind them going into the dogleg. I do think that Travis and Rob will be able to pinch down on them and close the door as they make that one left-hand turn before going back to right. A little bit of a chine walk out there. I think there's a bigger groundswell than we can see. These boats are rolling side to side pretty good. All 30 to 32-foot single-engine V-bottom hulls. They have one-step, two-step, or three-step bottoms, and that, as we explained a little bit earlier in the broadcast, can depend on their weight when they get weighed out at the end of the race.
You know, Scott Porte worked on the Miklos boat.
He did.
On
Yep,
the
he
Sunprint
did.
Boat.
Yeah,
he
he
modified the bottom and to improve handling.
Yep.
And I got that from Mr. Colby. Thank you for that, Eric.
And of course, Britt Lilly has worked on a lot of bottom of these boats
Yes,
as
he
well.
has.
So he's, aside from his own boat, I was very surprised he has not sold his original LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex oil boat. So if you want to go Mod V racing,
Yeah.
there's a perfectly good boat to do it, and
It's
that's
done
a
well.
proven winner. Yeah, for sure. I had breakfast with him yesterday. He goes, I'm surprised that hadn't sold too. Boat number 66, LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex oil in the lead. Boat number 51, Sunprint in second. Fast Boys in third. Here is GNS. They were second place in Class 2. Racing with Predator, moving awfully slow there down the course. Not sure if they're done or have some sort of mechanical issue. Of course, a 41-foot velocity. This team based out of Texas, our second Texas team here. Boat number 267. They give a wave to the fans headed down the beach. Back to 1 and 2 for Mod V. Now, it looks like to me, I can't see the buoy map, but it looked like, Kyle and Kevin went out pretty wide in that turn. And you can see,
Very wide.
Look how much further distance they ran, but it looks like Fast Boys is going to go out there with them. Laticrete now could maybe cut to the inside, maybe make up a little bit of ground, but they're going to scrub the speed. In fact, that's what they do. You can see the wake of Fast Boys just as Laticrete was turning. So they're going to try and make up a little bit of ground maybe on Fast Boys, but they scrub the speed. There's a lot more
Exactly right.
acceleration with these boats now, with the carbureted motors. A couple mile-an-hour difference. So let's see how it works out for Travis and Rob. As boat number 66, LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil continues to lead. There they enter the Monster Mile. This should be the final lap, or the start of the final lap coming by. Beautiful boat, built right in Annapolis, Maryland. Britt has finished boat number 2. Of course, that will be going to Kyle Miller, the driver in the number 66 boat, looking to get that boat done and come out here and race in Mod V. And, yep, last lap for Mod V. So LSP Hurricane of Awesomeness halfway through that Monster Mile takes the white flag. There goes Sunprint. And we should see Fast Boys come in just behind them somewhere. Yep, there's Forrest and Ken, boat number 97. Just want to make sure I thought it was 97. Want to make sure I said the right number. Coming across in third. Laticrete was in fourth. Boatfloater.com was in fifth. Your top 5 in Mod V. Well, Matt, if Steve and Steve had anything at this point left, they've got to hang it out there now and give it everything they've got.
It
They've got
looks
to
like
go
they're
after
pushing hard
LSP.
for it. It definitely looks like they're pushing. Boat's out of the water a lot, but I think it looks a little bit more connected now
Yep.
than it was before. A lot more, actually.
Well, and in spec class racing, as I've talked about before, you can come to your setup or you can fall away from your setup.
Right.
Your boat could be really heavy at the beginning of the race, not have a whole lot of speed. As it burns off fuel, it's going to start to lighten up, start to handle a little bit better. But then if you miscalculated something and didn't put weight in the exact right place, then it can get too heavy towards the end of the race. It can start sticking to the water more and slow you down. And it's such an intricate thing. I had dinner with Britt and Kevin last night, and it's such an intricate thing. They actually have weight bags that they'll put over stringers, right in the middle of the boat to be able to balance it out and have weight in various places. So there's a lot of moving of weight. In every class we're going to watch race today, there's a lot of weight to be moved with the center of gravity and moving stuff around.
Right now, it looks like
Sunprint is slowing.
dead.
Sunprint was slowing through the turn. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Revex Oil exits the turn. There is Sunprint down off of a plane. Let's see if we can see anything happen with them.
At that time,
So it
LSB was leading by about 5 seconds.
Yep. So that should give now second place to Fast Boys up on the podium and put Laticrete up in third. There is the Phantom there, boat number 97. Forrest out of Virginia, Ken out of Pennsylvania. So I live in Maryland. I live about a mile from the water. Not even a mile from the water, maybe a half a mile from the water, and I can hear this boat test every time they go out.
I bet that's nice. What's it like that?
Yeah. I can hear them pull down the river, and I can hear them pull up the river. MDG Performance Marine in Maryland helps them tune the boat. Jason Gervadis, who's down there helping the team this weekend, helped tune it, and so they'll test in Maryland, and I can hear them running up and down the river out behind my house. So
what a shame for the Sunprint team. They were running so well.
Yeah, they were running
chasing
good.
hard.
But they did lose a lot. It's hard to believe that there was that much of a difference between LSB and Sunprint. Those boats are pretty equally matched, and LSB was kind of able to walk around the outside of Sunprint. So you'd have to wonder if there was some sort of mechanical issue. There is GNS continuing to move slowly around the course. I haven't seen Predator bat, but I can hear them, so I know they're still out there running. It's not a hard sound to miss.
My only hope for Sunprint is that they didn't run out of fuel.
Yep, and we talked about it during the red flag situation. That could be a very real issue.
It's a hard way to lose a race.
Yep. That's LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Rev X Oil. This is the white flag lap for Mod V. So as they would finish, it'd be LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Rev X Oil Speed Marine in first and Fast Boys in second. And I believe Laticrete should be up to third after battling with Boat Floater. And we know that LSB is in communication with the team. They probably are aware of what's happening with Sunprint, so maybe just slow up just a little bit. They had some mechanical issues back home after Marathon. Britt went up to Tyler Crockett's shop, spent some time up there. Actually had to build a new motor. After Marathon, they had some mechanical issues. So they've been thrashing on this boat quite a bit to get it done. So a win would be good to build the confidence of the team and get that boat back up towards the front.
I don't know if our viewers know who Tyler Crockett is. He is an engine builder out of Ruby, Michigan. He is a Lake of the Ozarks shootout specialist, and he is
insane.
Pretty much insane.
Insane.
He's crazy.
He wants to go 135 miles an hour, 130 miles an hour in a 26-foot Joker boat.
Single engine V-bottom.
Single engine V-bottom. And if you watch the armwood footage, it's the whole motor lopes so bad at idle that the boat just sits there and rocks over. It's just and he's got Zoomy pipes on it. It is super cool. Tyler is one of a very good engine builder, super, super nice guy. Spent some time at his house up there in Michigan. Just a lot of fun to hang out with. So he's going to be happy to see this new engine up front.
Every year, it's one of the most exciting parts of the shootout. Also, probably one of the most nerve-wracking from a spectator point of view. If you know the guy,
and he does it by himself.
Oh, he totally does it.
So he's driving it and he's throttling it at the shootout. Yep. All right, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness Rev X Oil enters the Monster Mile one more time. They won't have to do the full mile. We'll call it the Monster Half Mile as they get ready to cross the finish line and take the checkered flag in Mod V. First place. Second place should be Fast Boys as we wait to see the results come across the finish line. So, Matt, one boat we didn't have here, Marker 17 Marine.
Yeah.
If anybody that's listening to our broadcast recognizes Marker 17 Marine, that's the one that had the epic drive blowout there. But this is now, Matt, this looks like a battle for second. That's Laticrete on the inside, Fast Boys on the outside. They entered the Monster Mile. Wow, look at that speed by Laticrete. All of a sudden, they just came out of nowhere, a half a rooster tail length behind. Rob and Travis doing everything they can, trimming it up. Look at it, pulling just a little bit.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be a really close finish. Just not enough for Laticrete as they come across in third.
Less than a boat length.
Yep, less than a boat length. Fast Boys in second, LSB in first. BoatFloater.com should come across the line in fourth. You're watching the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach presented by Keltec. This is the first race of 4 today. As we take a look at Sheriff Lobo. Of course, Sheriff Lobo based out of Trinidad. Pete Rivero driving this weekend with Shamil Mohammed. I hope my friends in Trinidad are always listening.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of history down there with boat racing, and actually in my regular career away from doing all this boat racing stuff, one of my building engineers is from Trinidad, and he tells me stories about how he's seen the race boats down there and stuff. There's a lot of race boat history in Trinidad, and I'd still love to get down there and be able to call one of their races. Of course, they do the Trinidad to Tobago, the great race from Trinidad to Tobago, so that's pretty cool. So Sheriff Lobo looks like they're going to come across the line in 5th place today. Another extreme hull. Mind you, this is a Gen 1 hull also. So Pete and Shamil Mohammed did a good job as they take the checkered flag. Here comes GNS. They're going to come in 2nd place in Class 2 behind Predator. And then we see North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort, so they should maybe come across the line in 6th. Of course, all of our results we tell you are unofficial until the boats are teched, until they're inspected, GPSs are read, all the proper requirements are met for P1 Offshore Racing. Go to P1Offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite race teams. Follow our schedule. Follow us on Facebook, P1Offshore.com, or P1 Offshore on Facebook and P1 Offshore on Instagram. And also, you can keep up with all the latest news. I started watching the Class 1 MCON video yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Very well put together. Didn't get to watch all of it, but did start watching. There's Predator.
Looking good. Yeah, we were thrilled to produce that video. At Speed on the Water and Scrapyard Media and Speed on the Water, because Brad DiMaggio, Katie DiMaggio, the rest of the crew there, they do most of the work. You know, we storyboard, we help, but really the bulk of the work comes down to them shooting and editing, and it is literally hundreds of hours. Brad actually finished that video on Friday. It went
about
live
the same
Saturday
time
morning.
the boat was done.
Yeah, about the same time the boat arrived at Cocoa
right?
Beach.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Predator came across the line. They should come in first place in Class 2. Of course, these results are unofficial until you read that Speed GPS. We saw Control Freak come across, one of the two 34-foot Phantoms in Class 4. They should come across the line in first in Class 4. So if we hold to with our schedule, it's currently 11 o'clock. At 11:30, we're supposed to get Supercat to start.
If we can get you an update on that, we will.
Yeah, we're going to go talk to Race Control. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, hopefully we'll be going to some Supercat racing live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. This is the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. I am Mike Iwaski, Matt Trulio. We might kick you out for the next one, bring our good old buddy Mark Granite, and he's kind of pacing around. I think he wants to come back in and have some fun.
I think we should say Mark for Class 1.
Should we say him for Class 1? He is a Class 1 announcer.
He is kind of a Class 1 guy.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break. We'll be back right after this.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome to what proved to be yet another action-packed season in P1 Offshore's Supercat class. The high-octane action kicked off on Florida's Space Coast in the 2022 edition of the legendary Thunder on Cocoa Beach. That was followed by the Sarasota Grand Prix on Southwest Florida's Gulf Coast. Then the fleet headed to St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Florida for the 2022 APBA P1 Offshore Championship for Supercats. Now let's head back to round 1 on Cocoa Beach as we review the 2022 P1 Offshore Supercat season. Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in all classes on a 7.5-mile circuit that runs the length of Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach has a vibrant bar and restaurant scene, glorious sunshine, miles of sandy beaches, and of course stunning ocean views, as fans crowded the streets and enjoyed the traditional boat parade, a celebration of the powerboating way of life as teams, families and spectators joined in the fun with street parties and concerts. There were 7 teams competing in the Supercat division, where 32 to 42-foot catamarans with fully enclosed race canopies and twin 750-horsepower engines slogged it out on the big waves off Cocoa Beach. Last year's overall Supercat champions MCon had Myrick Coyle driving in their number 6 boat with throttleman Tyler Miller as they began their campaign to defend their title in 2022.
Driver's Myrick Coyle. He's also in the S21 stock boat. He's a multi-time world and national champ in Supercat. We were the national champions for 2021. We were doing really well at the Worlds. We won both Wednesday and Friday and had a mechanical failure on on Sunday to win the World Championships. You know, things come and go, but we're looking to really redeem ourselves here in Cocoa Beach and get this thing back on top of the podium.
CJ Grant's number 54 Graydale boat had driver Chris Grant racing alongside Throttleman Billy Moore.
We're pretty confident. You know, we're learning as we go with the boat, and Chris has got a good feel for it now. You know, with the testing we did a few weeks ago, it was just fantastic. We set up the course and just got to where we could just run the boat flat out everywhere we went. You don't ever know until you actually get to the first turn with everybody, and either you're a hero or zero.
Yeah. We took some high flyers out there. It was pretty good.
The New Zealand outfit NZ11 Pro Floors Racing was back, with throttleman Grant Brueggemann and driver Wayne Valder.
Yeah, it feels pretty cool to be back. It's been a long time coming. We've been 2.5 years before we can get back. We've been held in jail over in our country, but finally let out, and good to be back, and good to see the sports growing a little bit since I've been away.
WHM Motorsports had Jay Muller on throttle duty alongside driver Britt Lilly, who had a busy weekend racing and winning in Class 1 for Husky Chocolate and in the Stock V race with LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness. Number 88 SV Offshore had driver Simon Prevost with throttleman Vinny Diorio in their 39-foot Outer Limits manufactured catamaran. The Super Cat class. 7 boats, 7 laps, nearly 53 miles of racing ahead.
So today we pull the starting position, so we pull the 5th position out of 7. We'll try to be in the right position coming into turn 1, which is where the biggest place of the race starts, and then we'll see where we end up after that first turn.
Starting lineup. Graydale with the luck of the draw in pole position, New Zealanders Pro Floors Racing in P2, WHM in P3, MCon P4. The Super Cats line up for the running start and the green flag goes up. Here we go. MCon pulling through between WHM to their starboard and SV Offshore to their port side as Coyle and Miller lead the field to the Commitment Buoy. Behind the Super Cats is the race start for the 450R class as number 7 boat MTI starts with the lead. MCon out in the lead, but Graydale is moving up very fast on that inside lane as they approach the Commitment Buoy and the first turn. And sure enough, Graydale's pole position advantage cuts down MCon's lead and gets Graydale first to the Commitment Buoy. Behind the lead boats is NZ11 Pro Floors in 3rd, with WHM Motorsports in 4th. In the rear is Dramatised Offshore Racing, with the 2 450R class boats catching up to them, MTI right on their inside. Graydale coming around the turn with a firm lead over MCon in 2nd. Big air, huge jump there. These drivers are all taking a beating out there. MCon 2nd, NZ11 Pro Floors 3rd, WHM 4th, Team 10 5th. In the 3rd lap, Team 10 pushes up on WHM Motorsport, taking the fight to the Canadians, and they find the speed they need on the outside of the turn to overhaul WHM and take 4th position. Behind the battle for 4th is SV Offshore in 6th. Ahead, the two-way slugfest continues between Team 10 and WHM for 4th. They battle lap after lap, tooth and claw, switching back and forth between inside and outside lanes. But it's a mechanical problem that finally takes out WHM. That puts Marty Siersma and Mark Kowalski in the Team 10 boat back in 4th, with SV Offshore moving up to 5th. In the 450R class, MTI slows down and is in trouble, as Sizem and Tomlinson relinquish their lead and are passed by Randy Keys and Billy Allen in Clovar Motorsports, who go on to win the 450R category. Graydale was unstoppable. Chris Grant and Billy Moore completing a perfect race as they capitalised on their inside lane advantage early. Runner-up Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller of MCon. 3rd place goes to NZ11 Pro Floors, Team 10 4th, SV Offshore 5th ahead of Dramatised Racing in 6th.
Well, we didn't get to the first turn in the lead, but we actually were able to round the corner and just try to work on everybody. And once we got out front, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but we got out front and tried to improve our position every lap, if you know what I mean. Just
didn't
run our
stop.
own race. And the boys were telling me where everybody's at, and I'm like, I'm not breaking the rhythm. We have a good rhythm right now. I'm not slowing up for nothing. Just keep pushing, push.
And bumpy out there, unbelievable. One after another. Boom, boom, boom. High flyers, all of them.
Kudos to Great L. Boys ran hard. You wouldn't believe how many times you take a shot and just feels like you get the wind knocked out of you in a race like that.
Get your butt kicked. I got my butt kicked. You're thinking, oh my. You know?
Mine are out there.
With the racing action completed, awards, trophies and prizes were handed to the winners and podium placers in all classes at the gala event ceremony that capped another extraordinary event. Welcome to Sarasota, where the 2022 P1 Offshore and Aquacross Championships saw a double bill of powerboat racing and 2 days of world-class marine motorsport action at the 37th Annual Sarasota Powerboat Grand Prix. Sarasota County provides the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the teams assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, and fans got a chance to see the juggernauts up close and also meet some of the drivers. The championship was still wide open as 7 teams raced in the Supercat category. These giant catamarans are powered by twin 750 horsepower inboard engines and have fully enclosed canopies. Points leaders going into Sarasota was MCON's Tyler Miller and Myrick Coyle.
Stop number 3, Sarasota 2022. And, finishing up with race 1 and race 2, we finished first overall lake race about a month ago. Rough water, Cocoa Beach, leading into what we thought might be a calm water race here in Sarasota. But as always, it's a little bumpy out there in testing today. Had some good numbers. We're really excited and looking forward to race day tomorrow.
SV Offshore's Simon Prevost and Vinny Diorio were ready to build on their runner-up finish in the Ozarks in round 2, which boosted them up to second on the points board.
We went to Lake of the Ozark and we ended up finished second there and come out of there with a lot of momentum and a lot of enthusiasm with our team because we're getting our boat to really run good.
Third place on the points board was Pro Floors Racing's Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann after their round 1 third place finish in Cocoa Beach, then a 5th place finish in Lake of the Ozarks in round 2. There were also 2 new teams. Number 8 Justice League has driver Don Urfer and Richard Davis on throttle, and Liquor Split is driven by John Paul Amons and has Jim McIntyre on throttle. Round 3 of the Supercats, 7 boats revved and ready for the Sarasota Powerboat Grand Prix. The New Zealanders of Pro Floors Racing, Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann, were looking to turn their season around.
Yeah, today we're in pole position, which is a big benefit for us to get that inside lane closest to the start boat. As long as we have a good run down to the first buoy there, we should come around in first place, and then from there we can change lanes and race from there. So,
A win today for us would be fantastic. Put us back on, back at the top with the points again, which is where we really want to be.
Crowds once again lined the shores of Lido Beach to watch the race unfold.
We're starting to move. Everyone get in your appropriate lanes. Everyone get in your appropriate lanes.
The boats are in position. The green flag is up. The race is on. Great and well-timed acceleration from WHM Motorsports as Billy Moff and Jay Muller go all out at the start. Fantastic start for Moff and Muller, the yellow boat way out in the lead on the straightaway to the Commitment Boy. A more gradual acceleration from NZ11 Pro Floors Racing, who appear to have chosen top speed over acceleration in their prop setup as they leave SV Offshore behind. Meanwhile, on the outside is MCON, who are head-to-head with WHM, opting for a very different path to the Commitment Boy. Let's see how it pans out. What a move from MCon as they find the speed in the cleaner water outside to jump ahead and beat the other 6 boats to the commitment buoy as WHM drop to second and then find themselves getting overhauled by Pro Floors Racing as WHM drop to third. As the boats come round the first turn, it's MCon in the lead, followed by Pro Floors Racing in the NZ11 boat in second, and then Graydell moving up to third as WHM continue to drop to fourth. Brilliant start from MCon, who've already built a lead on the rest of the pack. NZ11 settled into second behind MCon. While WHM keep up their pursuit of third, they find SV Offshore moving up on them on the inside. In their first race of the season is Liquor Splits John Paul Amons and Jim McIntyre, who find themselves in 6th behind SV Offshore Racing. In the 450R stock class, which is run simultaneously with Supercats, it's Clover Motorsports' Randy Keys and Billy Allen leading over MTI's father and daughter pair of Randy and Taylor Schism. By the end of lap 4, MCon still leads, but NZ11 Pro Floors has been gradually reducing the gap and crawling their way closer with their excellent top speed and consistency. The Kiwis of Pro Floors Racing gaining incredible speed on the outside as they bring their plan into action, cutting back across the course and then proceeding to leave MCon in their wake in one fell swoop. Brilliant move from Valder and Brueggemann with the NZ11 Pro Floors Racing boat, the new leaders. Pro Floors Racing played their hand well, biding their time, building speed and momentum. Bad luck for Liquor Split, Amons and McIntyre out with mechanical issues. SV Offshore was in 5th position, not what they were looking for, but it gets worse for Prevost and Diorio as they break down and find themselves out of the race, reducing the field to 5 boats. The white flag goes up indicating the last lap of the race. MCon still in 2nd position, giving chase to Pro Floors, but a runner-up finish will not be too shabby. Graydell are on point for a 3rd place finish, but with just half a lap left in the race, disaster strikes. Grant and Moore find themselves struggling as they lose power. WHM pounces and takes 3rd, moving up a position for the first time since the opening lap. The winners of the Sarasota Grand Prix, Pro Floors Racing, with a well-deserved victory for Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann as they take the checkered flag. Good runner-up finish for MCon's Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller. Bad luck for Graydell, then Justice League, SV Offshore and Liquor Split.
Once we did a couple laps, figured out where I could let this thing eat a little bit and get the tunnel flap going, we just went to the lead, and then we had our own course to run.
Yeah.
So open water.
Once you get that clean water, you're away. So it was a battle to get there. Those guys played a pretty hard game for us to catch them. But once we worked out what we wanted, we took them on the outside, and that was us. We were away.
Yeah, you know, the boat was set up very well. We ran in first for 4, 5, 6 laps. I don't recall exactly when Pro Floors from New Zealand got around us, but hats off to them. You know, it's a battle of attrition with these boats, and lap 6 or 7, we started feeling a little bit of a vibration in the boat, and it started coming on worse and worse and worse throughout the last 3 laps of the race. So, you know, hey, 2nd place finish, podium finish, that's all we can ask for. Keep charging towards them points, and, you know, here we go, on to the next one, but congratulations, hats off to Pro Floors. Yeah.
Listen, I was happy to see Red Day Bond.
Yeah, right.
Not like, man, that sucks. I went like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, not bad. Number three, that's okay, man. We're in the money, Gotta be in the money, that's what's gotta be, in the money.
Give it up for your Supercat champion.
In the overall results after the Cocoa Beach and Sarasota races, Graydell and NZ11 Pro Floors are tied for first at 190 points. Just 1 point ahead of MCon in third, and SV Offshore is fourth with 128 points. Welcome to St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Florida, which hosts the 2022 APBA P1 Offshore Championship, a powerboat racing extravaganza where the Supercat fleet was joined by the Superstock boats, Class 1 racing and various other categories, as well as personal watercraft racing with the Aquacross Grand Prix.
Considered the pride of Florida's Gulf Coast, St. Pete Clearwater is famous for its award-winning pristine white sand beaches and emerald green Gulf waters. St. Pete has a trendy and vibrant downtown, a social, commercial and artistic hub with excellent dining, bars and shopping. The cultural scene in St. Pete is also famous for its incredible murals and street art, and of course some world-class museums. The Museum of Fine Arts has art from all ages, and the world-famous Dali Museum houses the largest collection of the famed Surrealist's works outside of Spain. There's something for everyone and all watchable from close up on St. Pete's new pier, with the Pier Tiki restaurant overlooking the weekend action. The Museum of Fine Arts was the beautiful backdrop to a party hosted by CMR Roofing and Construction, where drivers, crews and their families from all racing categories relaxed and partied whilst enjoying the art.
There were 7 boats in the Supercat category, and nearing the end of the season, just a handful of points separated the top boats.
MCon is currently leading the standings with Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller looking to hold on to their lead here.
So we are in the overall standing, we are sitting at the top of the points with a drop race series that we're running. We're in second by 4 points. So we're needing a win here in St. Petersburg or to finish ahead of Graydale. So it's a lot on the line, a lot at stake here.
Graydale has a talented duo as Chris Grant and Billy Moore take the fight to the leaders and vie for top spot. ProFloor's New Zealand duo of Wayne Valder and Grant Brueggemann are back with a vengeance after being away due to COVID and are big contenders for the title. SV Offshore are third but have had an up and down season so far.
We need to get on the podium here, kind of repeat what we did in Lake of the Ozarks. So I feel if we can get on the podium here, it's kind of going to have a little statement for us having some momentum.
Teams put their boats and skills to the test with their newly introduced qualifier session to determine who gets the coveted pole position. Getting set up right for the flatter waters of St. Pete was key, a course that demands more top speed than acceleration. MCon sets out and lays down a blazing fast time. But ProFloors comes out and their Kiwi crew has an incredible run and takes provisional pole position. Liquor Split have great pace and bump down Graydale to take third position in qualifying. SV Offshore were off the pace but managed to beat WHM, who were struggling with setup issues.
Qualifying was good, it was flat out there, it was fast, big sweep and turns. Don't know where the numbers fall, but well, you know what, we'll see what happens. What you do today doesn't mean is what you're going to do tomorrow.
And so NZ11 grabs the top spot. MCon will start in P2 with Liquor Split in third. Right in the middle is Graydale in fourth, with SV Offshore to their outside. WHM sixth and Justice League on the very outside in seventh. Supercat race is on. Fans gather along the shore in the VIP venue at the tip of St. Pete's Pier to watch the action. The boats head out and line up for the rolling start. And there's the green flag. NZ11 has a good start there, pulling ahead already. MCon following behind in second. Liquor Split falling back though, while Graydale and SV Offshore are neck and neck fighting for third. NZ11 has great pace today. They get to the buoy first, MCon running in second. Graydale and SV are still in a drag race around the top, jostling back and forth for P4. Graydale nudges ahead before turning back towards the pier. SV Offshore takes the left-hander on the inside, out front of Graydale. WHM leads the trio in the battle for third. Graydale pushing on the inside, just a boat length behind SV Offshore. Graydale's Chris Grant and Billy Moore have done it. They use that inside lane and regain fourth from SV Offshore. MCon are a few boat lengths behind the hard-charging NZ11, and oh no, loses it and spins. Well, they managed to stay upright as the field passes them, but it's too bad for them. They are out of the race. NZ11 are next level, seemingly in their own race, way ahead. Not looking back, the New Zealand outfit, it is full gas for them. In the 450 factory stock class, which is run simultaneously, boat number 7, MTI's Taylor Schism and Johnny Tomlinson leads. Clover Sports in second, and number 32, GC Racing in P3. Number 7, MTI has 2 second place finishes so far. Can they hold on to P1? It's bad luck for number 8, Justice League, who didn't make it out for qualifying and are now out of the race in lap 1. Graydale in hot pursuit of WHM in P2, but third place is still good for their points. Impressive race from Liquor Split's Jason Ventura and Jim McIntyre, who have passed SV Offshore. SV Offshore has a second place podium at the last race in the Great Lakes Grand Prix on Lake Michigan, but suffering here, and halfway into the next lap they slow down and are out. Graydale now finding its groove, pulling up on WHM. 3 boats in a battle for third. WHM, Graydale and Liquor Split as they approach the dogleg left-hander. WHM is wide. Graydale makes a move to get to the yellow buoy first and push WHM further to its outside. Grant and Moore on the warpath as they slip past WHM and move into second. Now Liquor Split's Ventura and McIntyre on the attack with a podium in sight. But Liquor Split goes wider and maintains greater speed and smokes WHM. Liquor Split in P3. NZ11 lapping the 450R number 7 MTI boat in P1. Laps wind down and Graydale maintains second. Out in front though, NZ11 in a spectacular show today. NZ11 cross the line and take the win here in St. Pete Clearwater. It's been a truly dominant performance for the New Zealand outfit. Graydale battled hard to grab that second spot on the podium, and a job well done by Liquor Split to fight hard and take the third and final spot on the podium.
No stopping us now.
We kind of propped down a little bit to give us some acceleration through all those turns. So hats off to Wayne and the whole team. He drove a great race, and you know the boat ran flawlessly.
Yeah,
engines ran great. So
yeah.
Thumbs
Hey,
up.
we just prepared the boat for what we felt was the conditions today, and you know, it paid off, and it paid off really well.
Feels pretty good. We had a tough battle with WHM and Liquor Split tried to get in it. When MCon spun out, we didn't really have no place to go, so we tried to duck on the inside, just the safest route, but made sure that we didn't gain a position by doing anything wrong. So good. Pro Floors really had a good boat. They did a good job today. I think hats off to those guys.
Yeah,
they did
fast.
fantastic. It was fast.
Yeah.
This was awesome. You know, we finally been working on the boat so hard, trying to get it dialed in just where it needs to be, and today showed that all the hard work is finally paying off.
And now the overall results. In first, NZ Pro Floors Racing with the maximum points. Graydale close behind in second. MCon out but still in the top 3. And Liquor Split picks up an impressive 84 points.
That concludes the 2022 P1 Offshore Supercat season. We'll see you in 2023 for another action-packed season.
I've been modified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga handsome. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch, my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, what you all about? What your dollar amount?
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome to what proved to be yet another action-packed weekend on Florida's Space Coast, as the 2022 edition of the legendary Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in a multitude of classes, including the return of the UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship, and of course the mighty Super Cat and Super Stock divisions, as 58 teams competed in the first round of the APBA National Championship. Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in all classes on a 7.5-mile circuit that runs the length of Cocoa Beach, as crowds got to see the boats and action up close in what is considered the perfect venue for powerboat spectating. Cocoa Beach has a vibrant bar and restaurant scene, glorious sunshine, miles of sandy beaches, and of course stunning ocean views, as fans crowded the streets and enjoyed the traditional boat parade. The Thunder on Cocoa Beach event is not just about the racing, but a celebration of the powerboating way of life as teams, families and spectators joined in the fun with street parties and concerts. The busy race day kicked off with the bracket classes racing in monohulls. Bracket Class 600 went to driver Michael McColgan, and on throttle, Francis Filuto Jr. in Rum Runners. Bracket Class 700 went to Brian Guy and Julian Maldonado in Jackhammer. The win in Bracket Class 500 went to Robert and Vincent Winowski in Bronx Phantom. Winners in the Bracket Class 400 were Dean Staleman and Nate Hunt in the Predator Staleman Motorsports boat. Bracket Class 300 went to Jimmy Jensen and Clyde Petty in the Rollin' Dirty Offshore Elite Home Game Rooms boat. The winning boat in Stock V was LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil, driven by Britt Lilly with Kevin Smith on throttle. Mod V went the way of Team Sunprint with Stephen Fairman and Steve Miklos in the boat. This year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XSs. This super competitive class features 28 to 32 foot catamarans with fully enclosed race canopies, and this year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XSs. There were 11 teams and 22 drivers and throttlemen racing at Cocoa Beach, with some experienced champions past and also some new faces in the mix. Last year's overall Superstock runner-up S1 CMR Racing is back on a brand new boat, with last year's champion Sean Torrente racing alongside teammate Sean Connor.
And we're at Cocoa Beach, first race of the season, first step in defending our national championship from last year, and we have a completely new Doug Wright 32 that we got about 3 weeks ago. Brand new 300Rs from Mercury Racing, which we're really excited about. 4 strokes have arrived in offshore, which is awesome, just like overseas. So for the last few years, we ran the 300 XS, which is a direct injected 2-stroke engine. Now what we have is a V8 4-stroke. It's a 4.6 liter, it has a lot more torque. And more than that, it's definitely a more reliable power head. and we're just really excited to get out there and race. It's a rough water race, and it's going to be challenging, and it's going to be a war of attrition to a point, and also managing the equipment to make sure you make it to the end.
Last year's championship-winning boat is this year racing as the number 14 Atlas Offshore Racing, with driver Tanner Lewis driving with throttleman Billy Moore.
Match made in heaven, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I've known Tanner for years.
And Billy, of course, no other person. I've had a lot of good experience with him in the boats, learned a lot as well working together with him, and I feel very confident and safe that we're going to take this to the next level.
Billy Moore is on double duty here, also throttling the Grade L 54 boat in the Super Cat class.
I will say, after running the bigger boats pretty much all my life and then getting into the stock class, the stock boat reacts very quickly and instantaneously to the sea condition. Where the big boat, a lot more weight, a lot more energy, it will kind of do some different things and let you know that something's going on, but you won't actually, say, crash it for a couple hundred yards away. Where this, it's like almost instantaneous. As soon as you start to feel something odd, it's almost instant that it can go bad.
Last year's overall number 5 finisher Jack Hammer had Reese Langheim driving alongside throttleman and team manager Ricky Maldonado in the number 42 boat.
We've been racing for 3 years in a row. We won 2 world championships already back-to-back with OPA. So we are very used to each other. We're like brothers now. So we talk every day. We make fun of us. I mean, all that stuff inside the boat. It gets heated sometimes. But that's part of racing, so it's just it's a communication game, to be honest with you.
Performance Boat Center had Myrick Coyle as driver alongside Rusty Williams on throttle, with driver Coyle also running the MCon boat.
We're fortunate enough, knock on wood, that we've podiumed every time that we've raced together. So we're going on 16 or 17 top 3s in a row. So that's a big thing that we'd like to keep up this weekend. Now that I talked about it, it might be the downfall, but
we're in it to win the national championship and then hopefully move on to the world championship. Last year we were able to clinch the world championship in Key West, and we were just barely squeezed out for the national championship.
The Superstock race was on. The starting lineup and pole position determined by lottery.
Basically do a lottery. I'm not good at those, so I had my new driver Sean Connor do it, and we pulled third, which is pretty good. So we start third. My old boat pulled pole position, so they're on pole, and we have LPC next to us on the inside, and Alan Lawn Care, who won this race last year, right outside of us. So it's going to be an interesting run down to the first corner. It should be really good.
Number 1. Yeah, we got lucky this time. Pulled it out. I was very fortunate. So we're going to take the inside pole. As long as we can set pace, I think we're going to be in good shape.
In our starting grid, we're going to be starting in the 8th position, which is pretty far out. Not the best that we wanted, but it's okay. This is not a race that you win in the first corner. You win it, at the end of the day. So we're here to win the championship at the end of the season, and that's the reason why we are going to push really hard today.
Ricky Maldonado's son Julian was also in the race, starting to his dad's left in Nighthawk Offshore Racing's Steel Industries boat number 3.
Strategy today is just finish the race more than anything, be competitive. If we get to the turn up front, we're going to battle, otherwise we're just going to maintain.
The Superstock fleet headed out into the circuit. New teams, new boats, new engines, ready for this 6th lap race for a total of 45 racing miles in very rough conditions. Green flag is up, the race is on. We see Torrente and Connor in the CMR boat pulling ahead to their starboard as CMR gets a great start in the opening straightaway. Atlas is leading, but look at Jack Hammer on the outside, gaining speed and starting to pull away. Team Allen gets squeezed and falls back as Canadian team Big East Construction also pulls away to their left. As CMR and LPC lock horns for the lead on the inside, Jackhammer, which started 8th, is pulling ahead of the field, with Ricky Maldonado's son Julian in the Nighthawk boat following suit. As the field of 11 boats enters the first turn of the race, those waves pose a daunting challenge. The fight for first is between Jackhammer and LPC, but Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters in the LPC boat have the inside lane advantage. Further back, Team Allen are in 5th, but the rookies from Nighthawk bump them down to 6th. It's neck and neck between Jackhammer and LPC, both boats running the new 4-stroke V8 Mercury 300s. Behind the lead boats, it's Atlas in 3rd. Huge hop from Atlas, that was close. Atlas stays on course and recovers, but they get overhauled by Team Allen, CMR and number 21 Performance Boat Center. Atlas dropping to 6th. The two-way battle for the lead between Jackhammer and LPC has pulled the boats far ahead of the field, and it's the Doug Wright-built LPC boat that gets the clear water and speed to pull away into the lead ahead of Jackhammer and their victory hull, as they head inshore with the waves behind them this time. And in 3rd place is the rookie team, Nighthawk. What a race for them so far, as they leave more experienced teams like Allen in 4th, Atlas 5th, and CMR 6th behind them. In 7th position, it's the Performance boat, and then in 8th, it's the Canadians of Big East. Out in the lead is LPC going down that inshore straightaway. And there is Jackhammer, almost as if out of nowhere. Reese Langheim and Ricky Maldonado thunder away on the far outside. It's Jackhammer that pulls away into the lead, and they take that northern corner ahead of LPC. Team Allen doesn't let up in the battle for 3rd, chasing Nighthawk hard and literally eating their spray. But Nighthawk can only hang on for so long as the experienced Team Allen pulls ahead and grabs 3rd place on the turn. Further back, it's Atlas pushing up and locking horns with CMR in a fight for 5th. And Atlas does it. They move up to 5th as CMR struggles. Out in the lead, huge air for Jackhammer as they come crashing down. LPC just behind them, pushing for the lead, but this time Jackhammer has the inside line. LPC finds the speed on the outside to surge ahead of Jackhammer as they reclaim the lead once again in a cat and mouse chase. In 3rd is Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping. In 4th, it's Nighthawk Steel Industries. 5th place for Atlas. The drama continues up front as Jackhammer and LPC go head-to-head in a 3.5-mile drag race. And they collide, but LPC gets the better of Jackhammer as Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters pull ahead and snatch the lead, leaving Jackhammer in their spray. But LPC looks like they're in trouble. They go wide and lose pace quickly. Jackhammer sees their opportunity and pounce. LPC recover, but it's too late as the lead changes yet again and Jackhammer take charge. In a fight for 5th, it's a duel between number 21 Performance Center and number 89 Big East Construction, which is on the outside squeezing out Nighthawk. Performance moves up on 4th place Atlas and passes them as Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams snatch 4th place in the Performance boat. Performance is just 1 place away from a podium finish, if they can catch up with Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping. Meanwhile, the Canadians of Big East Construction find their groove and overhaul Atlas, who are bumped down to 6th. Big East going hard and strong with their 2-stroke.
Cocoa Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. I am Mike Yawoski, Matt Trulio now, joined by Mark Granite. We finally got our 3rd microphone set up. Let's run through our sponsors real quick. Of course, this could never happen without the help of all the local sponsors here in Cocoa Beach. Keltec. A big thank you to Keltec for sponsoring our presenting sponsorship here. Thunder on Cocoa Beach could not happen without the support of great sponsors like Keltec. Make sure to look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 and Class 1 offshore racing. Sea Ray Powerboats, the official pace boat for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Butt Racks, CMR Construction and Roofing, Cape Marina, X Insurance. Visit spacecoast.com, Good Boy Vodka, Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, Mercury Racing, JT Social Bar located inside the La Quinta Inn, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Cocoa Beach Fish Camp, Golf and Gator, Direct Graphics, Controls on Demand, Boat and Motor Superstore, and AmVet Concrete Coating, and IMCON providing all of our communication services for P1 Offshore. Supercat is coming out. Let's take a look at the race course real quick. as it's kind of dynamic here. You run down the beach, you make one hard right-hand turn, come in. There's your dog leg mark right there. That left really plays into how these guys go through this course.
Absolutely. Listen, Mike, this course, while it may look simple, is not simple. What you can't see from this graphic is the swell coming in. There's a 2 to 3 foot swell that's coming in.
Yep.
So as they navigate these turns, the boats are going to begin to transition from being running in the swell to running against it.
Yep.
And then running with it, which they're going to take flyers on the turns. And that's where you're going to see the passes in this race.
Yep, and here's some groundswell coming in right now. Matt and I were talking about on the break.
Guys, talk to me about conditions as opposed to yesterday. What do you see out there?
I see really what is ideal offshore racing water. It has a bit of a challenge because you do have to navigate the swell out there. You're going to see very high speeds, which is what we all want to see, and it really is going to take talent to be able to navigate this course properly.
Well, this is just a straight roller. No chop on top of this roller. There's very little breeze. Yesterday, Mark, we had the breeze coming on shore. It was tending to push things up a little bit, make it a little bit rougher, so don't have that here today. Of course, you saw the Monster Mile. The Monster Mile is a good reference point for us on the course, kind of telling you where people are and distance they're running, speeds they're running. We'll incorporate more in the Monster Mile as the season goes on to help the teams out with some incentives for points and financial purposes. Thanks to Monster Energy for sponsoring the Monster Mile.
Yeah, it's also a hot day, so there's a lot of humidity up there. It looks like a beautiful day out at the beach is what we want to see.
It's hot but beautiful.
It is, and there's a little bit more air density, which is going to pull back some of the performance from the motors. But these guys are dialed in the Mercury Racing QCV4 engines can make their own adjustments to it. So excuse me, on the Supercats, they're running the 509.
Yep, naturally aspirated carbureted
motors.
So talking to Tyler Crockett about Britt Lilly and his new motor package, the jetting they had to do to dyno it in Michigan. Then they sent the motor to Maryland, had to rejet in Maryland to test in Maryland. And then when they sent it down to Marathon 2 weeks ago, they had to rejet when they got done to Marathon because of the different elevation changes and temperature changes, the humidity changes, all the way down. I mean, they followed it down the coast basically to rejet when they got down to Marathon.
Listen,
so
you see that in drag racing. You see it in a lot of motorsports, and especially with these types of engines. They have to do this. They're not just thinking about propellers. They're not just thinking about how they're going to set up and where they're going to put the weight in the boat, but they also have to look at how they're going to optimize their engine performance.
Nope, you're exactly correct. You saw the X Insurance helicopter flyby, aerial coverage provided by X Insurance. Go to xinsurance.tv for more information. Umbrella coverage, insurance for all of your needs. Unfortunately, the X Insurance boat not here this weekend. Good Boy Vodka X Insurance. The MTI is still waiting to get done. Hope to see that boat in Sarasota on July 4th. That will be our next stop for the P1 Class 1 Series. Beautiful Sarasota, Florida. You talk about a hot race. Ooh. That is a hot one. That is a scorcher down there in Sarasota, but we look forward to going back. Go to P1Offshore.com. Follow P1 Offshore on Facebook and on Instagram as we get ready to go racing Super Cat style. Boats are coming up on plane. That means the green flag is going to get ready to drop somewhere within that Monster Mile.
We've got unbelievable crowds on this beach. This is going to be quite a show for everybody who's come out to watch this. Thank you very much for being with us on this live stream.
So they drew position for poles this morning after the drivers' meeting. Liquor Split. John Paul Edmonds and Jim McIntyre are going to be on the pole. Number 2 is going to be Dirty Money Racing, Jason Ventura, Billy Pyburn. Number 3 is going to be CR Racing, Fish Lips, Rob Understall, Casey Boaz. 4th place is going to be Clovar, number 22, Randy Keys, Billy Allen. In that 5th place spot, look for NZ11 Pro Floors Valder Yachts, Wayne Valder, Grant Bruggerman. Number 6, MCon Monster, Myrick Coyle, and Tyler Miller. They're going to be in that 6th lane. 88, Roland Transport, SV Offshore, Matt Jaminski and Vinny Diorio. Number 54, Great L, CJ Grant Racing, Chris Grant, Billy Moore. And then number 5, WHM Motorsports, Jay Muller, Billy Moth, the seasoned veteran, to say the least. 46 years Billy Moth's been racing boats.
We're looking for rooster tails out here, guys. These guys are lined up very, very nicely. Everybody's doing the right thing here. They're giving each other some space. It's coming up. Everybody's starting to get antsy. You're starting to see it. You're going to see these tails come up here shortly.
All right, still under a yellow flag. Let's go racing. Supercat style. Green flag is up. Rooster tails are going.
Let's go racing.
We're going racing in Supercat 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Liquor Split, Dirty Money.
Looks like WHM way on the inside over here on the outside. He's going to run up the beach. You got to make sure he doesn't get caught up in that swell.
Clovar's already in a bad spot. They're getting sprayed down just a little bit already. That's Valder Yacht CR Racing.
It's tight.
Kind of be hard to tell who's going to be in the lead. They just entered the Monster Mile, which means they're going to come off the finish line. Look at that start by Dirty Money, though. Dirty Money, CR Racing, out to the early lead. Here comes MCon Monster Energy on the outside. The outer limits on the outside of that group. Graydale way behind. Graydale, your winner from last year, remember. Billy and Chris went with a rough water setup, and it paid off in 2022. Let's go into the first corner.
MCon is just pulling ahead right now. These guys are hauling the mail right now. They are really, really putting it to it. Everybody is so tight. They're coming up on turn number 1. It is going to be unbelievable. Watch this closely.
Here comes MCon on the outside. Valder Yachts now on the inside. They make a move for second. CR Racing's got to be careful. They could get pinched if they're not careful in that group, get sprayed down with the salt water. Not good for the equipment. Dirty Money on the inside. There is Valder Yachts. There is MCon Monster.
Remember, everybody has to hold their lane. Hold their lane. If they don't hold their lane, they could be in trouble. You might get a penalty. Depends on how they're watching it, but everybody's got to hold their lane through this turn.
Well, and you can see Angel 1 up above them. That's exactly what they're doing. Make sure everybody holds their lane. CR Racing had to fall off quite a bit. Probably got some nasty water in there. Dirty Money now takes the lead back. Valder Yachts now in second. MCon Monster in third. Dirty Money, the inside lane paint off. They were able to scrub off a little bit more speed, but ran the shorter distance and were able to take the lead. Valder Yachts on the outside of that group. MCon Monster now in third out on the outside of this group.
These guys have got to make up some time here. See, you can come in really, really quick, but if you don't set up for that turn and you get a bad wake in front of you, you could end up in trouble and you could lose some boat lanes.
Well, and now that they're out of that turn, Matt, they can go wherever they want now. It's full course range. Shut the door, slam the door, close the door, whatever you want to call it. Now these boys are going to start racing. It's a tight battle. These top 4 boats, you can throw a blanket over top of them. I expect this to shake out a lot as we go through this left-hand
right.
dog leg.
Oh, he took MCon just took a flyer way on the outside out there. Right now, you're going to see these boats start to search for some clean water and find their speed. You got a battle of Graydale and MCon on the outside. It looks like it is hot. The problem they're going to have here with Graydale is he's going to get up on this left-hand turn on the dog leg here, and he's going to get pinched.
Valder Yachts goes to the inside of Dirty Money. Dirty Money, a former steel boat. In fact, the first steel boat that J.R. Noble ever built.
That's right.
That 388 Skater. Valder Yachts to the inside. Not sure why Dirty Money is so far out there, but I think it's going to cost them some ground. They're going to have to come back in to go back left around. Valder Yachts in the lead. MCon Monster in second. Let's see if Dirty Money holds in third.
I think he just missed that
I
pin.
think he might have missed that dog leg.
He missed that dog leg out
there. The way he is out there, he missed that dog leg, so that's going to be an infraction for a missed buoy.
Yep.
There's no way that he hit that with where those other boats are going. Oh, and it looks like he missed that one, too. He was the inside of that one, too. Not sure if maybe Dirty Money has some issues right now or something, but they've missed two course markers on the first lap.
Well, it is their first race together.
It is their first race together.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, sometimes these course markers can blend in. There's a little bit of a haze out there as your thing. Remember, when people are running and there's all sorts of haze from the engines and the water puts a little bit on there. No, it seems like it seems like it's simple to see, but
now, while this is their first race together, Jason Ventura and Billy Pyburn are no rookies to the sport of offshore powerboat racing, to offshore Billy Pyburn, of course, pure platinum skater edition boat, some of the prettiest skaters you've ever seen built.
And fastest.
And fastest. Jason Ventura Marine, based out of Pompano Beach, Florida.
Pro Floors just swung this wide out here. They
don't want to get mixed up with Dirty Money. They know that Dirty Money's done something weird. I think they just want to go to the outside. They want to have clean water. MCon Monster now is going to be to the inside of this. It's interesting to see Dirty Money still out there because they're kind of going to have a factor, I think, on this race, almost more like lap traffic now at this point. A little bit of a hop there by MCon Monster as they get ready to enter that Monster Mile. This is going to be complete lap number 1 of 9, 62 miles here on this 6.9-mile course. As we see Valder Yachts, they are currently in the lead.
I'll tell you what, these guys have really, really got their setups right. Look how level the boats are flying. This has got, remember, there's a 2 to 3 foot side swell that's coming in. While they're running fast inside the swell, look how balanced the boat looks.
Flat as can be.
They're just tapping on the top. So that's where you're really going to make up the speed. The propellers are in the water. They're not flying out. They've got the bow down right, just hovering over there, and the water's breaking off the transom.
The fun part about Valder Yachts is that's the oldest boat in this class. That is the old Reliable Carriers boat. It became the Spirit of Qatar boat for a little bit.
Goodness, yeah.
It became
hard to remember that. That's true.
But that's actually the oldest boat in the fleet. They took it to Wayne Bowder, has owned it for a few years now. He took it over to Grant Bruggerman at Grant Signature Racing over in Bradenton, Florida, and they've been able to make miracles happen considering they're racing against a boat that's 2 or 3 years old, and they're out there beating them.
Was that the boat that went over in St. Clair, the orange one, the last one he built?
Yep.
Wow. I remember when that happened.
Yep, that was the Steve
wild
Curtis boat. So there is Dirty Money, but remember, they are not in the lead. Well, I wouldn't say they're in the... Well, let's say this. Unofficially, they're in the lead at this point, even though they did miss 2 buoys. They missed the dog leg, and then they missed turn number 5. Actually, number 6, rather. Valder Yachts in second. MCon Monster unofficially in third. So you got a skater, MTI skater. Of course, MCon Monster Energy, the newest skater out here on the race course, entering the second year of competition.
Yeah, I'm not really even sure that they know that they have missed these buoys. The best thing they can do is just hold to the outside and let this clean race, this battle up front. Look at Performance really, really pushing up on the outside now. He's trying to find some clean water. He wants to get set up on the inside for this dogleg turn. The more he can shove his nose up there, the more he's going to be able to hold position.
MCon Monster now is going to be on the inside of the dogleg as they jog back left. That should give him second place. Look how wide they're running, trying to stay in clean water. Don't get caught up in those rooster tails. Dirty Money could pinch down. And there's a big seaweed patch out there, too. They're going to have to start contending with that just as well. You pointed that out, Mark, as they were coming out and running down the beach. There's a lot of seaweed starting to blow up the course.
These guys have got to steer clear of that. They will suck right into your strainers. It will overheat a motor so fast, and they're all running through this patch. I'm just not sure that they can see it from the angle that they're running in.
And it's got to be at least a boat length long.
It's a 100-foot patch of sargassum weed, and I just don't think they can see it.
MCon made the move to the inside through the dogleg, so they should have taken second place over from Valder Yachts. Dirty Money again, Matt and Mark. Dirty Money way to the outside. They almost did a 90-degree turn out of that dogleg. Now they're going to have to swing back in. Maybe now they realize it. Oh, look at this battle here, though. This is great going into turn number 6. There's Dirty Money on the outside. There is MCon Monster Energy. Where did Valder Yachts go? They were right there behind MCon Monster.
And we got a battle up here at the front here. That position, that Performance boat positioned himself to the inside now, and he's coming up on the final turn, and he should be in position to turn hard, get straight.
There's Valder Yachts. They have dropped way back now. They were right up there with MCon Monster. Maybe they got hosed down just a little bit. Hard to say. There is Dirty Money and MCon Monster. Remember, Dirty Money, we do know, and it's been confirmed they did miss buoy, so there will be an infraction for that. We'll have to see what it does. But Monster MCon's going to make a move on the inside, and they should be able to take away the lead. Here comes Valder Yachts, though, back into the mix.
Yeah, Performance has got a nice, clear, open inside line up the straightaway. This is the absolute, for a racer, this is the absolute best position that you can be in. You control the race course from here.
Now, you're not battling with anybody behind you. You're not racing side by side anymore. So you're just going to keep increasing your speed.
That's correct. You can begin to set up your apex so you're entering the turn and being able to exit the turn at the highest speed possible. So you're going to see him begin to move out, set up his turn for turn number 1, and breeze into that, get straight, and make the most speed possible through the turn.
MCon Monster Energy enters the Monster Energy Mile here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. This should complete lap number 2 of 9. Here goes Dirty Money. We should see Valder Yachts come in. A little bit better than back in the field. That's WHM and SV Offshore Roland Transport, the only outer limits in the class. And then the KG veteran Billy Moff, a little bit of a hop there, set back down on the tail.
Yeah, MCon is just right on the transom. He is in perfect position now. If he can hold this, he can take this race.
Mike, you mentioned Billy Moff earlier at 46 years. You know, Jay Muller has been his throttle man for 18 years.
Yep. And I still think that Jay Muller is probably one of the most underrated throttlemen in the world. I mean, he's a flashy guy if you know him, but he's not a Johnny Tomlinson or, he is as good, I believe, and as good as a Billy Moore. But I just think he's one of the most underrated guys in the sport. So
he's only flashy around his people, but on the outside, he's a pretty low key guy if you meet him.
In New Jersey,
Roland Transport, the outer limits versus WHM number 5, the skater. This is back in the pack for Super Cat. Our second race of 4 today. This should complete lap number 2 of 9. MCon Monster should still be in the lead. Dirty Money in second. Valder Yachts now a distant third. About a rooster tail length between 1 and 2 in Super Cat.
Yeah, but Grant's got the experience. He knows it's at this point he's going to pace it out. He's going to find some clean water here down the back stretch, and he's going to he's going to just eke away. This MTI is a tremendous turning boat. It is a tremendous turning boat. You can do amazing things with those MTIs on a sharp turn. They will turn on a dime.
And I got to give hats off to Billy and Jason. I mean, even though there may be some questions about missing some buoys, they're fast. And they were fast from the start of the race. I mean, they were right up there mixing with the rest of these boats. So they obviously have the speed. We know that's a very fast boat. Jason Ventura did a lot of work to it. If you look up to it closely, he painted it. It looks great. So just a fantastic job. We hope we hope this team can continue improving the excess. But MCon Monster Energy is picking up right where they left off last year.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, they're still blasting through this sargassum weed thing. As they go through, you see a giant yellow roost come up from each boat that's flying through there. I'm surprised that we haven't seen anything overheat at this point.
Valder Yachts, Matt, according to the timing and scoring, about 5 seconds behind our 1 and 2 boats, less than a second separating 1 and 2. Now, this could be a time infraction. We will check with race control after this race, see what the penalty could be incurred there for missing the buoy. MCon Monster sets it down to number 6. They go in, they turn right. There goes Dirty Money. Valder Yachts just still kind of behind this group, maybe letting this see where these guys go, letting it settle out, see what happens. Maybe the setup will come to Grant and Wayne a little bit later in the race.
Listen, it looks like it's about 6-7 boat lengths, but really it's only about 4 to 5 seconds, right? It's not that big. One little bit of a slide, a missed turn, everything, and Grant is good enough. He's going to make up that time. He's going to put in 2 boat lengths, and I've seen him and I've raced against him. You can't count him out. He's somebody who's so consistent. Just the way he rigs his boats, the way he's consistent. That's experience.
It's great what he did with that MTI. I remember he put NASCAR gauges in there that are backlit, so when it hits the rev limiter stuff, the gauge lights change color. Oh, it's so cool. Nerdy stuff like that I really enjoyed. Number 06, MCon Monster continues to lead. Dirty Money in second. Valder Yachts in third, and I believe that CR Racing in fourth. Looked like Graydale in fifth. Clovar in sixth. Yep, SV Offshore in 7th, WHM in 8th, and Liquor Split in 9th. Running at your top 9 here. MCon Monster enters that Monster Mile one more time. This will complete lap number 3, entering lap number 4.
And you can just tell the work they have done on that boat, just the testing as it just dances across the water there. It's going to be such a difficult boat to beat. You know, when you're up against somebody who is like that, who's put in the time, it is very, 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 very difficult to catch them.
But for a rookie team to be running in second, giving all that's going on, that's a lot to be said for that Dirty Money team. As you know, they're still trying to figure each other out. They have a lot of experience running a boat together. Jason and Billy do, but never racing together. And of course, everything changes in a race away from a poker run. Of course, this boat with the brand new look for 2023. Monster only supposed to jump on with the Class 1 boat, but Tyler Miller and Lindsay Miller, Lindsay Miller, we have to shout out, happy birthday, Miss Miller. Today is her birthday, so happy birthday to team manager Lindsay Miller. She's the one that makes the props go round on this whole thing.
Yeah, Lindsay definitely has some decision-making power.
I think so. So there goes MCon. They continue to lead. MCon Monster continues to lead. Dirty Money in second. Valder Yachts in third. CR in fourth. Graydale in fifth. Clovar in sixth. All going through your screen right there.
We got WHM in seventh.
Now MCon is starting to open up a little bit. MCon Monster is starting to pull away a little bit more. Remember, it was less than a second lead. Now, according to time and scoring, we're up to about a 3.75 second lead over Dirty Money. So
yeah.
It's much easier to race when you have that clean water. When you have clean water, you're able to really, really make up time and add time to your lap speeds.
Now, Graydale may be starting to catch CR. They are about a rooster tail length behind. This would be a battle for fourth in Supercat. Had to jump back outside through the rooster tail there. Always kind of a tricky thing to do for various reasons. First off, it'll lift the boat more than you want it to, and you might get sprayed down with some salt water, and salt water gets on electrical connections. You can have all kinds of issues.
You know, I talked to their throttle man this morning, Billy Moore, and he's very happy that this is a very smooth water race for Cocoa Beach. Simply because they're headed to the lake race in 2 weeks, and he's worried about beating up his equipment, and he thinks he'll beat it up less in these kinds of conditions.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
No, he's got a fast boat. He knows how to run this thing. He's also an experienced racer that understands that you've got to balance out how hard you push these things. Remember, offshore racing is not just about how fast you go. It's about how long you can go fast. We've seen how many races where somebody is all the way out, and come the last lap or last couple of laps, you run into an issue.
Yeah.
Well, Graydale, your winner here last year after a very sudden setup change by Billy Moore. He'll tell you the story and say they looked out and they went, you know what, we're going to change our setup. We're going to go for a rough water setup. It paid off. They were your winners
Big
here in 2023. So MCon Monster continues to lead in Supercat. Dirty Money in second. Valder Yachts in third. CR in fourth, but they may have to start contending with Graydale.
And let's just do a reminder to everybody that the Dirty Money boat did miss 2 buoys. They wouldn't be in the position that they're in had they been in with the pack and had to make it. They missed the buoys, went straight through them. So I'd probably see them down farther into the pack should they have navigated those buoys correctly.
Maybe, but I would tend to agree with you, but I'm also going to say MCon's not pulling away from them. I mean, they're right there with MCon. So I think they're as fast as these top 3 boats are. So, while they did miss the buoy, there's going to be some sort of infraction for that. That boat looks really, really good. for a brand new team who didn't get to race 2 weeks ago in Marathon.
Yeah, no question that the boat seems to be running right now, but once again, you got to navigate the course. And if you don't navigate the course and you put yourself into a position, they have got to contend with, back in the pack, you're going to have to contend with more wakes, choppier water, and you're going to have to be able to do it. This setup, as we see it now, it is what it is.
Yep.
But I want to note that those guys did miss 2 key buoys, which are difficult to make it and slow the boat down considerably
100%.
as you're going through it.
100%. Valder Yacht still in third, just to the right of your screen. This will complete lap number 4, start lap number 5 of this Super Cat race there. You see the finish line marker. Beautiful 388 skater, new scheme on it. Of course, racing for Jamie. Jamie was Tyler's sister, who passed away from cancer a few years ago, so they always want to keep Jamie on the side of the boat and keep her in their memory. But these guys will be pulling double duty very quickly, very shortly after this. They're going to hop in their brand new 42 skater and come out and run Class 1 for the very first time after getting that boat complete just about a week ago. Matt, the truck even broke down on the way down here. It was even late getting here because they had mechanical issues with the truck. So it's just been a stressful weekend for the MCon team in this new program.
But I'll tell you what, the double duty that these guys are going to pull is going to help them tremendously as they get in. They know what to expect. They may even you may even see them make a gear change or an adjustment to their setup based on their knowledge of what's going on out on the course today. So you probably see those guys waiting to put the MCon boat in till last so they can make any adjustments that they need to.
Well, you guys have raced here. I've just covered this race for a long time. This has to be the smoothest water I've ever seen in Cocoa Beach.
I think this is some of the flattest. I mean, this is flat calm for an ocean race.
Yeah, definitely.
For Cocoa Beach, but they're still taking flyers.
There's some taking flyers. But if you went with a big water setup thinking it was going to blow up and bump up on you, it definitely did not do that. We are looking at the MTI of Valder Yacht. See, now they come out of that turn, and it looks like Dirty Money makes up some ground, so they close in a little bit. Yeah.
Quite a bit of ground.
They were about a rooster tail length behind, now just with inside a rooster tail length behind, so maybe able to carry a little bit more speed through that corner.
So MCon's running Sterlings.
Yep.
And then Dirty Money is running
HRE.
HRE, and I don't remember the full name.
And Valder is running Kazi's.
Yep.
So you got 3 engine manufacturers here that are truly battling each other. They are fighting it out there, and each one makes a fantastic engine.
No doubt.
And each of these engines have to be built to a specific specification. The top 3 players will be teched afterwards, and if there's an infraction or if there's something that is out of the normal, then there'll be a penalty issued.
Of course, give a shout out to Bo Renfro, actually the owner of Dirty Money
Correct.
Racing. Bo, not in the boat, hired Jason and Billy. Bo and Jason go back a long way. Jason's taken care of Bo's boats for such a long time. The Dirty Money skater that he owns with the 700s, orange and white and black boat. So that's actually where it comes from. And I wanted to step up this game this year and go offshore powerboat racing. So he's doing it. And his team, given their course navigation discrepancies, are doing a great job at, keeping one of the fastest boats, if not the fastest boat in the class, in check.
This is the former Still boat.
Yes, this is Steel number 1. Graydale is Steel number 2.
Yeah, I ran that boat in Key West this past year.
Yes, because you ran it as Justice League.
Justice League,
yep.
That's right.
With Bobby Adams. Yep.
Right, yep.
So MCon Monster continues to lead as they exit the corner. This will complete lap number 5, going into lap number 6 of 9. On this 6.9-mile course, they'll exit this turn, enter the Monster Mile.
It's a bit of an optical illusion. It may seem like these guys are swinging wide on these turns, but they're making a natural arc through the turn. So just don't think, why are these guys swinging wide? They're coming into the turns at 125, 30 miles an hour, and that's the natural arc.
Well, and halfway through the turns, they're actually trimming the drives up on these boats. These boats don't have any turbochargers, no superchargers. It's all naturally aspirated, all carbureted motors. So they don't have a whole lot of punch, a whole lot of acceleration. So they'll come halfway through. They'll start trimming up their drives. They want to get the RPMs as much as they can. As the boat starts to lift and come down the straightaway, they'll start to trim the drives just ever so slightly until they feel the boat kind of hook up and go.
Gentlemen, what kind of speeds are we seeing down the straights?
I'm going to say you're probably seeing, with this chop and this thing, you're probably seeing a high 120s, maybe mid to high 120s in these boats.
I would go along with that.
And then through the turns?
Through the turns, you're going to, depending on how hard you're going to do it, if you're pinning. These turns with this kind of chop, it'll be very difficult to do a super high-speed turn, right? You get off one of those waves sideways, you're turning into it, and you could flop her over there. But I would say the turns you're going to probably see in the mid-80s to mid-90s.
I would have given it 90 to 100 to go through the turns. But taking a look a little further back in the pack, here is CR Racing and Graydale. Rob Understall and Casey Boaz in CR Fish Lips, and Chris Grant and Billy Moore in Graydale.
The CR Racing had such good success in Superstock class.
They did.
This is a nice evolution for them.
They did.
We're going to miss them.
They
from
also
that class.
they also had a lot of bad luck in Superstock
Yes,
too.
they did.
Yeah, they definitely had their moments. And I thought at one point I heard they were going to build a 450 boat, but then they stepped up and bought that. And of course, that is the former Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's skater of Performance Boat Center, driven by Myrick Coyle and throttled by Johnny Tomlinson. A very successful boat,
2
a very
world
fast
titles.
boat. Yep.
I think 2015, 2016.
Yep.
And notice how MCon just gets that rooster tail down as soon as they come out of the turn. He is getting level, bam, and now he's in high-speed mode.
Getting some good aerial footage by the X Insurance helicopter. Go to xinsurance.tv for all of your insurance needs. Graydale's looking around CR, Mark. They're trying to find something that CR is doing. They're not really within striking distance, but they're starting to look for some sort of a mistake.
Yeah, he's looking for a hole. He's trying to find this. He's probably going to swing to the outside of his wake here. He needs some clean water, and he did just like that. This is going to be probably his easiest move here. Find this, find some clean water, see if he can make up a boat length or two to come up there. If he can't, he's got to cross over earlier to apex the next turn faster, right? It's a constant visualization inside the cockpit of where can I make up that boat length, and that's what Billy is doing right now. He's just trying to hit boat length, base hit, base hit, base hit.
Of course, Billy Moore's dad is Bobby Moore, the guy who actually invented the throttle-man position in offshore powerboat racing some years ago, working with Don Aronow at the Cigarette Factory and down in South Florida, down in Miami, down there at Thunderboat Row. So Billy comes from a good heritage of throttlemen, a good pedigree of throttlemen, let's say.
The best.
The best.
Yeah, but Billy's made his own mark.
He has,
he's kind of had to live
100%,
under the cloud of the legend, right? Yep. And he's made his own mark. He's stuck with it. It hasn't been an easy ride for Billy. Billy has gone through so many trials and tribulations to earn the reputation that he has.
Now this is a brand new
and
team
it's
we're
well
looking at
deserved.
here. Yep, you're right. Clovar, Randy Keys, and Billy Allen. Billy Allen ran Superstock yesterday at Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. Of course, Randy Keys last year ran the 450 class against Taylor Sissom and Johnny Tomlinson and CG Racing and the other 450 teams. Randy decided, you know what, I really like it. I want to go do Supercat. He bought that boat. That boat has changed hand a few times. Used to be Dependable Marine. It's actually one of two 4-person skater catamarans out there on the race course. Back to the front, though. MCon Monster in first, Dirty Money in second. You know, Dirty Money, they're not giving up. I mean, they're trying their heart out to do everything they can, and it looks like they may have closed the gap just a bit.
Yeah, well, you also have to know that they know that Dirty Money's missed these buoys, and they also know that they've got a 16-second split from the last lap off of Vardy Yachts. So you're going to see him run a little bit more conservative. When you have that kind of split off of them, you know your guys are telling you from the beach, hey, we've got 15 seconds on these guys. You're not going to be sitting on all the way on the edge. You'll see them tighten it up a little bit, a little more conservative, very, very clear in the way they make their turns.
And it looks like to me MCon Monster just has a long, good straightaway setup because they're losing a little bit of time in the turns, but then they just take it away in the straightaways. Yep. You saw that distance there as they're getting ready to exit the Monster Mile. MCon just pulls on the straights. MCon Monster is just pulling them out on the straights.
Absolutely.
It's really, really good. A little bit further back in the pack, CR Racing. Graydale still going at it. Clovar was starting to come up into this battle just a little bit. CR Racing, the other 4-person skater. Beautiful boat. Looks just like their Superstock boat, actually. Graphics are almost exactly the same. And there goes Graydale. So this should wrap up lap number 6, start lap number 7 of Supercat. This is the second race of the day. Next up, we're going to have Class 1, the big boys. And if you watched qualifying yesterday, it was pretty exciting with some very tight times. However, 222 Offshore Australia is going to have the pole in the Class 1 race coming up. And then right after that, we're going to have the 450 class. And we've got 5 teams in the 450 class this weekend. So it's very exciting to get to finally call a race with some competition. Of course, Taylor and Johnny. Taylor not here this weekend. Here at the 25th anniversary celebration of MTI, who just launched their brand new 480.
That's correct.
I'll tell you what, the race that's going on in 5th, 6th, and 4th, 5th, and 6th is an incredible race.
So that's going to be between CR, Graydale, and Clovar.
Clovar is on the hunt. They're pushing. This is a great race. If we can get the camera focused on it, these guys are not that far. The split is within 2-3 seconds of these guys of each other, and they're pushing each other tremendously.
Such a cool shot of the X Insurance helicopter in tow of MCon, just down below the Rooster Tail. You've flown in the helicopter for him. I've flown in the helicopter for him. It's a pretty exciting time to be that close.
When you're in that helicopter, it's a rush.
Exactly.
It's a huge rush. You're usually mic'd and you're bouncing off engine noise.
Oh yeah, and you're hanging out by a seatbelt. Oh yeah, it's
pretty crazy.
Look, check this race out here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I'm telling you, it is. These guys are all right within 3 seconds of each other, and they're just looking for a hole.
Chris Grant out of Canada in that number 54 skater, Graydale Hull. Fun note about Chris Grant is he actually donated plywood to Fort Myers after the hurricane.
Oh, I forgot how much it was. It was 40. I think it was about 42,000 square feet.
Yeah, it was a tremendous amount of plywood. He owns a construction company up there in Canada. There is Clovar. You know, I was talking to Randy about this yesterday. Go look at that boat closely, and they did such a great job of tying what I felt to be a very odd color combination. It was the shell color from back in the Formula One days.
Yes.
But that boat looks really, really good. And his graphic designer, his wrap guy, said, let me just put some color on the side of it and see what you think. And he did it, and it came out perfect. The boat looks great. And
beautifully visible, too.
Oh, totally.
It's a bit like the
Mystic. It runs the speed run out at the lake.
Are you talking about
ethanol?
American Ethanol.
Yeah. Doesn't it have that yellow in it?
Yeah, it does have a touch of yellow in it. I want to go back to something for a second. I mean, no matter how it turns out for Jason Ventura and Bill Pyburn in Dirty Money, they've run an incredible first race. And I know
100%.
they have tons of cockpit experience together, just not in racing conditions. So they did miss buoys. No question about that.
Well, they're sandwiched between two veteran teams. So they could walk away from this and say, okay, we know our setup ran between two of the fastest teams out there.
Yes.
We know this is a good setup for this type of water. This water is going to be very similar to what we see in Sarasota at our next stop on July 4th. That is the next stop on the APABA National Series, although Mark said some teams are going to Lotto in a couple of weeks. A lot of these teams call Lake of the Ozarks home, so they're going to go out and race in front of their hometown fans.
It's hard for them not to.
100%. Lotto's a beautiful place. I love getting to go to Lake of the Ozarks.
Their fans support them, and they want to support their fans, so they will haul boats.
It's a big weekend. It's the beginning of summer. Everybody is lived through those 9 months of cold winter up in the Midwest out there, and they're ready for summertime. So it's a big show.
Should be 2 laps remaining here in Super Cat. MCon Monster continues to lead. Dirty Money in second. Valder Yachts in third. So everybody's asked about the Valder Yachts thing. So actually, you should be called Pro Floors, owned by Wayne Valder. And Valder Yachts is a yacht company that Wayne started. It's a hydrofoil yacht that he has built, and he actually brought one over here to the States. They bought a house in Fort Lauderdale, and they have it sitting there on the docks. And he said, mate, we're probably going to run to the Bahamas come Monday or Tuesday of next week.
52-foot catamaran hull-based power cruiser
with hydrofoils.
Yeah, with hydrofoils.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
If you go, when they changed to Valder Yachts, I went back on YouTube and looked up Valder Yachts. There's some really good information about the boat. They did a couple of reviews.
It's a good website.
Oh yeah,
it's very informative.
Yep.
So if you take a look, Graydale's looking. They're running good. They're running a little loose. He's trying to find some speed here. He's taking some flyers. The water's breaking in the right place right there. It just seems like he's just a little short on that top end. He just does not able to find the speed that he's going to need to catch up there.
For
sure. Just doesn't look quite as fast as you watch the MCon boats and the Valverde boats.
Speaking of good websites, speedonthewater.com. Matt Trulio, Jason Johnson, good friends for many, many years. Go to speedonthewater.com, get your swag, get your Year in Review magazine, get all the latest stories, keep up with the happenings.
Speed on the water. I've got to write that down.
Well, thank you for the plug.
I haven't been there.
I know Jason does as well.
MCon Monster continues to lead. Dirty Money in second. Valder Yachts in third. Not much has changed. These boats have kind of settled into a rhythm, kind of settled into a pace. As Clovar is still trying to hunt down Graydale, and Graydale is still trying to hunt down CR Racing, who currently sits in fourth. This is fourth, fifth, and sixth we're looking at. So about a 5-second lead for MCon over Dirty Money, and now Valder Yachts is about 18 seconds back. Of course, Valder Yachts had a mechanical problem in Marathon, and even though they didn't race in Marathon because of conditions and in weather, Valder Yachts wouldn't have been able to race because of their mechanical issue. So this is really the first this is the first race for all the Super Cats. Some of the teams got to test down there, but nobody got to race. So
yeah, I think that at this point in the race, Grant knows that he's not going to be catching MCon, so he's going to save the boat. He also knows that the boat in front missed the buoys, so he's a smart racer. He's going to back off a little bit. He's going to save the boat. He's going to take the second and move, add the points to the chase.
Yep. There is MCon Monster. They continue to lead. Dirty Money in second. This should be the start of the last lap for SuperCat. We'll wrap this race up. We'll take a short break, and then we will come back live with Class 1 racing from 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. Go to P1Offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite teams. Keep up with your schedule. Buy some swag. Follow us on Facebook and on Instagram. Look up P1 Offshore. Well, Myrick and Tyler, they're going to hop out of this boat and jump right into their brand new Class 1 skater with the 1100 Mercury Racing comp engines in it, and coming out here and dice it up with the big boys. A true international field.
I could certainly tell you that the next race won't be like this. He's going to have his work cut out for him. They're definitely going to have the work cut out for him. They've got a new boat. They've got to spend some time to kind of learning that boat, and they're going to be mixed up with some real heavy hitters out there.
There's a lot of experience in Class 1.
A lot of experience.
Tremendous amount of experience.
Yeah, if you just look at
Steve Curtis to Giovanni Carpatella, Darren Nicholson. I mean, they're
Johnny Tomlinson. I looked at the list there, and when I say championships,
it's a Hall of Fame.
There's
it's a freaking Hall of Fame.
I looked at the championships that each of the drivers and throttlemen have on there, and there's like 150 championships between them all.
But here's what I know. Tyler's dedication to this endeavor it's just unflagging.
Yeah, but that's how you get them.
10,000%.
That's how you get them. You just put the time in and those guys have the time and they've got the willpower to do it, and they got the determination.
It's going to take a lot.
CR Racing enters the Monster Mile one more time. I did not see the white flag on the finish line boat that time by, so this should be the start of the final lap here. It's always a little bit difficult to keep up with lap counts as our camera views jump around. You're watching the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec, coming to you from the beautiful beaches of Cocoa Beach, Florida. What a great venue this is. There it is. There's the white flag.
White flag's
all right.
out now.
So we are on the final lap for MCon Monster Energy in the lead.
You got a nice little battle here going on the end
Clovar
here.
and Great L kind of closing up a little bit.
Clovar is now 2 seconds, actually second and a half behind. So if Billy and Great L have backed out a little bit, they need to stay on it. They're looking to hold that P5 position.
Well, and if they're losing their setup, if their setup's coming away from Billy and Chris, then they're going to start to slow up, and Clovar could be coming into it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think I see these guys pushing harder. I see that Clovar is smelling them. They smell it, and Billy just can't make a mistake right now.
Great first race for Randy and Billy in Clovar. Randy Keys, Billy Allen.
They cut that nice and tight right there.
Well,
they shaved off a boat lane.
And look how they're staying out of that one boat's whitewash. They don't want to get into that. That's like getting on marbles. You'll start to lose a little bit of traction. Everybody's kind of catching a little bit of a flyer between those two buoys. Definitely some holes there.
Clovar tried to run the outside, carry speed through it, and see if he can make up a boat length there. I think he's lost about a boat length, 2 boat lengths on that turn there.
Yep.
So I think Billy really got through that one the way he needed to get through it and put that extra time in.
For the fans at home, if anybody want to know what Clovar stands for, Randy Keys is the last name. Keys, K begins it. And then Clovar, the L-O-O-L-V-A-R are all the family member names. So Randy is obviously the dad, so he's the R at the end. That's his kids and his wife, all between the K and the R listed. So that's what Clovar stands for.
Awesome. I love it.
The things I did not know.
Mm-hmm. I said, how many times you get asked that during the course of a weekend?
You are just a wealth of it. It's like he pulls these little tidbits out.
He's a wellspring, yeah. It's hard to keep up with.
Notice this is a hard angle to see, but it looks like he's making up some speed. Clovar is making up there.
I definitely think he's making up some ground.
It's a tricky angle, but
it's a tricky angle here. I'm going to head over
the way
here
they line themselves up, Billy and Great L is going to be on the inside for the dog leg. Clovar will be on the outside, but then that will allow them for a right-hand sweeper going back into the south turn.
Clovar had a little more propeller, and he started to make it up on the top end there.
Yep.
And this could be very painful for Billy coming up this next straightaway because they're going to be pushing hard. And when you are all of a sudden deck-to-deck with somebody and they push you into a position, Clovar can pull him tight into turn 1, and guess what? He's got you.
All right, MCon Monster Energy exits the south turn one more time as we get ready to come up for the checkered flag. They're going to enter the Monster Mile for the last half mile of this race, and they're going to take the checkered flag unofficially for 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Dirty Money is going to be unofficially in second. However, they missed the buoy, so there's going to be some sort of infraction of that. There's the Monster Mile marker right in your screen as its boat passes by one more time to collect the checkered flag. MCon Monster Energy takes the win in SuperCat.
We got a battle forming up here down on the last turn. everybody is coming in and putting everything they've got out there. As the camera pans back, take a look.
Well, that's
tight.
That's Valder Yachts. I'm not sure. Valder Yachts just kept losing a lot of time to that group, and everybody's up. There's Valder Yachts right there. The MTI hull, Grant Bruggerman and Wayne Valder, NZ11.
I think something just happened down here, guys. I got to tell you, I just saw Great L swing wide out here. They swung wide, and Clover has gotten by him.
Clovar's been able to get by him, so now Clovar moves up to 5th.
Yeah, Billy swung wide on that one. I don't know what happened, but they did not get tight on that turn. Clovar was in position, like I said, on the inside, and he's now boxed him out.
These boats enter the Monster Mile one more time before getting the checkered flag as they cross the finish line. So it's going to be CR Racing in 4th, Clovar in 5th. Great L back now to 6th place as we wrap up Super Cat from Cocoa Beach, Florida.
What a tremendous pass.
That was a great run by Clovar.
Clovar just made. What a tremendous pass they just made. They really won it on the last turn.
Big congratulations
they stalked
to Randy
him.
Keys, too.
Yeah, they stalked him. They stalked
Wonderful.
him. They found that last little bit there coming into the dog leg. Like we talked about, that was going to be the pass, and they took it.
WHM comes across the finish line. Billy Moff and Jay Muller, of course, expecting better results than this. A team that has been on the top for many, many years, and unfortunately you fall, you rise and you fall with the sports, and everybody's real good sometimes and doesn't have good years before. As there you see Tyler Miller. I believe that's Tyler.
I think you've got a lot of hard competition out there, Billy, and Jay, used to be able to put in a lot of time in testing and doing this. These boats have all gotten faster and faster. Billy's got a successful business. Jay's got a successful business. It gets harder and harder to put that time in. The years and years go by, and offshore racing is, it will push past you the second you let off.
Yep. Tyler Miller gets up on the bow. He is going to collect the checkered flag for his Super Cat win, boat number 06. Congratulations to them. They will probably go deck to deck right onto their Class 1 boat, as that'll be the next race we bring you. Scheduled to start at around 1 o'clock, 12:26, currently East Coast time. I do believe 1 o'clock will be a good start for Class 1. So he pulls up to the finish boat. He's going to collect his checkered flag.
What did Dave Branch used to say? Step up or step aside?
You knew him better than anybody, so better than either of the two of us
the
did,
love muscle. Step up or step aside.
All right, Liquor Split comes across. They take the checkered flag to wrap up their race, and that Skater Hull obviously wishing they had a better day here in Cocoa Beach. Well, here are your winners. MCon Monster Energy to boat number 06. We're going to take a break. We'll go talk to Race Control, find out what the schedule looks like, and let you know when the next race is going to be. Should be around 1 o'clock, Class 1. Mike Iwaski, Mark Granite, Matt Trulio. Congratulations, MCon Monster Energy 06, your winner in Super Cat.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
A lot of focus.
It's the world's most prestigious powerboat racing series. The biggest, fastest, and most powerful machines on water, driven and throttled by a team of two, strapped into a fighter jet canopy, taking on the ocean and each other in a battle of guts, speed, and stamina. This is Class 1. 5-ton catamarans with twin turbocharged 1,100 horsepower inboard V8 engines, reaching speeds of up to 210 kilometers per hour in rough offshore conditions where the slightest mistake
could be your last. Promoted by P1 Offshore and sanctioned by the World Powerboat Governing Body, the UIM, and the American Powerboat Association, the APBA, the Class 1 World Powerboat Championship is back on the calendar with multiple races announced in 2022. As past masters and legends of the sport are joined by young blood and fresh faces, all keen to bring the thrill and passion of Class 1 back to international audiences in a sport with a history that goes back nearly 70 years to the first World Championship in 1964. The 2022 season kicked off with thunder on Cocoa Beach in Florida's beautiful Space Coast. Just an hour's drive from Orlando, here you'll find a vibrant bar and restaurant scene, glorious sunshine, miles of sandy beaches, and of course, stunning ocean views. Multiple classes were raced, including the Superstock and Supercats, in a powerboat celebration that went the entire weekend. It included parties, concerts, and some of the best powerboat racing on the planet, and the return of Class 1 was made possible by this man.
So here we are in Cocoa Beach for the inaugural round of the 2022 UIM World Championship Class 1 event. This is the first international Class 1 event, literally since 2015. It's been a long time coming. In 2020, we negotiated the rights. We have the rights now for the next 10 years. This is technically year 0. So actually there's going to be 11 years of Class 1 racing, and I think many more. So we're excited. This is the first one. This is it. And it's only up from here.
Class 1 demands the most experienced and steely-nerved powerboat racers. One driver and one throttle man who work as a team in perhaps one of the most physically and mentally challenging conditions of any sport. Cockpits are cramped and often very hot. The speeds are above 100 miles an hour over big sea swells and treacherous waves on open offshore waters, with the pilots taking a beating inside. There were 5 teams competing at Cocoa Beach, with both fresh and familiar faces on hand. No doubt the most familiar being the legendary Steve Curtis, the most successful Class 1 pilot in history. Curtis' last Class 1 win came in 2019, when he partnered with James Shepard in Miss Geico. Honoured by the Queen with an MBE, Steve Curtis is a truly exceptional racer, with 8 Class 1 World Championship titles to his name, and holds the record for being the youngest Class 1 throttleman to ever win a title at the tender age of 21 in 1985. Curtis's old Miss Geico team is now rebranded as the number 21 Husky Racing Husky Chocolate Boat. He joins up with driver Britt Lilly for the race off Cocoa Beach.
Well, I've got today I got Britt Lilly, he's a fantastic driver, second generation. You know, Britt was born in a boat, so he's a fantastic driver, natural driver. Then I got Travis Pastrana, who's just a lunatic, and just he doesn't care. You can push it as hard as you like. What happens, happens. So I got 2 very good drivers. We got Travis after this race, and probably for the rest of the season. It'd be nice to knock up my 9th title. So yeah, that's what we're going for. You know, we've got a fantastic team, good bunch of guys.
Another multiple Class 1 champion is Miles Jennings of the UK, a 5-time world and 12-time British champion who has been racing since the 1970s. One of Jennings' most memorable wins in Class 1 came in Race 2 in Terracina, Italy in 2013, where he won with driver Alfredo Amato in Fendi 8. Driver Miles Jennings shares the cockpit with 27-year-old throttleman Alex Pratt, founder and face of Good Boy Vodka in the 345 Racing's X-Insurance boat.
I'm Alex Pratt, and I throttle for boat 345, and we just showed up here at the races, and we're excited to get started. We practiced yesterday, all went pretty good, and we're going to train again tomorrow and kind of get the boat dialed in the rest of the way.
We only met last week.
Yeah, met on Tuesday, and we're going 140 miles an hour yesterday together. And no screaming or fist pumping yet, so we're good.
Yeah, that's great. No, Alex has had a lot of time in
not necessarily with racing bikes before, but obviously he has a lot of big boats as well, fast boats, turbines and so on. So he's pretty familiar with these kind of things. So he's just fitting straight in with this, which is great. So, yep, I think it's going to work really well as a team.
There are not one, but two experienced racers for 222 Offshore Australia. The legendary Italian throttleman with countless titles and podiums to his name, Giovanni Carpitella, and veteran Australian driver Darren Nicholson. A pair with a combined experience of almost a century, and they were sure to be a force to be reckoned with come race day.
We started our new program here in the US in 2019 with this boat. We do all the championship here, and we finished second just for 1 point, but anyway, it was good, it was very nice experience.
We've got new partners, Australian Navy, so that's good, but it's the same noise in the back. The Mercury's 1100, which are excellent, and it's really just tweaking those little things now to make sure we don't have too many bugs. We've been laid up for 2.5 years, and it'll probably be a 20-cent part that's having a holiday.
222 Offshore were second in the 2019 championship by 1 point and hungry for a win here. Racing an MTI boat was number 16 JBS Racing, the All-American team that boasts Michael Stancombe on throttle and Jeff Stevenson behind the wheel.
I started about 10 years ago when I sold all my turbine stuff, and we came up with this idea with the more cylinders, the same big power but less power per cylinder to make it more reliable, less fatigue, less heat, less wear.
Jeff and I became friends and acquaintances back in the Donzi days. Just seemed to gel really well together. Had a good time. There's a lot of smiles in the cockpit and learning the boat, learning each other, and we got a shot. Yeah, we're the underdog. We don't have experience of running Class 1 like Steve Curtis or Miles Jennings, but we have our own talent. We're born and bred, and watch out. There's a couple talented guys coming up after everybody.
Rounding out the field is number 77 Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3, which boasts a wealth of experience with British ace Nigel Hook on throttle, alongside American Jay Johnson as driver, trading in their V-hull from 2019 for a catamaran this season, in their Mystic-built boat.
The catamaran's very different than the V-bottom, but we're still getting used to it. But they're both amazing. It just depends on the water. It's nice having both. We can pick and choose which one we want to run.
So no, this is a perfect venue to kick it off, and yes, it's be our first seasonal race, you could say, in this catamaran, the 77 Lucas Oil. We call it J Hook. J Hook.
The big news in Class 1 is the use of twin turbocharged 9-litre 1,100 horsepower Mercury V8 engines, which are expected to add a level of reliability whilst also cutting down costs. The new engines have been adopted by all teams in Class 1, with the exception of JBS Racing. The circuit for Thunder on Cocoa Beach runs along the shore, which gives fans the opportunity to experience the thrill of seeing these boats up close along the entire circuit.
It's a 7.5 mile lap with a 3.5 mile straightaway and a sort of quarter mile in each of the turns. And a slight dog leg on the outward leg running in a clockwise direction. So it'd be great for the fans to watch. And a good fun race for us as well. You know, it should be some fast, exciting racing. Cocoa Beach here always throws in a few surprises. Conditions are never flat, even when they say it's calm. Always, the Gulf Stream is so close here that it gives an underlying swell, which is always difficult to predict and work with. So getting the right setup is always quite difficult here.
Local organisers put on a great show before race day for fans and teams alike. Class 1 race of the 2022 season was underway. Teams worked on gear and prop setups right to the last few minutes before the race as they assessed changing water and weather conditions. The pole position lineup was determined by a random draw. JBS Racing drew the coveted top spot. 77 Lucas Oil boat drew P2 on the starting lineup.
You know, go as fast as we can. Get the checkered flag before someone else does. That's the strategy. We'll see, you know, it's hard to tell what the conditions are going to be. It seems to be getting a little lighter now. Right, it was roughed up a little bit this morning, but having watched the last race, seems like it's laying down a little bit. So hopefully we got the right prop choice. We'll see very shortly.
The 345 Racing X-Insurance team were working on their drive shaft in the morning, hustling to get their boat ready in time. In their first ever outing, the new pairing of Miles Jennings and Alex Pratt were keen to get out on the water and make a mark in the first race of the year.
We drew third on the pole, so we're right in the middle. So we're going to make sure we don't get squeezed at the start and try and get to the first turn first. See how we get on.
Yeah, that's the plan. We got some aggressive gearing, so we want to get up front.
To the left of X-Insurance would be Husky Racing.
Yeah, we're right on the outside, so we got 222s outside us. So yeah, it's not great, but you know, it's a rough race, so it doesn't matter so much in these conditions. So we're just going to get in, feel it all out, see how everyone else is running, and then, you know, we've got 8 laps out there, so we, you know, probably look at doing something on lap 4 or 5.
On the very outside with perhaps the toughest starting position was 222 Offshore Australia, with a tough start ahead of them.
We started for the last. We dropped the last number of the grid, so we are the last. It's always something to do hard, you know?
As drivers entered their cockpits and finished final preparations, teams also had a chance to gauge the conditions during the Superstock race that preceded Class 1 to get a sense of what was in store for them on the circuit that is notoriously rough and unforgiving.
It hurts so bad, and it's like bang, 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 3 in a row, you know? Pain, just pure pain.
Race time as the boats made their way from the wet pits and out into the circuit for the 8-lap race on the 7.5-mile circuit for a total racing distance of 60 miles. Crowds lined the shores in anticipation of the first UIM APBA Class 1 World Championship race of 2022 as drivers and throttlemen got their first taste of the challenge ahead as they went into their parade lap to greet crowds, familiarise themselves with the course, warm their engines and get some speed into the rolling start off Cocoa Beach. But that does not sound or look good for 345 Racing as X-Insurance boat slows and then stops on its way out into the circuit. It looks like they won't make it into the race. After the parade lap, the boats line up for the start. As soon as they pass the start-finish line, the race will be on. JBS in pole position has the inside lane advantage. Great luck of the draw, but can they hold on? Boats lining up, seconds to go before the green flag. Green flag and the race begins. The boats floor it. 2,200 horsepower in a drag race to the Commitment Buoy. 222 Offshore Australia may have jumped the start, which may mean they'll receive a 30-second post-race penalty. With X-Insurance unable to start, the reduced fleet of 4 boats pound through the waves on the long beach straightaway for the first of 8 laps. 21 Husky Racing is trailing as 222 Offshore Australia charge ahead to lead the field from the get-go. Behind Nicholson and Carpitella in the lead boat is Husky Chocolate in second, with a battle for third between the number 16 JBS Racing and number 77 Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3. And we can see from that beach shot the lead that 222 Offshore Australia has opened with Husky Racing. Nicholson and Carpitella going hard and fast from the start, but keep in mind the post-race 30-second penalty they might have incurred. Looking for the JBS Racing on board, Nigel Hook and Jay Johnson of Lucas Oil are pulling away in third, as Jeff Stevenson and Michael Stancombe in the JBS boat trail in fourth. But the team to catch now is Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson in the lead boat, 222 offshore Australia, as they thunder down the circuit with crowds watching on from Cocoa Beach. And as we watch on from the front on board, 222 offshore Australia are first to the commitment buoy, the first turn of this race. But it's a big turn, and 222 offshore Australia is on the outside as Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly of Husky Racing take advantage to close the gap and see if they can't sneak through on the inside. But Carpitella and Nicholson hold off the Husky challenge, holding on to their lead as they round the turn and enter the eastern straightaway to do the dogleg turn on the other end of the circuit. 77 Lucas Oil is in third position. Hook and Johnson get round the turn without any hiccups, followed by 16 JBS Racing in fourth. It's a very good start for the Husky pairing, which is only temporary. Britt Lilly only in the seat for this first race. But they're working together well as a team, and Lilly had actually raced in the Stock V earlier, jumping out of one boat and into the other. Meanwhile, out in the lead, look at that speed on 222 offshore Australia, as Nicholson and Carpitella take full command of the race. A very experienced team who have seen and raced it all, and they are masterfully negotiating these conditions and this circuit. Eastern straightaway behind them, 222 offshore Australia approaches the dogleg and the yellow right-hander. The conditions shift depending on the direction of the boats. Drivers negotiating the waves from every direction on this circuit, constantly adapting. But the heavier and longer Class 1 boats are certainly having a better and easier time of it than the lighter stock and super stock boats that preceded them. And just look at what those waves and bumps feel like in the cockpit. Drivers really getting a beat down lap after lap. Very rough on the body at these speeds. Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3 in third, going strong with their 2011 built Mystic catamaran that is negotiating these conditions nice and smoothly with its 52-foot length hull. JBS only have a 42-foot boat, one of the shortest in this field, and they take a heavier pounding in the waves. 222 offshore Australia is going from strength to strength as they open their lead further, seemingly relishing these rough conditions and thriving out on the open waters as they no doubt keep one eye on Husky Chocolate behind them in lap 2. While Steve Curtis is known to bide his time and get a few laps in before pushing hard, the gap here between Husky and offshore Australia has more to do with the excellent racing so far and pace of Carpitella and Nicholson than it has to do with any strategy on Husky Racing's part. Lucas Oil Satcom Direct E3 in third, going strong with their 2011 built Mystic catamaran that is negotiating these conditions nice and smoothly with its 45-foot length hull, longer than all but the Husky Racing Victory hull at 47 feet in length, which makes for extra stability in these rough conditions. But Lucas Oil has a problem. They slow and then grind to a halt, trying to restart but having no luck. What a shame for them as the race comes to a premature end for Nigel Hook and Jay Johnson as JBS Racing glides past into third position. Out in the lead, the boats come around the bend with Husky Racing managing to keep a check on the front runners 222 offshore Australia, keeping them in their sights with a 15-second gap between the two boats. But Curtis and Lilly appears to be upping the speed now on the straightaways as they build momentum and rhythm in the middle portion of the race. In third place, JBS has a lot of catching up to do with Mike Stancombe and Jeff Stevenson 75 seconds off the pace. Great racing from Nicholson driving the 222 offshore Australia boat. The Queensland Australia native is actually an avid and multi-race winning competitive sailor, but he's since traded the sails for V8 engines, winning multiple races throughout his career, including the Australian national title, the historic Venice to Monte Carlo Lion of the Sea Race, X-Cats, and 2 Class 1 races in Europe and the Middle East. halfway mark as the reduced fleet of 3 boats enter lap 4, and Husky Racing's Curtis and Lilly try to stay in touch with the leaders, looking for a chance to make their attack. But so far, Carpitella and Nicholson have been running an impeccable race to hold off the Husky Chocolate boat. 222 Offshore Australia has opened such a gap with JBS Racing that they are about to lap them as they approach the turn. But the 222 boat finds the going rough, taking a bit of air and a big hit on that rough turn as they enter the next straightaway. Disaster for 222 Offshore Australia. They've come to a complete standstill, floating on the waves. What a shame for them as they break down and are out of the race. Husky Racing in the lead now, and it's just a 2-horse race with JBS far behind the leading boat of Curtis and Lilly. The gap is big enough that the Husky Chocolate boat is about to lap JBS, but JBS is at least still in the race and on course for a runner-up finish as Husky laps JBS and merely has to close out the few remaining laps. A dejected and broken-hearted Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpitella stand on their hull, ruining what might have been, waiting to get towed back to shore. The laps wind down, no change in positions, as Husky Racing, Husky Chocolate, Steve Curtis and Britt Lilly are the winners of Thunder on Cocoa Beach, as they start the new season with a convincing win. Curtis on course for a record 9th Class 1 world title. Great result too for JBS Racing. Husky are the winners with 20 points in the overall standing, JBS second with 15, and 222 Offshore Australia's Giovanni Carpitella and Darren Nicholson can take consolation in 3rd place and 12 points on the board.
Tough out there. It was a little bit. So, like when I'm listening, the sound of the boat cracking and creaking every time it lands, it's like it amplifies. Glad to be the hell out of that.
Got that one out. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't even get on plane. I think we broke a drive shaft or something, maybe. Just almost no power, and then one of the shafts broke, and we heard it, so we stopped right away. So it was our port side. Yeah. It must not have been fixed all the way, maybe, or some type of issue that continued. So yeah, it's a shame, but I guess that's boating, right?
Pretty good down the water. We found out afterwards actually the 222 jumped the start, so they got a 30-second penalty, which was would have been nice to know halfway through the race. Wow. And to push so hard. So, but yeah, I don't know if we'd have got by them like I said before, but we ran good, and the guys did a fantastic job keeping the mechanically the boat was all set up, didn't miss a beat, so we were super happy.
Yeah, well, it was we started in the stock V class with a win, and win with Steve and Husky. That's been something I've been dreaming about for a long time. So it's a dream come true, and so blessed to be here.
It's a day. We finished. But to come first you got to finish. So unfortunately, as Giovanni said, we were coming first, and then we had a breakdown. So
this is a race. Sometimes it's for 10 euro pieces, sometimes it's for a big one, but it's a racing.
It's a dream come true. Never in my 55 years and 35 years of racing offshore that I thought I would be racing against the Class 1 gentlemen from all over the country and UIM, and then to be here on the podium with Jeff is just spectacular. It's a dream come true. I thank God every day for this opportunity I have, and being with Jeff is like having a little brother.
That concludes an exciting return to international Class 1 racing. See you in Sarasota for the next round of the 2022 UIM APBA Class 1 World Powerboat Championship.
A lot of focus.
showtime, baby. Woo!
John Jones is back!
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome back to the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida, the beautiful Atlantic Ocean. 2 races in the books today, 2 more to go. Let's give a shout out to our sponsors real quick. Keltec. Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race would like to thank Keltec for their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look for them at your favorite firearms dealer. Monster Energy. The official energy drink of P1 and Class 1 offshore powerboat racing. Sea Ray, the official pace boat for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach offshore race. Butt Racks, CMR Construction and Roofing, Cape Marina, X Insurance. Visit spacecoast.com. Good Boy Vodka, Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, Mercury Racing, JT Social Bar located inside of Cocoa Beach La Quinta Inn. Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Cocoa Beach Fish Camp, Golf and Gator, Direct Graphics, Controls on Demand, Boat and Motor Superstore, Ambent Concrete Coating, and of course ICOM for providing the communications for P1 Offshore. All right, boys, Class 1 is coming up. Let's take a look at the Class 1 roster as the boats start to make their way out on the course. Had qualifying yesterday with 222 Offshore Australia taking the number 1 spot. Husky Ice Spritz, boat number 1. Monster Energy MCon, boat number 6. The new team, DF Young, boat number 17. DeFalco, boat number 18. Pothole Heroes, Allegra Motorsports, number 22. And 222 Offshore Australia, sponsored by the Australian Navy. Of course, 222 Offshore Australia took the pole position yesterday over Husky Ice Spritz. So they're going to be in the number 1 lane, Husky Ice Spritz in number 2. Those are kind of my odds-on favorites today. I think they're probably the 2 fastest boats. But you've got some unknown variables out there with DF Young and MCon Monster.
Yeah, listen, it was a great qualifying round yesterday. These guys all went out and put on a great show. They were pushing hard. Most of these boats had some major changes over the off season, so it's natural to see them beginning to find their pace. Clearly, Husky and 222 have got a lot of years tuning and dialing these boats. They already know the basic setup. They're going to go. It's really kind of a gear ratio setup at this point. They've already got the balance of the boat set up the way they want to. DF Young has had major changes. They've added and put in the Mercury QC V4 engines. So this is actually the second time, really third time it's been in the water. They're still learning and figuring out that setup. Rich Wyatt is with Hugh Fuller, which he hasn't been with in a year or two. So that's a new kind of getting back into the groove of things. The MCon boat is fresh out of the mold and rigging, and it's going to be making its first race here, its first debut. Those guys have got some time to put into and figure out how it doesn't happen quickly. Guys, you know, it takes about a year to finally get a boat dialed in. These guys are very, very good at what they do, but still takes time to get out there and do it. And the DeFalco boat is, Chris Hanley has been working hard with the team to make sure that they can get and find the speed that they want. They've got some weight issues that they've been challenged with and trying to find the balance. I talked to them today in the pits, and they're going to do the very, very best they can, but they're still struggling finding out on the final stuff. But as you said, Husky and 222 had a 5-second lead into coming into qualifying here. So those guys really know their boats and know how things are going to run.
Class 1 will run a parade lap. They're the only group to do a parade lap here in Cocoa Beach. 2 boats, Matt, a scratch, though, for this weekend. First off, X Insurance, Good Boy Vodka, Alex Pratt, and Miles Jennings not joining us this weekend. They've got a newer MTI hull that they weren't able to get ready in time. And then you have Surtheim Racing, the Norwegian team, who won't be making it this weekend either.
Yeah, it kind of came up to the last minute for both of them. The Norwegian team, they're in the middle of rigging. With X Insurance Good Boy, the boat was stuck in customs. It came from Abu Dhabi, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And being painted as we speak. So both of those boats, I would expect to see them in Sarasota in July.
Yeah, the New Origin guys came to the race, though. Those guys made their way over to the
Alex is here, too.
Yeah, I didn't see Alex. So these guys are still supporting the racing out there. They want to come and see, the teams that they race with. Out on the course, once again, the conditions are absolutely glorious. It is perfect out here. There's a nice swell about 2 feet, 2.5 feet. You can't really see it as you look out at the ocean, but it's there if you look down at the waves. The one factor that they have out here, which is moving across, is there is a large patch of sargassum weed that keeps floating through. The QCV4 engine, these boats do have sea strainers that will catch that, but sometimes this weed can get kind of thick out there, so they're going to have to navigate their way around. It looks like it's moved itself into the center of the course. The Supercats had to deal with it in the middle of the course. These guys are lining up now for their pace lap.
Yep, they're going to go down, collect down at the bottom, and then they will run a full lap around this course so they can see it and mark it on their GPS, and then they will get ready to start. 222 offshore Australia going to be on the pole. Husky Ice Spritz just on the outside of them. Then you're going to have DF Young, boat number 17 in third.
I can tell you these guys have got their tall gears on. They've been watching the previous races. They saw the speeds that they were running, and any doubt that they were going with a short gear would have changed. I think they know that they're going to be running as fast as they possibly can out here.
And with that in mind, Mark, what kind of speed do you think we're going to be seeing out here today?
I would say that for the acceleration and the time thing, I'd see that you're going to see mid 140s. Remember, they're running in the trows of the waves in here. The swell is coming directly from the east. These are big boats, so they're going to be able to navigate the turns. They're going to be able to take the flyers off of these turns and still kind of keep in the water with those drives. But coming up the beach, they're going to be able to make power and put it down to the water.
Husky Ice Spritz getting ready to go down the course. Steve Curtis, Britt Lilly. Of course, Husky had Travis Pastrana behind the wheel last year. Travis electing to do a little less things in his life. So Britt Lilly got the chance to jump back in. And Britt Lilly and Steve Curtis really have a great relationship inside that boat. It's funny to hear Britt tell stories about Steve and how he sometimes talks to him in the boat, and then how him and Gary talk back and forth. But a good team, good solid team. Steve really enjoys how Britt drives, so they're a good group. And, of course, Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatelli. What more can you say about their experience, Matt?
Oh, well, Darren's a multi-time world championship winner in Australia. Giovanni's won several Class 1 titles.
Yeah, Giovanni's got quite a resume. In fact, the whole fleet out here, if you really look at the championships and the races that they've won, I mean, you see an upwards of literally 75 to 100 powerboat championships between the racing crews out here. They are extremely experienced. This is truly some of the most accomplished, if not the most accomplished group of offshore powerboat racers assembled.
Yep.
I mean, that says a lot for the talent that you're going to see out here. And these guys are going to be pushing the boats to the absolute limit. When I talked about the speeds that they're going to be going for a taller setup, it means that the acceleration will come down, and they'll be also looking for some speed on the top end. This course lends itself to passing in the turns. With the dog leg added, adds that little extra bit of positioning. So you're going to see guys beginning to position their boats in the right way that they can take advantage of the turns and the boats slowing how the boats are taking the turns to make their passes.
And let's not forget John Tomlinson and Carlos de Quesada in Pothole Heroes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Carlos doesn't have a ton of experience in Class 1. Johnny does, but Carlos is an accomplished sports car driver, race car driver. And what can you say about John Tomlinson? I mean, he could be, people like to argue about it, he could be the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
He's a GOAT in my book.
He really is. If you take a look at who he's throttled for, legends like Dave Scott, I mean, who really only puts the best out on the water. He's taken so many younger, newer drivers and brought them all the way through. Not only is he an accomplished racer, he's a nice guy, and he's able to guide and teach the new crowd of drivers as they come through the ranks and building races. I mean, he's really been a part of building a lot of racers' careers.
I believe he had a perfect season in... Oh, gosh, it's jumping out of my head right now.
Well, probably should just leave it out until you remember.
Yeah,
we don't want
I'll come back to it.
We don't want fake news.
The amazing thing is he's done it with the support of his lovely wife, Donna, who has stood behind him in this. And, a lot of times wives can get real tired of the offshore program. I mean, it's very hard to watch what we do out there on the water, and she supported him, and he's just continued to do it, and he's a dedicated family man. So you can't say enough about the guy.
It was 1996.
There you go. 1996. Year I graduated from high school. And I talked to Gary Stray and Lou Stray about Carlos de Quesada last night, or Friday night at the block party. And Gary said you could not find a nicer guy, just a more level-headed, down-to-earth, just regular old guy Carlos is. And they say he's a good enjoyment to the team. He's really adapting well to going boat racing. Of course, that boat a little bit bigger than the Husky Ice Spritz boat. Talking to Gary Stray, they'd probably like it to bump up a little bit more. Obviously, I think the smaller Husky Ice Spritz is going to be a little bit faster as we get ready to start our parade lap. They'll go around one full complete time, go through that monster mile, get to see those monster buoys, kind of reference everything on land. There's one monster mile marker right there. That's the entry marker to it. And then they will slow back down, mill up very quickly, I think, and then they will go for a green flag start. Class 1 racing, first race of the Class 1 season for 2023, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Beautiful Atlantic Ocean. Got the rookie team out there, feeling their way around, looking their way around, see what they can do as that skater gets ready to take a green flag.
And how many laps are we doing today?
Well, I could tell you what, you can't say enough about Gary Stray and his experience with Class 1. He's got so many years. He's got 30 years experience in offshore, but he kind of came up as a young guy, trained through the Victory team, and really has been essential in this new Class 1 league, because many of the teams go to him for his knowledge, and a lot of people don't know that, but many of the teams come to him as we're trying to kind of dial in these boats from their experience for years and years and years in the Mideast running these boats. Louise, the team manager, always makes sure that that Husky team is well outfitted and has the right propellers on. But as the teams start to make their way around on their pace lap, I think they're forming up. They're trying to find their positions. They'll put on a show for the full beach.
All right, we have some technical difficulties right now. We are frozen for some unknown reason on our screen, I believe, probably frozen on what you've seen at home, so hopefully you can still hear us. Luckily, we are under a parade lap, so we get about 2 or 3 minutes to get this figured out before we go green flag racing here in Cocoa Beach with Class 1. Mark, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's
just
all right.
wanted to update the fans at home if they're seeing just a frozen picture of Jack. For launching a rocket, a reference point that you can point to quickly in order to get going where you're going.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit it right on the head there. As you're doing this pace lap, you're starting to imagine where you're going to be coming out of the turn and looking for a fail-safe reference point, because once the race starts, the rooster tails go up, there's a mist on the water, visibility, you could get a little bit of a hose down, which means you'll lose visibility, and you have to quickly find something. Looking 2 miles down a track can be very, very challenging. One of the things that we do in the boat is we double check. I say, hey, I think I've got it. It's at 1 o'clock. And more than once somebody said, no, it's 11. It's 11. You're like, oh, my goodness, that's the buoy beyond. So you can make a difference, just like we saw in the last race when the Dirty money boat accidentally pulled off and missed that that buoy.
And we did confirm with race control that will be a 1-lap penalty for Dirty Money Racing, so that would take them out of second place and bump them back down to, I don't know where it would put them at that point, but it would move Valder Yachts up to second place, and it should put CR Racing in third place, your podium racing. Getting asked online if CMR is racing today, and they are not. They raced yesterday in Superstock, taking second place behind Jackhammer. There is 222 Australia Offshore, sponsored by the Australian Navy, or Offshore Australia, sponsored by the Australian Navy. Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatelli. Darren has been racing the Superboat Series down in Australia for what was their summer, our winter. So now he's getting ready to shut that program down and come up here and race during our summer, during their winter, ironically.
Right.
So,
they take a lot of pride in being able to run the rough water out there. Their courses tend to be very, very rough out there. They really, really push their boats hard. Which is why I think once it gets over here to some of these racetracks, they're so successful. They're used to having to push extremely hard in all different types of conditions.
Well, and look at last year in Michigan City, Indiana, where 222 Australia Offshore Australia took the win, which was Michigan City, Indiana can be some of the nastiest, roughest water you've ever seen.
It is the hardest water I have ever raced in my life. It's like racing on rock boulders. You cannot believe the shocks that you take through that boat. You think every single time you land, the boat is going to break to pieces. And the storms come up quick, right? It can be flat, and then all of a sudden, you're looking at 5-footers out there. Very, very challenging courses. You never know what you're going to get when you head up to the lakes, which we'll be out racing at later on this year.
Getting a good look at lineup of all the boats. There's 222 Offshore Australia. There's 17 DF Young.
Right.
There's Pothole Hero. There's DeFalco. I think they might, they're kind of lined up in their pole positions now, but I think Pothole Heroes and DeFalco should be switched, if I remember correctly. Monster Energy MCon is going to be all the way on the outside.
Right.
Correct. With the slowest qualifying time.
This is a super stressful time because you know that you should be, you're out of position. And
how do you get there?
How do you get there? Do you go ahead, but you get too close to the pace boat, you're going to get a penalty. You go behind and try and squeeze back up in there. Like something's got to give, and it adds another layer of stress prior to a race. So they've got to make a decision.
I think they'll bring him down off of a mill, or down off of a plane, let him mill a little bit. Okay, get him lined. And then what they'll do probably is get him in a mill circle, the pace boat go out, and then try and get him lined up off of the pace boat so they can get their gaps and their spaces and everything.
Yeah, the pace boat is good as you get to make those marks, but can also add a tremendous amount of stress to the racers in there because you get little hose downs, your windscreen gets splashed on, you try and get away so you don't, all the preparation of getting that boat ready doesn't go away in an instant, and all of a sudden you got salt water on your windscreen and you can't really see as clear, and the mist is on there. Some boats are outfitted with windshield sprayers to help mitigate that, but getting back, as you can see the way Husky is falling back, a dangerous place to be there. It's just hard to kind of find your way should things start to happen quickly. You never know with a pace boat. They may just say, we're going, and you got to get into position quickly.
It looks like MCon's found its lane. They fell back, and now they're going to the outside.
There you go.
It didn't look like some of the boats didn't turn down towards a dogleg, too. See how that group of three kind of broke off? This is like, watch, up there they go. Now they're all kind of starting to fall in line there.
Oh, boy.
Somebody may have missed that little left back, so they're going to run now down to what is turn number 6, which will begin the right-hander all the way back around 180 degrees, come back up the course, and enter that Monster Mile straightaway right in front of Coconuts in the VIP tent. Shout out to our VIP tent participants. Hope you guys are getting to enjoy the show down there, enjoying your Monster Energy drink.
I can tell you, my heart's pounding because I know inside of what is happening inside. Right? Your heart is like, you're starting to like get over. You need to be over. Where is he? And that just is one of those things that just begins to set. You're excited. Your heart's pounding. You're getting ready to race, but you're not in the right position. Where's the pace boat going? Right, and you can start to see. Once the race starts, though, it all settles out. You know what I mean? And you get into position. Where do we need to be? And you're going to look for those marks that we just talked at that you found on the pace lap.
I haven't even done it, and my adrenaline's up right now. My heart's pounding right
my
now.
heart's pounding. I'm like, somebody's screaming at somebody inside there. Get over.
Mike. Aerial coverage provided by X Insurance. You just saw the X Insurance helicopter there in tow with Angel One. That's the smaller helicopter behind him. Got our medics and Sean Steiner and his team on Angel One. Got to give a shout out to those guys. Wouldn't be safe powerboat racing if we didn't have our medical team on site. So
let me tell you, they're
total pros.
110%. As we got to see earlier, unfortunately, with We on Top going over in the first race of the day. Cigarette Pace Boat still has the yellow flag. They've entered the south turn now, so they should be coming down off a plane, start to mill up. They may do a running start.
I don't know. They're picking up speed. I'm seeing
be.
Rooster Tails. I don't see a slowdown here. Yeah, these guys are definitely up on plane and getting their boats into boost mode.
222 Offshore Australia is going to have the pole. Husky Ice Spritz in second. DF Young in third.
Now, they're going to go for a start here, guys. They're definitely going for a start here.
They're not going to slow down. So, and it does look like DeFalco went back to the outside of Pothole Hero, so let's see if that holds true.
This is super, super exciting. You have the best in the world, the fastest boats out there. They're going to go head-to-head with each other.
9 laps, gentlemen.
9
Just
laps.
like the Super
9 laps. But this start is so critical. I think what you're going to see is the 222 and Husky boat really, really get it on out there head-to-head. This Big Mystic has really got a lot of good boat length and should be able to carry very well. They made some changes. I think they feel like they've got the ability to be a contender out there. Herb Stotler was really putting a lot of effort into that boat this morning when I went over and talked to them. So we've got a yellow flag, and
actually, I stand corrected. I think DeFalco ran a 3:39 yesterday. That appears to be their fastest lap. To Pothole Heroes, Allegra Motorsports. It looks like they ran a 3:43.
We're waiting for Rooster Tails, guys. We're waiting for Rooster Tails. I think we've got a green flag. Let's go racing.
Green flag racing here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Third of fourth race today, and Class 1 boat Rooster Tails are up, tucking down. They're trimming these boats and getting ready to go. They're the rookies.
They are knocked down now. Now it's speed run. Everything they have is going out.
They're getting the rookies on the outside. MCon Monster Energy on the outside. There is 222 Offshore Australia and Husky Ice Spritz 1 and 2. DF Young in third.
Oh, wow. Look at these guys go. They are really, really dialed in. Every boat is looking fast. Every single one of these boats is really hauling them out. And look at MCon. MCon is staying with the crowd. These guys are within a second of everybody.
222 Australia is going to have the inside of the turn. Husky's Ice Spritz going to be in second. There goes Pothole Heroes Allegra Motorsports. They're starting to make up a little bit of ground. This is a backpack moving forward. There's DF Young, DeFalco. MCon Monster Energy is just on the outside of this group.
Remember, everybody's got to hold their lane through this turn. It's a long turn, and you can get that feeling inside that you want to dive to the inside, but you just can't do it on turn one. You'll get a penalty, and it'll put you back no matter how good you do. Everybody is in position now. 222 has got the advantage. They've got inside line. They've got clean water, experienced driving, experienced racers. He's now pulled 4 or 5 boat lengths on Husky with his straight line speed.
Well, Husky Ice Spritz put themselves in a weird position there. They actually got hosed down a little bit. Not sure if they were trying to go behind 222 or if 22 went out a little bit further wider, but Husky had to lift to stay out of that saltwater spray.
It looked like they got a little wet.
Yeah, I think they got a little wet. Now, Pothole Heroes is kind of caught up to them, about a rooster tail length and a half behind. 222 continues to lead.
Giovanni is in super fast mode. Well, he took a little bit of a flyer there. He's got to get control of that boat, keep the boat in the water, and those propellers making forward speed. Because Husky, you can't count them out. Steve Curtis is not lifting. Those pins are to the wall right now. As you can see, these guys have about the same amount of speed. It looks like 222 might have about a mile an hour on them right now. Right behind it, Pothole Heroes has got great frontline speed, and Rich Wyatt and Hugh Fuller are hanging in there tough. MCon is pushing hard from the outside. Really impressive to see that boat run so well. First race out.
DF Young and MCon doing battle, but it looked like Husky Ice Spritz was making a charge for first, trying to catch up to 222 Offshore Australia. You're going to head down to the dogleg. Remember, running 9 laps, 69 miles on this 6.9-mile course here in Cocoa Beach. MCon Monster Energy might be trying to make a move on the inside.
I got to tell you, I think they might be able to make this move.
I talked to Myra Coyle, the driver of the MCon boat, yesterday via text, and he said, I asked him how it went. He said, good, bad, it'll be better tomorrow.
Oh, maybe they had something up their sleeve. Maybe they had something up their sleeve, but it looks like Husky has taken an inside line here, trying to shave off a boat length or two on Giovanni and Darren and 222.
Yep, now they're in the southmost turn. There's 222 Offshore Australia. They continue to lead. This will complete lap number 1. They will come out of this turn, enter their monster mile, and then cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 1 of 9. 222 Australia Offshore picking up right where they left off yesterday.
Yeah.
Number 1 qualifier, picking it right up number 1
he's
here.
carrying speed, as much speed, and Husky is he's going to actually stay with that 222 line as opposed to coming in, diving in tight on that turn. So they're trying to carry as much speed through these turns. That exit speed is what you're looking for.
Steve and Britt went wide in that corner trying to carry as much speed as they can. Pothole Heroes dove to the inside. Then I saw MCon Monster Energy up there in the mix. 222 continues to lead. There is DeFalco. They look slow going into this quarter. Not sure if something happened to them.
I think they got caught when Steve came out of that turn. I think they were carrying so much speed that they had to cross over that wake. That really, really slows you down, right? He had an inside line there and clean water. As he drifted wide, he had to drift out to the outside now. Now he's way out towards the beach. The swells are building out toward the beach. It's going to be tough to keep that boat down into the water.
But remember, we saw boats go faster in the Super Stock race yesterday. CMR ran better along the beach than they did in the crowd, so maybe that'll work out for Husky Ice Spritz. Here's boat 022, Pothole Heroes. They are currently running in third as they complete lap number 1. 222 Offshore Australia continues to lead. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Pothole Heroes, Allegra Motorsports in third. And it actually looked like Monster Energy MCon currently running in fourth, and that is correct. There is the brand new skater, Myrek Coyle and Tyler Miller running that boat.
I don't see DF Young out here.
Running that boat for the first time here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Matt, I told them Friday night when I saw them, I said, you guys just take the green flag start. That's a win. Take that.
It looks like DF Young has fallen off pace considerably. I see him down towards the end of the course here. Not sure if they have picked up something. They had some issues with weed yesterday and clogging up on the in the strainers.
Yeah, but it looks like they're out of our picture now.
Yeah, it looks like they've fallen off pace here. That's a shame because these guys have wanted to do well here, and I think the boat was capable of running up in for a podium finish.
Husky Ice Spritz looks to have really good acceleration out of the corners as Pothole Heroes was about 2 rooster tail lengths behind, and then very quickly you saw Husky Ice Spritz start to accelerate and pull away from Pothole Heroes. So they are setting their sights on 222 Offshore Australia, sponsored by the Australian Navy.
Yeah, it looks like DF Young is pulled to the inside. And I'll tell you, I have run the Pothole Heroes boat for many, many years. It's a very, very fast boat. It's a little heavier than the 41 that Steve and Britt are running right now. But I got to tell you, for a big old girl, which is a 44-foot victory, she can still put on a show. I mean, that she can hang on this flat water with that smaller 41-foot victory is a testament. And taking the championship last year proves it as well. Really looking at that that 222 boat.
Monster Energy MCon is down. They are slowing in the middle of the course.
That is
what
tough
a
to see.
tough day. Hatches open. They are under power. Everything appears to be okay. It could be any number one of things, Matt. This is such a new boat, such an untested piece of machinery that I mean, it could be any number one of things. And I know Jake, their crew chief back, is probably just going crazy, hoping that he could figure this out.
I would hate to call this a shakedown cruise for them, but
but
in essence, it really is. I mean, they worked till the last possible minute getting that boat done. They faced all kinds of adversity. They got it here. They ran very well this morning.
Yep. Qualified yesterday. They were running up front, running in fourth today.
Yeah.
Actually, out of some very competitive boats, so good race for those guys. 222 Offshore Australia continues to lead, but Matt, it looked like Husky Ice Spritz was making up just a little bit of ground, maybe a little bit more top speed, both victory hulls, but Ice Spritz looks very comfortable out there, running a little bit wider line, staying out in the clean water, but look, wanted to keep them right in tow, not going any further out than they need to.
Yep.
And then Pothole Heroes comes into the mix, and let's see if Carlos tries to stay to the inside of the wake, and he does. He did not want to cross and did not want to slow. 222 Offshore Australia comes by, completes lap number 2, enters the Monster Mile one more time. Husky Ice Spritz in tow with Pothole Heroes in third. Monster Energy MCon is out with some sort of mechanical issue.
So the question and the decision you have to make here is you see Pothole Heroes cut the corner off a little bit. You do make up some time, but as you turn the rudder sharper, you scrub off some speed there. And there's always that balance between, do I pin them, cut off there? Now, when I get into a position where I really, really need to make up some time, I start diving into those turns as fast as I can and make up a boat length. Pothole Heroes won in Key West. These guys know how to do it. They know what they have to do. And you've got an experienced driver there that knows how to make up time.
So with Monster Energy MCon out and DF Young out, DeFalco now moves to fourth place in the standings in Class 1. 222 Offshore Australia continues to lead, sponsored by, of course, the Australian Navy. I love Australia. They're such nice people. Darren Nicholson saw me Friday night right when I was getting to my hotel. We talked for a couple minutes. Just a super, super nice guy.
I saw him this morning. I think he's looking he's such an optimistic guy. I think he's looking for some vindication after last year's finish in Cocoa Beach.
Yep.
They broke.
They did. But
they had the race. But
this year
you don't have the race until you finish it, right?
But this year they're trying to put a stamp on being able to win, completing lap number 2, starting lap number 3 in Class 1. 222 Australia continues to lead. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Pothole Heroes, Allegra Motorsports in third. DeFalco in fourth.
I got to tell you, the DeFalco boat looks much better than yesterday. They've got the boat rocked back. We talked a little bit about the balance, like I said this morning. The boat looks much better. It's carrying on the transom. You can see the water is breaking much farther back than it was yesterday. I think Chris is going to be real happy with what he's doing. He's banging on that limiter, so he may be a little bit short on that top end there. He's definitely, off the pace of the leaders, but he's still putting on a good show.
From my vantage point, it doesn't look like Pothole Heroes or Husky Ice Spritz is as fast as 222. 222 looks just to be in another league at this point. The boat's carrying different. It's running different. It's setting more on the back. Husky Ice Spritz looks real flat to me on the front, so I just don't think they may not have the speed.
Well, I thought from the start that 222 had about a mile an hour on Husky. It looks to be about even. I know no one is letting off. Husky has to contend with the wake of 222. So it's much more difficult to sit back there and try and find a good racing line when you're having to cross through those wakes. The boat gets upset. You're dropping sponsons in the water, which is pulling the boat down and slowing it up a little bit. You're having to make sharper turns to stay out of wakes, so you're scrubbing off speed there. So it's very, very difficult. I can tell you, Steve and Britt are pushing the boat as hard as they possibly can.
I'm trying to figure out what these boats are doing here. I didn't think the dogleg was that far out, and it kind of looked like they made a strong turn to have to go back right. So not sure if they lost a little bit of visibility there with what Mark said, rather, with the spray all around them. So 222 Offshore Australia enters the turn in the lead. Husky Ice Spritz in second, Pothole Heroes in third. Nothing has changed, and I don't think the distance has really changed between these top 3 boats. And there is DeFalco, boat number 18, the only outer limits in this class, running in fourth.
Let's see what happens down here at this turn and where Husky places his boat coming out of turn 4, the later turn.
There is 222 Offshore Australia. Ran
Look
a tighter
how
line.
wide he's gone.
Yeah, he went out way wide that turn.
That could be very, very. He's trying to either he's trying to pick up exit speed,
or he's trying to just carry more speed through the quarter in general.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's coming out there. I don't know if that's the smartest way up this thing. I mean, you can do it when it's really, really flat because you can slide these boats. The Class 1 boats with the rudder, you have the ability, like a drift car, to get the bow out of the water and actually slide it into the next turn here. With this swell, it's a pretty dangerous proposition because the boat can rock over and you can catch an edge and flop yourself over. I just don't know right now. I think that costs him about 3-4 boat lengths, to tell you the truth.
Class 1 boats completing lap 3 of 9. 222 Offshore Australia continues to lead. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Pothole Heroes, Allegra Motorsports in third. So, of course, Matt, I had to ask what Potholes Heroes was. Any idea?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a pothole fixing machine that does it all.
Wow.
I mean, literally, you pull it up over the pothole, boom.
Grinds it out, cleans it up, puts the asphalt in, tamps it, rolls it, steams it, done.
Must be very popular in the Northeast.
Yes, it is.
The Midwest.
Yes. And with all the snow you had in California, it's going to be popular in California before you know it.
Our roads.
Well, I'll tell you what. Looks like the race is settling out here. The guys are pushing hard. There's about 7 and 10 second spread or split between the two boats. I'm just trying to see now if Husky has been making up any speed on Aussie 222, but I just don't see it. I see it stretching out a little bit is what I see.
Just got word from Race Control that Monster Energy MCON is retiring from the event, so they will not be completing any more laps in today's event. So, I told them take the green flag. It's a win. Maybe they took my advice and listened. Highly doubt it, but you never know.
It's a win.
Take a look at 222 or Pothole Heroes running, but 222 running right now. They look at the rooster tail on that boat. It is laid out flat. You're not seeing very many spikes at all, which means he's got full power going to the water. That boat is stretching it out right now. You can see he's got top-end speed on Husky. Husky seems to be getting around the turns and making up a little speed, especially on this north turn. But 222 is on fire right now. I love the feeling when you know you got it and it's all there. So they just got to hold it together, right? They've got to make sure that all their systems, the QC4 engine is a very reliable setup. So at this point, it's staying out of that seagrass, making sure that you're monitoring everything. making clean, good, smart decisions.
Pothole Heroes continues to run in third, trying to catch Husky Ice Spritz, and DeFalco is going to chase down them. That's a great shot of what Pothole Heroes is looking at as they look at the rooster tails of the boats in front of them. There goes 222 Offshore Australia going through the corner. Husky Ice Spritz in tow.
See how nice DeFalco is? I mean, it's just better. That's coming out of a turn, and he's still got the boat. It's rocked back a little bit more. Where yesterday I think it was falling a little bit flat on itself, and it was costing him speed, especially in qualifying.
Well, DeFalco looked a little bit slow there. Then the rooster tail kicked back up. Now, these boats do have something called Guardian mode on them with the Mercury 1100 engines. And Guardian mode, as good as it is, can be a very finicky girl, if you would. Sometimes a small little trip of an alarm can really slow you down quite a bit. So, especially with the seaweed grassing out there and everything, everybody's going to be monitoring that to make sure it does okay. But these Mercury 1100 comp engines have proven to be very reliable in Class 1 racing. Everybody's had a good amount of success with them. And obviously, 222 Offshore Australia is doing great today as they lead. This should complete lap number 5 of 9 for Class 1 racing here at Thunder on the Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Beautiful Atlantic Ocean.
And I know pleasure boaters sometimes get frustrated with Guardian mode, as do racers, but really
frustrated.
But really, for the pleasure boater in particular, it's saving their investment.
Oh, 110%.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's very, very difficult. Usually the Guardian mode goes off when you're deck to deck and you're mixed up in it, and you can taste it and you can feel like you're about there. Just as you get ahead of the other guy, you get the beep and you got to do a reset. And I got to tell you, at that point, yeah, you're not happy. At the end of the race, when you didn't burn your stuff up, yeah, you're pretty happy. But the Mercury team has really done a lot to mitigate, false challenges with the Guardian system, and I think they give the racers enough leeway to make up for different pressures and different types of water. So you're not going to see these things go into kind of a more of a commercial or a setup where you would just go off a little bit sooner. They've got a little bit more
a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah,
for the
wiggle
racers.
room.
And Guardian mode's been around for years. I mean, it's not like it's new technology. No. I mean, when the Mercury 525 came out, that's when you first started seeing Guardian mode. It was the older vessel view, the monochrome vessel view, if you remember that in your days at looking at boats. So it's obviously come a long way, and Mercury Racing is always leading the way, the innovative group in everything boat racing and everything go fast and poker runs. So look forward to see what Stuart Haley and the team at Mercury has coming up. Husky Ice Spritz still continues to run in second, about 6 seconds behind 222 Offshore Australia. They are your leaders. They have led since the start and have not looked back. So that Mark, that tells me that I think these boats are at least evenly set up because nobody's catching anybody, nobody's pulling anybody.
No, I can tell you, 222 is pulling on Husky. You can see now the boat length's they're about 20 plus boat lengths on Husky. Husky's pushing. They're pushing hard. They're not letting up at all, but 222 is stretching it out ever so slightly.
Steve Curtis really isn't about letting up.
No, he's never going to let up.
Throw him into the Husky.
Win it or swim it, I think, was his motto in years past.
They go through the dog leg. Of course, that's a bit of a deceiving look because it looks like Husky Ice Spritz is closer. They're really taking that dog leg pretty wide there and swinging. Yeah, and then they're making a real tight turn to make the right on the south end of the course.
It's a camera angle. Watching it live as I'm looking at it now, they're drifting right into a perfect setup there. It's the way the camera is focusing in on it.
You do have to wonder if some of these teams maybe went for a rougher water setup and just didn't. Just maybe anticipate. I mean, this we may as well be racing on flat water here. As the heat of the day kind of pulls down. If we feel storms coming up on the west, it'll begin to pick the wind up off the ocean. You could see it chop up a little bit. But I think this far into the race, with the humidity out here, we're just not going to see those storms till later on this afternoon. DeFalco in the back there. These guys are. They've definitely kind of pulled it back, and they're just running, holding their equipment together. They're taking data and learning right now. They're on a boat cruise. The race down at the south end of the course, it's hot and heavy. These guys are pushing very, very hard. You're still seeing Steve Curtis hot on the heels. While they've got 20 boat lengths to make up, they're still pushing hard, and anything can happen. 222 Offshore Australia enters the Monster Mile one more time. This should start lap number 6 of 9 as they go by.
Yeah, I just got word from the the DF Young boat. It looks like they had a hose pop off, and they weren't able to get inside to sort it out, and that ended their day. A valiant effort out there. You know, Herbie has spent the past 6 months putting that thing together, and really, really, Levi and the team has really ground away to make this race there. It's tough to lose it on those types of things, but
it is the little things.
It's the little things. It's always and. You know, just putting a boat out onto a race course is a Herculean effort. It takes it, and everything's got to be right. And one little thing, and this is testing, right? So the more you're out there testing, the more laps you're putting on the boat and getting it out there, the more these little gremlins will show up and start to find themselves. When a hose pops off, it's like, why didn't we see this, or how did this? You can beat yourself up over it over and over and over. But I can tell you this: the next race, every hose will be triple checked and triple checked and triple checked. So this doesn't happen again like that. So that's part of racing. It's learning. These guys have done their very, very best to get it out there and put on a show.
222 Offshore Australia continues to lead here in Cocoa Beach. 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Pothole Hero Allegra Motorsports in third. And now DeFalco in fourth, with DF Young retiring early, as Mark said, with a hose issue, and Monster Energy MCon is out, unconfirmed on what their issue is, but a tough day for Tyler and Myrick as they were just trying to get that boat figured out. But it will probably head from this point back to Performance Boat Center, I would think, and start getting tweaked on by the team.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, looking at Husky is they're pushing, but they're not pushing quite as hard. They I think they've realized that for them to make up this thing, they're going to stay in position. Clearly, they don't have anything pressing on them too hard from behind. You've got about a quarter mile behind with Pothole Heroes and similar distance away from 222.
222 Offshore Australia goes through the dog leg. They will head down to the right-hander at the south end of the course. Husky Ice Spritz in tow. Of course, Husky Ice Spritz, Mark, a new sponsor on side the Husky boat, a conglomerate with Alex Pratt and Good Boy Vodka.
That's kind of a cool collaboration. Alex Pratt has made such good inroads with his brand, his hard seltzer brand, his vodka brand, and now partnering with Husky is a really I think savvy move
successful
for him.
brand there. So I noticed a Husky came in. He was running inside the wake of 222 as he coming out there. It means he really didn't have a lot of choice on where he was going to go, which means he's going to run in an aerated water. Those with the more bubbles in there, the propeller's not getting quite as much bite as it would be in clean water, and you're losing a little bit of time there. But if you look at the boat while they're still running very, very fast and pushing, you can tell when they're really on the edge and pushing harder. Their boat's going to fly a little bit more. The nose will fall down into a forward flat position for speed runs.
It should complete.
And I can tell you now that 222, while they're not letting off, they are set with a good speed that they think they can finish the race with.
222 enters the Monster Mile. They should be completing lap number 6 of 9, so we should have 2 laps remaining here in Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Right, so they had a 9-second split. That's extending out a second a lap. So we're starting to see this stretch out. I'll be curious to see what these splits are.
This is our third race of the day. We've got one more after this. That's going to be 450 stock. Of course, the catamaran class with the 450 horsepower Mercury Racing outboard engines, one of a game changer in the outboard and boating world. Everybody can remember the center console market didn't exist 5 years ago.
Yeah, you saw that split just come out at another at 11.9. So they just added 3 seconds on that lap. Husky 222 is pulled away from. Australia 222 is pulled away from Husky. So they are adding seconds to it, and each second is extremely difficult to go at. At the speeds that they're going, 1 second could equal 3-4 boat lengths.
Was my center console comment not correct in 5 years? You think it's been longer than 5 years?
Really the center console resurgence started post-recession. I think
2018, 2017, right?
No, the recession was in 2008. Did you miss it?
It went back that. You think the center console boom goes back that far?
It goes back to 2010, 2012 with Nortec.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. Okay, you're right. No, I didn't forget when the recession was. I was just kind of questioning your authority. 222 Offshore Australia continues to lead in Class 1. Husky Ice Spritz in second. Pothole Heroes Allegra Motorsports in third, and DeFalco in fourth after Monster Energy MCon retired with a mechanical issue, and DF Young retired with a mechanical issue as well.
We've had an excellent race out of these guys today. These guys have all really stayed focused. Now you see Husky still staying in it. Looks like they're picking up speed again. They don't want to let off too much and have Pothole Heroes kind of creep up on them. You know, one thing I have to note out there to everybody who isn't here looking at this in person, the beaches are absolutely packed. The crowds that showed up for the Class 1 and Powerboat Run race are tremendous. I mean, the beaches are truly packed end to end. That's, 3 miles of beach. It's end to end packed. And it's a testament to let you guys know that offshore racing is alive and well, and the show that's being put on at these events out there is something that you need to get to. If you can get there live to hear these boats running, hear the power, the true power of all these boats is something to behold. It really is tremendous.
You were talking about the surfing commercials earlier. You know, this is like the surfing capital of the East Coast.
Oh, absolutely.
You should rent a surfboard later and go hit up some waves while you're here.
No, actually, I think I'm going to get a cold drink.
I think the water. I mean, we were told the water I think is in the 70s, so it's probably considerably warmer than what you're used to over there.
Looking
in
at the
California.
50s in
yeah, it looks
California.
like. Yeah, I'm hearing DeFalco coming on and off. They may have a technical issue back here. You know, I just heard him laying on and off of the throttles. He may be dodging, and maybe he'll picked up some water, and he's heating up slowly, and he's having to get off to let it cool down. But you could just definitely hear him easing off, and he's really slowing down tremendously. Yeah, you see that rooster tail pop back up again. Yeah, he's got an issue.
222 Australia continues to lead over Husky Ice Spritz. They come back, enter that monster mile one more time. This will complete lap number 7, starting lap number 8. So 2 more to go here in the Atlantic Ocean. There is Pothole Heroes just coming into your screen. Perfect day for this team, Matt. They led from the start. They haven't looked back, and they've pretty much looked perfect up until this point.
Absolutely beautiful. Flawless.
Yeah. He's on fire. I mean, he is
just dialed it in.
He is back into it. He's not letting off. I think he wants to put an exclamation point on this race right here.
Again, Cocoa Beach revisited. What a difference a year makes.
He is really, really. Those guys are staying with it. Husky is putting in the time. They're definitely not. You know, they're not giving up for certain. But I don't hear the RPMs out of them all the way. It just you know, you can tell when they're on that ragged edge, and I just don't hear the RPMs out of them.
Still about 11-second gap from first to second in Class 1. As 222 Offshore Australia continues to lead. There is DeFalco. Such a pretty boat, though. Love the American flag with the New York City skyline. On the side, of course, Mike DeFalco owns a construction company from New York City.
So let's talk about what is going on here with this race. While it's spread out, it may not seem exciting. There's a little bit of chess that's going on here. So you're in second place. What do? You got to finish the race. All right, you have to finish the race, but you know you don't have the speed to catch the boat in front of you. You got a boat pressing from behind. What do? Right? You got to keep a pace up. You keep pushing the boat to the ragged edge to try and catch a boat that you haven't been able to catch in the early parts of the race. You could break, and then all of a sudden you lose everything. So you have to stay in position. The Pothole Heroes guys are the ones that have to stay on point. Those guys have everything. They can make up. So these guys, I think what you're going to see Husky do is they're going to hold position. They're going to wait and see if something happens with 222 at this point. They know they're not catching them, outracing them at this point. Pothole Heroes can push the same thing. Those guys can make up some time and see if they can catch up while Husky has laid off a little bit to save their boat to finish the race. So there's a little bit more strategy that's going on there. I think all the pressure right now is on Pothole Heroes. Right, 222 knows they've got the setup. They know they've got the speed. They got a spread of 11.7 seconds on the boat behind them.
Pothole Heroes continues to run in third. Husky Ice Spritz in second. 222 Offshore Australia runs in first, coming by starting lap number 8 of 9. So we are winding down the racing here. Third race of the day. Our final race of the day would be the 450 stock class. We'll see some MTIs and Doug Wrights come out and do battle. Of course, Taylor Sissom, kind of the founder of the 450 stock class, not here this weekend. She is back at Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
I called her the Grand Dam of the 450R factory stock class.
There you go.
Now, keep in mind that she's a very young Grand Dam, age 26.
Yeah. but they are back at Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, celebrating the 25th anniversary of MTI, of course, owned by Randy Sissom. Go to speedonthewater.com. Lots of articles about the 25th anniversary of MTI, a very famous boat building company with some race boats out here on the courses and poker run boats all over the country.
You can take a look. DeFalco, look at the way the water's breaking up here. These guys are not. They're not putting everything in. I think they're about to pull off the course. They're running and then they're slowing down and running. But the water breaking up front tells you. You hear it. All of a sudden, it's revving up again. I would suspect he picked up some seagrass, and the engines are heating up, and he's got to run it and then cool them down, and then he's able to give it a little bit of speed.
222 Offshore Australia comes around one more time across the finish line. This will complete lap number 8 and start lap number 9. Yep, white flag is out for Class 1. Let's see if 222 Offshore Australia, sponsored by the Australian Navy, can hold on for the win here in Cocoa Beach. Great way to start the season, putting an exclamation point, as Mark said, on the first race and wanting to come out of here with the points lead as they will head back to Australia, and we will head to Sarasota right around July 4th weekend.
I can hear Navy on the limiter out there. They're popping, so they're pushing. And Steve's attitude on his boat is there's going to be a push here for the end this last lap. They're going to give it everything they possibly can. No question about it. With 222 on the limiters there could be an issue, or they know that Husky is going to push really, really hard on this last lap.
Go to P1Offshore.com to keep up with your favorite race team. Check out the schedule and buy some merchandise. Follow us on Facebook, P1 Offshore, and P1 Offshore on Instagram. Keep up with your favorite teams. You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida, the beautiful Atlantic Ocean. It's been a great weekend down here. Matt, it's typical Florida hot, as I would like to say. 92 degrees when I got over here on Friday, so look forward to getting back to Maryland. It's about in the 70s and 80s up there.
Yeah, we'll be out maybe in the 90s in Napa. It gets hot this time of year. Goes up
Navy's
and down.
going to be pulling up on DeFalco now. They're going to lap DeFalco. It's not out of a performance issue. DeFalco put on a great performance out there. I think they've just got a technical issue, so you're going to see them, Navy 222, come up on that lap traffic of DeFalco here shortly.
We are on the last lap of the Class 1 race. They're going into the dogleg one more time. They'll come out of the dogleg, then they'll jog back right and align themselves with the south turn. Once they come through the south turn, it's one half of a straightaway or half of the Monster Mile before they cross that finish line.
Yeah. Huskies rock back
here
now.
They're Class 1.
Husky is rock back. They're really running on the tail right now. You can see Steve is notoriously putting every single bit of power that boat has into this last little bit here. He knows that if he pushes 222, there could be a mistake. Anything can happen here. The DeFalco boat in the middle of this thing could cause an issue, right? You've got lap traffic in a turn. That can always cause an issue because could have somebody swing wide, right? If 222 takes the outside line on those guys, he swings a little wide. You may see Husky try and dive in, and for a quick glory move on the inside, he could make up 5-6 boat lanes, 5-6 seconds very, very quickly. When you least expect it, you just jump them, right? When you least expect it.
222 Offshore Australia entered the turn. Here his Husky Ice Spritz. Let's see if they're close enough to make a move. I don't even see any rooster tail in our shot. Not even some miss from a rooster tail, so I think they're going to be just a little bit too far behind. But anything can happen here in offshore powerboat racing, especially with Class 1. Up next.
See, look at what I told you is you got DeFalco right here in the middle, and let's see what happens.
He managed that very well.
Yeah, he did it. See, you saw how wide 222 put on that. And I think that given DeFalco a little bit of room.
Well, Brett and Steve went in there and squared that corner up. I mean,
yeah,
they definitely tried to they want to try to put a move on it, and they might be making a move here. They're making a move. They're going to make a move.
They got an issue.
They're going to make a move on the inside. Husky Ice Spritz makes a move on the inside.
222's got a technical issue.
Looks like 222 might be slowing. What a tough day for Darren and Giovanni as they led from the start, and now they are slowing. Could it have something to do with the rooster tail of DeFalco? Could they have gotten ingested a little bit of water? Hard to tell, but Husky Ice Spritz enters that Monster Mile one more time. They're going to take the checkered flag in Class 1. Congratulations, Steve and Britt, on the win of the year.
I saw something fly up behind the boat there briefly. I'm not sure if we can go back to that, but I just prior to that, I saw something fly up out of the water behind the 222 boat. And I heard a little popping. I heard a little popping on that last little run there. And this is what happens when you're pushing hard, right? You're pushing hard. You got to save that boat. There's always a balance. You got to finish to win it. And Husky has proved right here that if you can stay in it, stay in the heat, you can ultimately find that thing. It's just a heartbreaker to see 222 after pushing so hard and driving so well
luckily
finish up like
luckily
this.
they were far enough ahead that they're still going to come in second place.
They just
Pothole
coasted
Heroes
into second.
Yeah, he coasted into second across the start-finish line. Pothole Heroes comes out of turn. They're going to come across the line in third with DeFalco in fourth, even though DeFalco was up with that group. Remember, he was a lap down. Let's give a shout-out to our sponsors one more time before we go to our last and final break. A big thank you to Kel-Tec for being a presenting sponsor of Thunder on Cocoa Beach. This race could not happen without the great support of sponsors like Kel-Tec. Make sure to check out their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 and Class 1 offshore powerboat racing. Sea Ray Boats, Sea Ray, the official pace boat for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Big thanks out to Butt Racks, CMR Construction and Roofing, Cape May Marina, X Insurance. Visit spacecoast.com, Good Boy Vodka, Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, Mercury Racing, JT Social Bar, located inside of Cocoa Beach, La Quinta Inn. Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports and Grill, Cocoa Beach Fish Camp, Golf and Gator, Direct Graphics, Controls on Demand, Boat and Motor Superstore, Ambet Concrete Coating, and, of course, ICOM for providing the official communications.
It
for
looks like I got
P1.
Chris Hanley out there jumping in the back looking to see if he's got an issue. That's one of those things that's killing you inside the boat. You can't stop the race. You want to get back there, and you want to see what's happening.
I'm going to take my hat off to the DeFalco team. Mike Falco and Chris made great progress this year.
All right, as we wrap up the race, we're going to get ready probably to go to a break as we wrap up the Class 1 race here. One more race to go, 450 stock coming up next. Should be right around 2:30. It's 1:50. I think the helicopters are going to have to refuel. I'm Mike Iwaski, Matt Trulio, Mark Granite. Class 1 race in the books. We'll be back right after this.
Do it.
Dropping.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome to what proved to be another action-packed season in P1 Offshore's Superstock class. There were thrills and spills in 3 rounds of action that kicked off on Florida's Space Coast in the 2022 edition of the legendary Thunder on Cocoa Beach. That was followed by the Sarasota Grand Prix on Southwest Florida's Gulf Coast. Then the fleet headed to St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Florida for the 2022 APBA P1 Offshore Championship for Superstocks. Now let's head back to round 1 on Cocoa Beach as we review the 2022 P1 Offshore Superstock season. Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in all classes on a 7.5-mile circuit that runs the length of Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach has a vibrant bar and restaurant scene, glorious sunshine, miles of sandy beaches, and of course stunning ocean views, as fans crowded the streets and enjoyed the traditional boat parade, a celebration of the powerboating way of life as teams, families and spectators joined in the fun with street parties and concerts. This year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XS's. This super competitive class features 28 to 32-foot catamarans with fully enclosed race canopies, and this year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XS's. There were 11 teams and 22 drivers and throttlemen racing at Cocoa Beach, with some experienced champions past and also some new faces in the mix. Last year's overall Superstock runner-up S1 CMR Racing is back on a brand new boat, with last year's champion Sean Torrente racing alongside teammate Sean Connor.
And we're at Cocoa Beach, first race of the season, first step in defending our national championship from last year, and we have a completely new Doug Wright 32 that we got about 3 weeks ago. Brand new 300Rs from Mercury Racing, which we're really excited about. 4 strokes have arrived in offshore, which is awesome, just like overseas.
Last year's championship-winning boat is this year racing as the number 14 Atlas Offshore Racing, with driver Tanner Lewis driving with throttleman Billy Moore. Performance Boat Centre had Myrick Coyle as driver alongside Rusty Williams on throttle, with driver Coyle also running the MCON boat.
We're fortunate enough, knock on wood, that we've podiumed every time that we've raced together. So we're going on 16 or 17 top 3s in a row. So that's a big thing that we'd like to keep up this weekend. Now that I talked about it, it might be the downfall, but
we're in it to win the national championship and then hopefully move on to the world championship. Last year we were able to clinch the world championship in Key West, and we were just barely squeezed out for the national championship.
The Superstock race was on. The starting lineup and pole position determined by lottery.
Basically do a lottery. I'm not good at those, so I had my new driver Sean Connor do it, and we pulled third, which is pretty good. So we start third. My old boat pulled pole position, so they're on pole, and we have LPC next to us on the inside, and Alan Lawn Care, who won this race last year, right outside of us. So it's going to be an interesting run down to the first corner. It should be really good.
In our starting grid, we're going to be starting in the 8th position, which is pretty far out. Not the best that we wanted, but it's okay. This is not a race that you win in the first corner. You win it, at the end of the day. So we're here to win the championship at the end of the season, and that's the reason why we are going to push really hard today.
Ricky Maldonado's son Julian was also in the race, starting to his dad's left in Nighthawk Offshore Racing's Steel Industries boat number 3. The Superstock fleet headed out into the circuit. New teams, new boats, new engines, ready for this 6th lap race for a total of 45 racing miles in very rough conditions. Green flag is up, the race is on. We see Torrente and Connor in the CMR boat pulling ahead to their starboard as CMR gets a great start in the opening straightaway. But look at Jackhammer on the outside, gaining speed and starting to pull away. Team Allen gets squeezed and falls back as Canadian team Big East Construction also pulls away to their left. As the field of 11 boats enters the first turn of the race, those waves pose a daunting challenge. It's neck and neck between Jackhammer and LPC, both boats running the new 4-stroke V8 Mercury 300s. Behind the lead boats, it's Atlas in third. Huge hop from Atlas, that was close. Atlas stays on course and recovers, but they get overhauled by Team Allen, CMR and number 21 Performance Boat Centre. The two-way battle for the lead between Jackhammer and LPC has pulled the boats far ahead of the field, and it's the Doug Wright-built LPC boat that gets the clear water and speed to pull away into the lead ahead of Jackhammer in their victory hull. And in third place is the rookie team Nighthawk. What a race for them so far as they leave more experienced teams like Allen in fourth. Team Allen doesn't let up in the battle for third, chasing Nighthawk hard and literally eating their spray. But Nighthawk can only hang on for so long as the experienced Team Allen pulls ahead and grabs third place on the turn. The drama continues up front as Jackhammer and LPC go head-to-head in a 3.5-mile drag race. But LPC gets the better of Jackhammer as Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters pull ahead and snatch the lead, leaving Jackhammer in their spray. But LPC looks like they're in trouble. They go wide and lose pace quickly. Jackhammer sees their opportunity and pounce. In a fight for fifth, it's a duel between number 21 Performance Centre and number 89 Big East Construction, which is on the outside, squeezing out Nighthawk. Performance moves up on fourth place Atlas and passes them, as Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams snatch fourth place in the Performance boat. Meanwhile, the Canadians of Big East Construction find their groove and overhaul Atlas, who are bumped down to sixth. Big East going hard and strong with their two-stroke engines. Out in the lead, Jackhammer opening a considerable gap. What a win for Jackhammer. After the lead changes half a dozen times, they get the last say. Runners-up LPC. Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping in third. Fourth place goes to Performance Boat Center. Fifth place for Big East Construction. Atlas Offshore make do with sixth, and CMR out in lap 3.
We got a pretty good start right out of the get-go, and then we kind of got pinched a little bit, which everybody was kind of moving around, you know, so we just kind of single filed out and got a run on them, and then picked off 2 or 3 boats, and I think we ended up third, I think they said. So yeah, if everybody, you know, everything checks out, I guess we'll go to the podium. That's a big deal, especially in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So
then we end up by lap 3. We're coming into turn 1. The lower hatch opens on us, starts blowing water in the boat, and we come jumping out. I unbuckled mid-turn, reached down, grabbed it, latched it back up. You know, come around the next corner. We come down to lap 2 and 3. We come back around towards the beach, and I ended up strapping my seatbelt back in. Left it straight, let him throttle it, strapped it back in. Ran the rest of the race. Not kidding, it was crazy.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I could have set it up a little better because we are beat up bad. I mean, our bodies are feeling it, and we have some damage on the hull. Minimal damage, so I think we did good. We're happy.
I think you did the best you can.
We won. We won.
Welcome to Sarasota, where the 2022 P1 Offshore and Aquacross Championships saw a double bill of powerboat racing and 2 days of world-class marine motorsport action at the 37th Annual Sarasota Powerboat Grand Prix. Sarasota County provides the quintessential white sand beach getaway with golden sunsets and a very vibrant social and artistic scene. The weekend kicked off with a block party sponsored by CMR Construction and Roofing as the teams assembled downtown for the traditional boat parade, and fans got a chance to see the juggernauts up close and also meet some of the drivers. CMR Construction and Roofing is the sponsor of last year's Superstock Championship winning team, comprised of Sean Tarente and Sean Connor.
Last year was our first year. We came out of the gate pretty strong. Won 5 out of 7 races in the APBA Championship. So obviously when renewal came up, we were happy to renew with Sean, happy to renew with P1, and we're now in a multi-year deal with P1. Brand new boat, so when we raced in Cocoa Beach, had a few problems and caused some problems for Lake of the Ozarks, but I think we got everything dialed in. We're ready to roll now.
There were 10 teams in the highly competitive Superstock category in Sarasota. The father and son outfits Steel Offshore Racing and Jackhammer Boat were leading the points going into Sarasota.
Everything good. We're able to maintain a lot of speed all the way around the track. The corners are really wide. So we are very happy with what we got. We were able to get to the top RPM, maintain it all the way around. Very consistently. We did quite a few laps, tried 2 different setups, and this last setup is the setup. I think it's going to be really hard to beat tomorrow.
Defending 2021 champions Sean Connor and Sean Tarente of CMR were off to a rocky start in the first 2 rounds.
We don't have any room for error left, let's put it that way, right? We gotta win a bunch of races, and that needs to start here. So, you know, the good thing is we don't have really much to lose. We can just go for wins. The bad thing is we got some points to make up.
Always a force to be reckoned with is LPC with driver Anthony Smith and throttleman Lauren Peters.
Yeah, we got a good shot tomorrow. We're going to be pole position 1. You know, since we got knocked out last race, that put us in first pole position, which should give us an advantage going to the first corner. You know, if everybody holds their lane, give us a good opportunity to finish in a good position.
The S43 boat is back under new sponsorship in their sleek Celsius boat with driver Christopher Hopgood and throttleman Ryan Beckley.
First time racing a Cat was with Ryan last year, and we fell in love with it, and we decided to buy this boat, which is 2015 Doug Wright, and got into ourselves into a sponsorship partnership with Celsius, which is the 3rd largest energy drink company in the U.S.
The course in Sarasota is a 9-pin oval circuit that is 6 miles long and runs along Lido Beach.
This course has got some big high-speed sweepers, so Throttleman, you know, really has the throttles down all the way.
gives me just enough to get the boat around the buoys. And yeah, I mean, it's a driver's course. You want to make the turn, but you don't want to scrub too much speed.
10 boats ready to hit the water on Lido Beach.
We got 7 fishing this time. We got professional plumbing onto our inside, jackhammer to our outside. You know, Billy Moore and myself, we're going to come out here and give it all we can to go for number 1.
Following a rule change just the day before, teams had to carefully adjust their boat weights for optimum balance and speed on the water, and also to meet minimum class requirements to avoid being DQ'd.
Well, we did the math, and we went in a light. If we raced the way we did right now, we'd come out a little light. So what we're doing is I'm putting 50 pounds on each side, so we remain legal on the way out of the crane. That's why they weigh us going in, because we knew we had to go in at, like, let's call it 49.50, because when we burn the fuel off, we know that we're going to come out at a certain, and if we come out light, then we get DQ'd, and we don't want to do that. So, and we had to tell the officials that we're putting weight in the boat, because they write down how much the boat weighs going in, so they can do their math at their end to see if anybody's being a little fugazi out here. Not that boat racers would ever do that.
As the fleet of 10 Superstock boats motor out onto the circuit, the crowds line Lido Beach in anticipation of the race. And there it is, the race begins. Big East shoots out of the line. Great start for the Canadian team. Also an excellent start for CMR's Torrente and Connor. The field is tightly packed, the waves are big, the conditions very rough as the boats bob and weave through to the first turn, struggling to keep the boats level. Big East leads the pack on their way to the first turn, but in the melee they lose control and barrel roll. The rescue boats and helicopters speed over, the red flag goes up and the race is stopped. Cole Liebel and Gary Balloch are thankfully unhurt, but their race is over.
Great start. We're right there with everybody else, probably a boat or two in front of everybody, or, you know, it was like a horse race like this, and hit a wave and the boat went in the nose and it just kind of bow steered. As you can see, if you look at the motors, that'll tell you where the engines were when it went over. So they were straight, okay? So we just hit a wave, it bow steered and took it off to the right, and the wallet went through the blender.
Went over, didn't feel too hard. Canopy's nice and safe in this boat, so everything's good. Got out nicely, Gary waited for me, got me out, so we're all good. So it would be my first time rolling over. Hopefully not doing it too many more times.
With the debris cleared off the circuit, the boats get back in line ready for the restart. And the green flag is up. The remaining 9 boats lock horns yet again on the opening drag race. The field is packed tight yet again, with LPC carrying good speed on the inside. But it's Jackhammer that begins to pull ahead of the pack, followed closely on the outside by CMR, then Atlas and LPC. It's Jackhammer first to the commitment buoy, and then it's LPC behind them. In a replay of round 1, Jackhammer and LPC duel for the lead, renewing their rivalry from Cocoa Beach, with the lead changed hands several times throughout the race. But disaster struck, this time for Steele. Their number 3 boat flipping on that rough starting straightaway, and now belly up and bobbing in the waves. But Dominic Steele and Julian Maldonado were unhurt. And just down the field, the CMR boat was floating right side up, but in pieces, its nose end detached and floating. Connor and Torrente were also unharmed. That was another red flag, and the race was cancelled due to too much debris on the course. A lot of hours ahead in the workshop for those teams. Shame for everyone.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Today we were the bug. So boat came apart, it happens. We had a really good setup. We were out front with Jackhammer on the start. Had 2 really great starts because of the first crash. But it is what it is. We'll go back to the drawing board, build a new boat, see what we got. Honestly, it was just a normal flyer. Took a little bit of a flyer, tripped the tail. Nothing out of the ordinary. It should have just touched and kept going, and it just disintegrated. So, sorry, it just disintegrated. There we go. All right, good.
That was a lot of drama in a race without a single completed lap. Top break for them in Sarasota. Welcome to St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Florida, which hosts the 2022 APBA P1 Offshore Championship, a powerboat racing extravaganza where the Superstock fleet was joined by the Super Cat boats, Class 1 racing, and various other categories, as well as personal watercraft racing with the Aquacross Grand Prix. Considered the pride of Florida's Gulf Coast, St. Pete Clearwater is famous for its award-winning pristine white sand beaches and emerald green Gulf waters. St. Pete has a trendy and vibrant downtown, a social, commercial and artistic hub with excellent dining, bars and shopping. The cultural scene in St. Pete is also famous for its incredible murals and street art, and of course some world-class museums. The Museum of Fine Arts has art from all ages, and the world-famous Dali Museum houses the largest collection of the famed Surrealist's works outside of Spain. There's something for everyone, and all watchable from close up on St. Pete's new pier, with the Pier Tiki restaurant overlooking the weekend action. There were 11 boats entering this round in St. Pete. At the top of the heap is Jack Hammer, with Ricky Maldonado and Reese Langheim in the cockpit. The pair have had a spectacular season and are more than 100 points ahead in the overall.
Pressure really. In reality, we are so far ahead of the points that all we need to do is really be very conservative, complete the race. Regardless of how many points we collect, we're still pulling away. So in reality, we're going to push hard. We're going to attempt to win. We have a good setup for tonight for qualifying.
There are only 40 points separating the 7 boats vying for P2, and a year-end podium result is still up for grabs for most teams. Performance Boat Centre are second overall, with Rusty Williams on throttle alongside Myrick Coyle in the driver's seat.
Coming in after actually our worst race in Michigan City due to a failure because we dipped it in on the port side and broke a cowling apart. We're excited to get back out here and try to redeem ourselves. Jack Hammer's got the lead in the national points race, so obviously them and CMR and LPC are the ones that I'm really concerned about for this race.
LPC is third with Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters enduring a tumultuous season, having almost sank in the last race. They need to get back to the front. And then there's last year's overall champion, CMR, with Sean Connor and Sean Torrente already on their second boat, and this could be their last chance to turn things around.
We're on our second boat.
Yeah, second boat.
The other boat was not even a whole boat anymore, so that's cool.
But we kept going. We're still here.
Going.
We didn't stop.
We got a second last race, so we got one more step to go. We should have won about 4 months ago, but we haven't.
We just keep making more progress every race. We get more time together, better results.
I'm really excited because the boat's getting better and better. Just in time for us to give it back to the owners. We've gotten it really good, so we're excited for qualifying today. I think we have a good shot.
Race day and the Superstocks were ready to hit the water off St. Pete. 9 boats vying for the St. Pete title. Play Traders in the middle of the pack in 6th position.
I mean, you're right in the middle, right in the mix of it. So, our class is, known for doing little, bumping and shoving and pushing and crashing. So, you never really know until the green flag drops.
Performance Boat Centre has the best seat in the house, starting in pole position, with Team Allen Lawn Care in P2 beside them. The boats motor out, getting into position for the rolling start. And there they go, green flag. The long drag race to the commitment buoy on the far end of the course is on. Great start from Performance Boat Centre, but LPC are right up there with them. CMR have laid it down on the outside, catching up with Performance Boat Centre as they go head-to-head on the back end of the course before turning back towards the pier. Further back, the battle for 5th as Celsius leads S39 and Team Allen Lawn Care have the inside lane advantage. CMR in the lead as the boats fan out, heading back towards the yellow right-hander. LPC in 3rd, chasing Performance Boat Centre for 2nd. Coming around to the start-finish boys, CMR holds on to the lead, but Performance Boat Centre is right there with them. LPC in P3, Jack Hammer up from last and into 4th. Great early work from them. Play Traders 4th, then Celsius, Team Allen, Big East and S39. Big East on the outside but on the attack. Jack Hammer on the outside passes LPC to move into 3rd. Play Traders in 5th also making a move on the inside as they attack LPC for 4th. CMR extending its race lead. They look to be well in control. The two Seans are back. Battle for fourth rages on as LPC finds the speed on the outside to retake fourth from Play Traders. Now, can they hold it? The top three positions remain unchanged as CMR, Performance Boat Centre and Jackhammer look to be on track for the podium at St. Pete.
In sixth is Celsius, catching up on the inside but unable to pass LPC for fifth.
But Celsius is taking the fight to LPC as they jostle back and forth, weaving from inside to outside as the boats are closely matched. Coming around that sweeping left-hander, Celsius has settled into fifth as it finds the pace to bump LPC down further to sixth. CMR back to their championship-winning form with Myrick Coyle and Rusty Williams in the Performance Boat Centre in hot pursuit. With a 20-point cushion in the overall standings, a third place for Jackhammer would be a good result. Celsius with driver Chris Hopgood and Ryan Beckley doing great at St. Pete, looking to better their results from the first two rounds as they consistently improve throughout the season. As the Superstocks enter the last lap, CMR looks good for their first win of the season. And there it is, the St. Pete Superstock champions, Tarente and Connor.
Second place goes to Performance Boat Centre. Third place for Jackhammer. Play Trades fourth. Big East manage in the end to pass Celsius for fifth, Celsius sixth, then LPC and S39.
You know, we got what we could get today, right, Sean?
It was decent.
It was decent.
It was decent.
He drove a freaking awesome race. I felt like I was on him too much because we haven't really raced that much, even though we've been racing all year, but he drove incredible. And luckily we had finally a good enough setup to just put it on him like we should have been doing all year. And you know what? We need to thank Performance Power Boats and Performance Boat Center for all the work on the boat and making a really good boat. You know what I mean? They've done a great job.
It's fast.
Yeah, it's very fast.
Yeah, coming through the left-hander at the end of the race, we were seeing over 110, 111 through that turn. And it's a eerie feeling when you're going that fast, waiting for it to hook or do whatever, waiting for it to react. And once it reacts, you're on your line to the next buoy. It's pretty impressive. So.
Yeah, we for sure accomplished what we came to do. We came here for, you know, a safe race, finish the race as far forward as we could, if possible in the podium. For sure, we accomplished that. We went a little bit big on propellers, so we had a safe running boat, good cornering, but not acceleration. So it was going to be really hard to battle for the lead and the win.
In the overall standings after round 3 at St. Pete, it's still Jackhammer on top, 20 points clear of Performance Boat Centre. With LPC third, CMR moving up to fourth with that win, and Big East in the top 5.
And that concludes the 2022 P1 Offshore Superstock season. We'll see you in 2023 for another season of action-packed racing.
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
to what proved to be yet another action-packed weekend on Florida's Space Coast, as the 2022 edition of the legendary Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in a multitude of classes, including the return of the UIM Class 1 World Powerboat Championship, and of course the mighty Super Cat and Super Stock divisions, as 58 teams competed in the first round of the APBA National Championship. Thunder on Cocoa Beach was raced in all classes on a 7.5-mile circuit that runs the length of Cocoa Beach, as crowds got to see the boats and action up close in what is considered the perfect venue for powerboat spectating. Cocoa Beach has a vibrant bar and restaurant scene, glorious sunshine, miles of sandy beaches, and of course stunning ocean views, as fans crowded the streets and enjoyed the traditional boat parade. The Thunder on Cocoa Beach event is not just about the racing, but a celebration of the powerboating way of life, as teams, families and spectators joined in the fun with street parties and concerts. The busy race day kicked off with the bracket classes racing in monohulls. Bracket Class 600 went to driver Michael McColgan, and on throttle, Francis Feluto Jr. in Rum Runners. Bracket Class 700 went to Brian Guy and Julian Maldonado in Jackhammer. The win in Bracket Class 500 went to Robert and Vincent Winowski in Bronx Phantom. Winners in the Bracket Class 400 were Dean Staleman and Nate Hunt in the Predator Staleman Motorsports boat. Bracket Class 300 went to Jimmy Jensen and Clyde Petty in the Rollin' Dirty Offshore Elite Home Game Rooms boat. The winning boat in Stock V was LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness RevX Oil, driven by Britt Lilly with Kevin Smith on throttle. Mod V went the way of Team Sunprint with Stephen Fairman and Steve Miklos in the boat. Introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XS's. This super competitive class features 28 to 32-foot catamarans with fully enclosed race canopies, and this year introduces the 4-stroke 300R Mercury racing engine to the existing 2-stroke 300 XS's. There were 11 teams and 22 drivers and throttlemen racing at Cocoa Beach, with some experienced champions past and also some new faces in the mix. Last year's overall Superstock runner-up S1 CMR Racing is back on a brand new boat, with last year's champion Sean Torrente racing alongside teammate Sean Connor.
And we're at Cocoa Beach, first race of the season, first step in defending our national championship from last year, and we have a completely new Doug Wright 32 that we got about 3 weeks ago. Brand new 300Rs from Mercury Racing, which we're really excited about. 4-strokes have arrived in offshore, which is awesome, just like overseas. So for the last few years, we ran the 300XS, which is a direct injected 2-stroke engine. Now what we have is a V8 4-stroke. It's a 4.6 liter, it has a lot more torque. And more than that, it's definitely a more reliable power head. And we're just really excited to get out there and race. It's a rough water race, and it's going to be challenging, and it's going to be a war of attrition to a point, and also managing the equipment to make sure you make it to the end.
Last year's championship winning boat is this year racing as the number 14 Atlas Offshore Racing, with driver Tanner Lewis driving with throttleman Billy Moore.
Match made in heaven, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I've known Tanner for years.
And Billy, of course, no other person. I've had a lot of good experience with him in the boats, learned a lot as well working together with him, and I feel very confident and safe that we're going to take this to the next level.
Billy Moore is on double duty here, also throttling the Gradell 54 boat in the Super Cat class.
I will say, after running the bigger boats pretty much all my life and then getting into the stock class, the stock boat reacts very quickly and instantaneously to the sea condition. Where the big boat, a lot more weight, a lot more energy, it will kind of do some different things and let you know that something's going on, but you won't actually, say, crash it for a couple hundred yards away. Where this, it's like almost instantaneous. As soon as you start to feel something odd, it's almost instant that it can go bad.
Last year's overall number 5 finisher Jack Hammer had Reese Langheim driving alongside throttleman and team manager Ricky Maldonado in the number 42 boat.
We've been racing for 3 years in a row. We won 2 world championships already back-to-back with OPA. So we are very used to each other. We basically were like brothers now. So we talk every day. We make fun of us. I mean, all that stuff inside the boat. It gets heated sometimes, but you know, that's part of racing. So it's just it's a communication game, to be honest with you.
Performance Boat Center had Myrick Coyle as driver alongside Rusty Williams on throttle, with driver Coyle also running the M-Con boat.
We're fortunate enough, knock on wood, that we've podiumed every time that we've raced together. So we're going on 16 or 17 top 3s in a row. So that's a big thing that we'd like to keep up this weekend. Now that I talked about it, it might be the downfall, but
we're in it to win the national championship and then hopefully move on to the world championship. Last year we were able to clinch the world championship in Key West, and we were just barely squeezed out for the national championship.
The Superstock race was on. The starting lineup and pole position determined by lottery.
Basically do a lottery. I'm not good at those, so I had my new driver Sean Connor do it, and we pulled third, which is pretty good. So we start third. My old boat pulled pole position, so they're on pole, and we have LPC next to us on the inside, and Alan Lawn Care, who won this race last year, right outside of us. So it's going to be an interesting run down to the first corner. It should be really good.
Number 1. Yeah, we got lucky this time. You know, pulled it out. I was very fortunate. So we're going to take the inside pole. As long as we can set pace, I think we're going to be in good shape.
In our starting grid, we're going to be starting in the 8th position, which is pretty far out. Not the best that we wanted, but it's okay. This is not a race that you win in the first corner. You win it, you know, at the end of the day. So we're here to win the championship at the end of the season, and that's the reason why we are going to push really hard today.
Ricky Maldonado's son Julian was also in the race, starting to his dad's left in Nighthawk Offshore Racing's Steel Industries boat number 3.
Strategy today is just finish the race more than anything, be competitive. If we get to the turn up front, we're going to battle. Otherwise, we're just going to maintain.
The Superstock fleet headed out into the circuit. New teams, new boats, new engines, ready for this 6th lap race for a total of 45 racing miles in very rough conditions. Green flag is up, the race is on. We see Torrente and Connor in the CMR boat pulling ahead to their starboard as CMR gets a great start in the opening straightaway. Atlas is leading, but look at Jack Hammer on the outside, gaining speed and starting to pull away. Team Allen gets squeezed and falls back as Canadian team Big East Construction also pulls away to their left. As CMR and LPC lock horns for the lead on the inside, Jack Hammer, which started 8th, is pulling ahead of the field, with Ricky Maldonado's son Julian in the Nighthawk boat following suit. As the field of 11 boats enters the first turn of the race, those waves pose a daunting challenge. The fight for first is between Jack Hammer and LPC, but Anthony Smith and Lauren Peters in the LPC boat have the inside lane advantage. Further back, Team Allen are in 5th, but the rookies from Nighthawk bump them down to 6th. It's neck and neck between Jack Hammer and LPC, both boats running the new 4-stroke V8 Mercury 300s. Behind the lead boats, it's Atlas in 3rd. Huge hop from Atlas, that was close.
Atlas stays on course and recovers, but they get overhauled by Team Allen, CMR, and number 21 Performance Boat Center. Atlas dropping to 6th. The two-way battle for the lead between Jackhammer and LPC has pulled the boats far ahead of the field, and it's the Doug Wright-built LPC boat that gets the clear water and speed to pull away into the lead ahead of Jackhammer in their victory hull as they head inshore with the waves behind them this time. And in third place is the rookie team, Nighthawk. What a race for them so far as they leave more experienced teams like Allen in 4th, Atlas 5th, and CMR 6th behind them. In 7th position, it's the Performance Boat, and then in 8th, it's the Canadians of Big East. Out in the lead is LPC going down that inshore straightaway. And there is Jackhammer, almost as if out of nowhere. Reese Langheim and Ricky Maldonado thunder away on the far outside. It's
I've been modified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga handsome. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Tryna get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch, my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, what you all about? What your dollar amount?
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you live from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Mike Iwaski, Matt Trulio, Mark Granite here in the broadcast booth. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors as I hear a helicopter back up in the air. We're going to go racing 450 here shortly. Thunder on Cocoa Beach would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County, Florida that are innovative in design and exciting to use. Look at them at your favorite gun dealer. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore and Class 1 Offshore. Sea Ray Boats, the official pace boat for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Thank you, Butt Racks, CMR Construction and Roofing, Cape Marina, X Insurance. Visit spacecoast.com. Good Boy Vodka, Wallace Air Conditioning and Heating, Mercury Racing, JT Social Bar, located inside the Cocoa Beach La Quinta Inn, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Cocoa Beach Fish Camp, Golf and Gator, Direct Graphics, Controls on Demand, Boat and Motor Superstore, Amvet Concrete Coating, and ICOM for providing the official communications for P1 Offshore. All right. All the races in there in the books are in the books, but one 450 stock. Wait patiently as the helicopter came back up into the air. Very exciting class, an ever-growing class. Looking forward to seeing these guys run MTIs versus Doug Wrights.
Yeah, I think this class is a brainchild of Randy Sism, who is building a 39, beautiful 39 Pleasure Cat, and he really saw that there was a need for kind of a longer boat with these new powerful Mercury outboards that are available out there now. So he put together the class. As you can see out here on the screen, we've got a big flotilla of sargassum weed. The sargassum weed's been making its way out of the Sargasso Sea from the South Caribbean. It's been affecting South Florida beaches and North Florida beaches now for the past month and a half. They say a lot more is coming in. The challenge with this sargassum weed is that the boats can suck it up into their intake systems, the cooling systems, which clogs them, doesn't allow the engine to cool properly, and overheats. So I think they're going to hold off a little bit and try and see how they can get this big pile of sargassum weed to pull off. But they should definitely lead these guys through the pathway of least resistance.
Yeah, the way that's setting up right now, the nearshore course is unrunnable.
Yeah, no,
with that much weed in there,
you're not going to make it far once you suck that stuff up.
All right, looks like the boats are moving under the Cigarette Pace boat. Going to come up on plane. Let's run through a lineup real quick. Boat number 7, Marine Technology, Milton Calafell filling in for Taylor Sism this weekend with Johnny Tomlinson. 66 151 Express, Ian Morgan, Nick Impressia. Boat number 32, GC Racing Team, Will Cabeza and Gary Ballou. You've got 227 Gladiator Canados with Irvin Grant and Michael Carcenti. And boat number 96, PLP Scapes, Brian Guy and Julian Maldonado, all running 7 laps here in 450 stock. Of course, MTI, known for this class. They started this class uber successful, but Doug Wright, Matt, this year came in to try and challenge these MTIs.
Yeah, it was shaping up to be a factory battle, and it may still end up as that.
Yep.
Now you've got one Doug Wright out there now.
Yep.
3 MTIs.
Yep. And talking to Milton in the pits earlier today, this is a new MTI, boat number 7. The boat number 7, the first original MTI, is actually now 151 Express with Ian Morgan and Joey Prescia. The number 7 MTI, sorry to be confusing, actually was bought by a guy in Lotto, and he'll be out racing that in sometime in Sarasota. Still under yellow flag under the Cigarette Pace boat, helicopter in tow, waiting to go rescuing.
These guys had pushed off over closer to the shore. I'm not sure these guys have been warned about the pile of sargassum weed out there. That could pose a problem for them if they run through it. Green flag, let's go racing!
Going green flag racing, 450 stock in Cocoa Beach, Florida.
All right, we'll start to see the rooster tails coming up here. Everybody's lining up, getting into position, pushing hard. This is where you make up the time. This is really makes the difference for the race. These guys are all equally running 450 engines. They all weigh the same amount. So it comes down to how much tuning and how much testing is done. The MTI of Randy Sisms is just pulling out in front.
151 Express in second, MTI in first. Here come the Doug Wrights on the outside. That is PLP Scapes and Gladiator Canados. The gray is Gladiator. The red is PLP. Look at that charge of the Doug Wright.
The Doug Wright is gaining right here. Is just taking the lead here. He's just pulled ahead of the blue MTI.
Blue MTI is going to have the inside line. Got to maintain your lane going through the corners. Battle right now is for second place between the two Doug Wrights and MTIs. The two Doug Wrights now pass 151 Express, securing second place going after the number 7 boat. Got to go through that seaweed as Mark talked about earlier in the broadcast.
Look how far and look how fast he pulls up and gets up into position here. They're coming into the turn, but it's all about track position here. You got to hold your lane. You must maintain your lane. Don't maintain your lane, you're going to get a penalty, and that could set you back even farther. You can fight the whole race, and he's still got a penalty to deal with.
Milton goes out pretty wide with Johnny Tomlinson on board. Now 151 Express being on the inside is able to take back second place from the two Doug Wrights.
Yeah.
So the inside line pays off. But once they exit turn number 4, they can go wherever they want and run whatever line they want on this course. CG a little slow to start here in 450 stock. There's 151 Express, boat number 66. That's Gladiator Canados to the outside. The Doug Wright, a little bit more acceleration out of that boat. They're going to move into second.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that number 2 boat pushed wide, took the whole fleet with him out there, and that left the blue MTI in position to really have clear water and an open race. It's going to be tough to catch him from this point.
Right now the battle is for second. Not sure where PLP Scapes is as the Doug Wright and MTI battle side by side for second place. MTI is right here. Boat number 7, they are out to the lead. Milton filling in for Taylor, doing a great job with Johnny Tomlinson on the throttles. So, Matt, a little Doug Wright MTI battle shaping up here for second.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier. There's not just one Doug Wright on the course.
Nope,
there's two. I apologize for that. It's nice to see Nick and Prescia out there, and Ian Morgan in 151 Express. You were talking earlier about people finding their own way, making their own, in their own footsteps, like Billy Moore. This is what Nick is all about.
Yep.
He's been told his whole life, you're following your father's footsteps, and he told me during an interview a couple months back, I want to create my own footsteps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's
it's
a great
nice.
kid.
It's nice to see these guys. The sons of legends still out here, kind of pushing. No doubt, Dad's. Giving every bit of advice you can possibly get out there. This is a good battle, though. These guys are lined up pretty equally here. So the battle for second and third place is definitely going to be a tight one through the whole race.
Well, 151 Express is going to be on the inside of Gladiator Canados. They're going to be on the outside. There is PLP Scapes. They're coming up behind in red. MTI goes into the corner in the lead, a couple boat lengths ahead of second and third place. Beautiful blue designed boat. Really, the graphics have never changed over the years. It's kind of hard to tell if one boat's different from the next, but I have confirmed this is the third boat built for this class by MTI for the MTI team.
Yeah, every time Taylor gets a new boat, I need to ask, is that really a new boat?
Right. Yeah. Is it the same color? The boat out at Lotto, Taylor's old boat from last year, will be on the MTI team management program. So what that means is basically you show up and you get to race the boat. MTI takes care of everything else. They get the boat to the race sites. They provide the crew to wash it, clean it, maintain it. They store them down at Haulover with Milton, which he runs their storage facility down there. And you just get to show up. Like Will Cabaza in the CG boat, he just gets to show up and go race with Gary Ballou, and everything else is taken care of. Yeah. All right, Gladiator Canados has now secured second place. Look at PLP Scapes. Not sure why 151 Express went out so wide, but that's going to allow that red dog right to tuck up in the middle. Here comes CG behind this group.
Gave up a lot of ground on that. There's no reason why that boat should have swung so wide. It's, while there is a bit of an optical illusion of where they are, it really takes him out of it. And once again, he's going to lose 2-3 boat lengths at least coming out that wide. With the acceleration of these boats, they should be able to get tight on those pins and cut down the thing. You're not going to get exit speed if you're that wide out.
Probably a course miscalculation. Really.
It
wasn't by design.
It could have drifted out on that thing. It doesn't take much if you're on top and you're turning, but nothing's happening. The boat's just drifting out by centrifugal force. It's just pulling you to the outside.
We enter the Monster Mile for the first time as we complete lap number 1 of 7. MTI in the lead, Gladiator Canados in second, PLP Scapes in third. Should be 151 Express in fourth as we take another look at this beautiful blue 39-foot MTI. Now, the rule about this 450 stock class is this boat has to be built out of a production mold. It cannot be a one-off design boat. So the 39 Express, you'll know that there's 2 that run out at Lake of the Ozarks, the green one and the red one. I don't know why the owner of the green one, his name is slipping my brain right now.
Oh, you're talking about, Burton Kirsten?
Yep, exactly. He's got the green one, and they just built the red one.
And that one belongs to Aaron Serafine.
Okay.
So they're both good friends. I think they ordered them on the same day.
Nice.
Burton's from Michigan. Aaron is from Minnesota.
And Burton owns the Jet Outer Limits, correct?
He does.
Yep. That's a beautiful boat, too. A lot of blue colors in that one. But the boat has to come out of a production mold. It cannot be a one-off It cannot be a one-off boat, basically. It has to be a stock boat and stock 450s. These motors cannot be modified in any way, shape, or form. They have to be bone stock. They are teched that way, and the rules are enforced that way. So a very level playing field, a very level class. Of course, these Doug Wrights come out of the 36 Doug Wright mold, or the 39 Doug Wright mold, which is a new model for this team. But this is the PLP Scapes, boat number 96.
I'll tell you what, I thought just from that start, these guys were in position. They really, had the ability to hang up there. They were carrying just enough speed. They were carrying the same amount of speed. But this tells you how tight this class is. They got pushed on the outside when some of the boats swung wide, and it's got them a bit off the pace, and making that up against Johnny T is going to be very, very, very difficult indeed. It looks to me like they've got a good 10 seconds to make up at this point just to get into position to strike.
Gladiator Canados runs in second currently. Another 39 Doug Wright, orange canopy with some orange forks there. Kind of reminds you of boat racing back in the day when the older boats used to change the color of the forks just a bit on the tip so you kind of knew what class they were in. But he is currently in second place after getting around 151 Express on the south turn. So we're going to come out of the south turn, enter the Monster Mile, and complete lap number 2 of the 7-lap race here. Here is GC. I love the color of that boat. I love the graphics on that boat. I love everything about it. Plus, Willie just bought a 42 MTI to go along with this.
He was MTI's first concierge racing customer.
Yep, he was, exactly. And that was a brand new boat. Debuted last year. I want to say in St. Pete. I want to say that boat debuted.
Yeah.
And then he ran it some in some Florida Powerboat Club events at the end of the year. And then he had his 42 out as like a support boat. I believe they did the Miami Boat Show poker run set up with that. So number 7.
These guys have settled out now into a pace here. Once again, the class is very tight. Everybody's running the same equipment, essentially. They've all kind of settled in. You can tell by the lines that they're taking. You can see as these guys come around here, the wake has almost dissipated from the boat in front of it. That's not a great sign for super, super tight racing. You like to see a lot of nice white water. Tells you it's setting close. You're running close, and the boats are real, real tight.
So they exit the south turn, come up to complete lap number 2 of 7. MTI continues to lead over Gladiator Canados and PLP. What happened to 151
Once
Express?
again, you see
they're
Doug
way
Wright
back
has
there.
cut this
Way
turn
back.
on and is pinning this turn. He's making up so much time on the Gladiator Canadas or the Gladiator Canadas boat.
Yep.
There's no reason why with the acceleration of these boats they shouldn't be pinning these turns a little bit tighter and trying to make up that stuff. I'd be curious to see now here what and where they are and what kind of distance they made up on the Gladiator boat.
Well, I think PLP Scapes may have gotten into second place with that move on the inside. Let's see what happens if we pan out just a little bit further. Were they able to make it happen? But what a beautiful boat. Love the blue on that boat as well. Taylor Sism does a great job designing it. Of course, Taylor Sism running MTI's customer relations department, planning all their events and their anniversary parties and so on and so forth.
Which was last night.
Yep. Gladiator Canados did not get passed by SLP. Or I'm sorry, PLP. I apologize.
Yeah, PLP is still on the. He's trying to get that inside line. So mentally he's thinking of it right. He's going to get up and he's going to try and find that position for the next turn to be able to dive in quickly, pin the turn, and shave off some boat lengths on this thing.
Well, the throttleman for the PLP Scapes boat is actually Julian Maldonado. He was the one that throttled Jackhammer to the win in Superstock yesterday, so he may have a trick or two up his sleeve for this.
You're going to have to try and fight it
class.
out. You're going to try and fight it out. That's the only thing you can do with such equally balanced boat and equally powered boat.
Yep.
Is try and find a boat length some way. That was a beautiful turn. He's got it tight. He's staying in clean water here. You know, if the PLC boat, the PL Scapes boat, can pin it, he may be able to make up a half a boat length. That's not going to be enough to get by him.
The number 7 MTI exits the northern turn, buoy number 4. They will head back down to the dogleg, continuing to lead. Now remember, 222 Offshore Australia led the entire Class 1 race until the very last straightaway. Mark, you got some sort of an update from the team.
From the
Throttleman, from 222.
Yeah, 222. I did talk to Giovanni. Giovanni wasn't really sure. He thinks a turbo might have gone away. We did see something fly off of the back of the boat. Very well could have picked up something, and he lost one motor, and they were having to be towed in. It was pretty disappointed. It was a bit of a heartbreaker. He did come out with second place, but after putting in all that work to have it go away in the last turn, there's just nothing like the feeling. It's like somebody ripped your soul out of you, and those guys did put in the work. They ran a hell of a race. And got to give it to the Husky guys for staying on it and staying tight on those guys, not just giving up and backing off a little bit.
MTI continues to lead boat number 7. Gladiator Canados in second. PLP Scapes in third. 151 Express off of the pace after a strong start. Number 7 goes to the dogleg right there. They're going to jog back to the left and then turn right on the south end of the course and head up. This will complete lap number 3 of 7.
Yeah, we're seeing a 10-second split between 1 and 2. We're seeing a 17-second split to the number 3 boat. So these guys have got to make up some time here. They're really in a position where they've got to start with the amount of laps that they've got left. They've got to start figuring out how to shave off some boat lengths to get up in there.
Boat number 32, CG Racing, Gary Ballou and Will Cabaza on board in the MTI-backed team. Beautiful boat. Love how they've put the graphics on the back of the engines. Of course, this boat went over in Marathon and was able to be salvaged. Those are 2 brand-new motors they put on the back of it. They rewired the boat, and they are out here racing a day. A testament to the MTI race program, if you would, because it took a lot of time to get that boat going.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong with the thing. I talked to Gary, so it was perfect. The capsule and the canopy that Randy Sism has gone over and above to ensure that his racers and every boat he puts out there on the race course is as safe as it possibly can be. There's very few boat manufacturers that have really learned the lessons and are really applying what we've learned over years of tragically losing a bunch of racers. They've built something that is that you're going to live if you have an incident out there. And I got to give it to him. It's just a fantastic thing to see somebody stick with it and take it seriously.
Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was just going to say, and on a sort of a lighter note, it's truly a plug-and-play class.
Yeah.
Truly plug and play. There's not many you can say that about.
Yeah, but it's racing. Racing is dangerous. I mean, you're still running 100+ miles an hour out here in the ocean, and anything can happen. And not only are they putting out a class that these boats can come out and you can kind of fly in and run, but you take the risk factor down. You're not running an old boat that you're kind of putting together. These guys know that they've got families and successful businesses that they can come out and run safely, and they have all the right equipment, the latest equipment. And if something does happen, they're going home at the end of the day. And I got to tell you, that is, to me, very, very important, and it's a huge seller for the class.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Gladiator Canados in second, PLP in third. PLP keeps looking up the inside of that south turn. They keep wanting to look down in there, and Gladiator Canados keeps going wide, leaving the door open. So we may see some sort of a move down there later on in the race.
They're shaving it down, though. It's a second a lap I'm seeing clicking off. There's not enough laps, at this speed off the leader. They're shaving it down, though. I did see a couple of seconds pop off of the 2 and 3 boat. Like I said, these turns and being more efficient and finding that little bit here can make the difference in a super, super tight race. Remember, you got to finish to win it. Like we talked about in these other races, anything can happen. There's a bunch of sargassum weed out there on the course. You got to steer clear of that. So while the TS7 boat is up in front, as we saw with 222, you could see, challenges that hamper their ability to take the checker flag.
A very quick change could happen. So Gladiator Canados still in second, MTI in first, and PLP Scapes in third. Brian Guy and Julian Maldonado in that red Doug Wright powerboat, powered by the Mercury 450 horsepower racing engines. Go to P1offshore.com for more information. Follow your favorite team. Keep up with the schedule and buy some swag, or follow us on Facebook. Look up P1 Offshore or P1 Offshore on Instagram.
Yeah, see, he's running the inside line there, so he's definitely going to be definitely trying to make up some time here. But that TS7 boat is just, he's on top. You can see where the water's breaking right there. He's just breaking right there on the transom. He's carrying the bow, which means he's just compressing air. And, as these catamarans are, as they get faster and faster, the compression of air underneath lifts the boat out. So a boat that may weigh 8,000 pounds ultimately ends up weighing 2,000 pounds at speed. So that's what's happening. The tunnel in the middle gets smaller as the air goes through. You can't compress water, but you can compress air, and that air works like a hydraulic lift and lifts these boats up.
Freeze the wetted surface.
Absolutely.
So obviously the 450 stock class must run the Mercury 450R. They can run a no more than a maximum of 6,400 RPMs. The boats are 34 to 40 feet long with an 11-foot 6-inch beam and a tunnel width of 72 inches, and they must weigh 6,500 pounds when they are craned out after their race. Remember, you have to leave the props on and you have to leave the equipment inside the boat when you're craned out. So there are some rules to this class. It's not just go out and a rung what you brung type class. It pretty specific rules to it. But as Mark mentioned earlier, it just levels the playing field as the X-Insurance helicopter chases down number 7 MTI.
Yeah, and it's pretty amazing with these 72-inch tunnels. These are the same size tunnels that you see on Class 1 boats. You've got a big tunnel. It may take a little bit more to get air in there to get it compressed, but it's a super, super big tunnel for these boats. And that's how, with essentially 900 horsepower, in perfect conditions and big wheels, you can see these boats doing an upwards of 100 and high 130s.
Yep.
Which is pretty amazing for an outboard boat to be able to do. In race conditions and that, you can knock a lot off of that. They're not going to see those kind of numbers out there today. Clearly, the boat is in and out of the water, so you're not applying all that power, that 900 horsepower Mercury power to the water. And I'd say that you're going to see speeds in the upper 1-teens for these guys today.
How about in the turns, Mark?
The turns is going to be a little bit slower. You're going to probably see 65, 70 miles an hour into the turns. It's just only because that swell is still out there and you're going to be launching it out of these things. You're coming into the turns. You're having to scrub off some speed. Perhaps you may be seeing 70s, early 70s to mid 70s for somebody running fast.
So let me ask you something else. You raced Super Stock before you moved into the Miss Geico boat and all that. These are bigger boats than the Super Stock boats. They're 37 feet, or 39 feet, as opposed to 32. How would you define or describe the handling differences between a boat like this and a boat like a Class 1 222 offshore Australia?
So what I tell people is it's all relative, okay? So each of these classes, you're running the boats on the edge, right? You've got the boat lifted up and you're running to the ragged edge. I think what they've done with the 450 classes, they've given them enough weight to where you're not quite running on that ragged edge as you do see the Super Stock boats. which kind of allows you to focus on finding the best handling out of the boat. I think you've got great power, so you're going to see better acceleration out of the turns. So rather than having the boats out on that ragged edge teetering around where you see the bow flying and taking these crazy flyers, you see a much more in-control boat and a class that's focused on accelerating, track position, and putting yourself in the right place on the race course.
Should have started lap number 6 out of 7. So this race winding down. That means Thunder on Cocoa Beach 2023 is winding down as well. But a fantastic weekend. Kerry Bartlett, Kevin Pruitt, their entire staff. Thunder on Cocoa Beach couldn't do it without you all. Have to thank our military services, Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force. We would not be able to enjoy weekends like this if you weren't out there fighting for our freedoms. Thank you to all the local municipalities. We got a factor one in here we don't always have to look at, but that's lifeguards. They're keeping the swimmers safe down on the beach. But thank you to local police, fire, EMS, and lifeguards for your help with the infrastructure. And, of course, Port Canaveral, without the Port Authority being on board, we wouldn't be able to have the race because we pretty much run in and out of a very busy port with cruise ships over there. Impressive sights to see every time you come into town. So thanks to everybody that made this race happen. It's a difficult thing to do, but it's always great to be here.
I have a little information from the Class 1 race. We wondered why Monster Energy MCon dropped out. It appears they blew a hose, and that was from Myra Coyle, the driver of the boat.
Same thing with DF Young. DF Young lost a hose as well. I haven't heard back from Giovanni with the final on what occurred there. One thing I want you to notice here is notice the race that's happening out here, right? The first, second, and third, and that is TS7, Gladiator, and PLP. Look at the distances that we're seeing and look at the splits. They're about equal. You're seeing Gladiator peel off another second or so distance. They're gaining a little bit, but the distance is not changing that much. That's a testament to how equal these boats are, right? They're not making up, which goes back to the starts of these races. It's imperative that you get into track position, the right track position of these races, because you're just not going to catch them, unless you add the component of super rough water.
And I do believe this might be the white flag lap this time by. Number 7 should be outside of the dogleg, turning right on the south end of the turn. They will come into that Monster Mile. We'll see if we get a white flag lap as they were running 7 laps here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. X Insurance Helicopter turns with boat number 7, the MTI, getting some great shots there. Aerial footage, of course, provided by X Insurance. Thank you to them for that. Thanks to Case Productions, their entire team. Fought off some pretty massive technical difficulties all weekend, but we were able to bring you this live stream as much as we could and really did a great job. Got to give a shout out to the Coast Guard also. I said Port Authority, and I should have said Coast Guard. We have to get a Coast Guard permit for this event, be able to shut down the water and control the area. So without the Coast Guard, the senior chiefs, the master chiefs, and all the Coast Guard patrol folks, we wouldn't be able to make this race happen without them. So thanks to the Coast Guard. Thanks to everybody. Really had a great time down here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I know everybody else did. It was a little warm. No rain, though.
No rain.
Hey, listen, we got sunshine, packed beaches.
Historically calm seas. Historically calm seas.
Before we finish this race, I want to make a correction. We earlier described Michel Carcente as Michael Carcente. I've had a couple of texts on that. Thank you for catching our error, and we will do our best to do better next time.
All right, number 7 enters the Monster Mile. Let's see if they get the white flag lap this time by. They should, as they wind down their 7-lap race here in Cocoa Beach on the beautiful Atlantic Ocean. I did not see the white flag lap that time by, so might have to do one more after that, but I thought I was fairly close to my lap count.
I got to tell you, I think this is tightening up a little bit. Let's just look at these split here. That just went down to 6 seconds. TS7 is beginning to lose ground to Gladiator. That was 11 seconds. These guys are down at 6 seconds. He does have enough time to catch him. If TS7 isn't laying off a little bit, I got to tell you, it's beginning to happen. PLP is about 11 seconds off the pace, but Gladiator is catching them, has halved the distance between first and second place.
Yep, we'll see what these Doug Wrights can do versus the MTI. Of course, PLP was up there with Gladiator. Now they seem to drop back just a little bit. So
they were there on the start. They were there on the start.
Gladiator may have found some speed. Of course, 151 Express was running a great race with Ian Morgan and Joey Imprescia, but they have dropped off the pace as well. And then CG Racing is rounding out the fleet.
And I got the frustration inside the cockpit when you know that what happened at that start on that first turn, getting pushed out, has kind of locked you back into that thing, is so frustrating. It really is, because you know you got a fast boat, you did the work out there, and you're just not in it, right? And there's nothing you can do to change it other than run a good tight boat hope something happens to the guy in front of you, right, who makes a mistake, and hold your boat together, right? Hold the rig together.
I think you've said finish to win it a couple of times during the broadcast.
It's
only a
the name of the game.
Maybe 2 or 3. So
no, it might have been
4 or 5.
4.5.
It's the name of the game
4
here.
or 5.
These guys got an equal spread between them right here at the thing. I'm watching them go down the back straight. And I got to tell you, the colors, right? The beautiful green to blue Atlantic Ocean with the offshore powerboats screaming across the background. The helicopters 20, 30 feet off of the water in chase is, I just love it. I love watching that. It is amazing to watch. It is amazing.
Between all the boats, and does show how equally they all almost are, although we thought PLP was going to be able to make a run. This time by, they should get the white flag and start their last lap out of 7 as we wrap up the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach, coming to you from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thanks to everybody that's watched online. Thanks to our viewers out on the beach. Thanks to everybody that walked around the pits. Thanks to every person that's been here and supported this event. Could not happen in this great community for more than 14 years without the support of the community. So thank you to that.
You know, Mark, when you mentioned the colors, I thought you were talking about the boats. I have to. This class is
and the ocean.
Prettiest. For my money, the prettiest class out there right now.
For sure.
It's just absolutely gorgeous the way they've wrapped the boats.
Taylor obviously has great taste in color.
She's got good
probably
taste.
inspired everybody else to do better with it, right?
Yeah, the TS boat on that. If you watch them get to that dog leg from turn number 2, they were able to stretch it out. I just saw them put about 4 or 5 boat lengths on the Gladiator boat on that long stretch there. But we'll see as they come down around this start finish. We'll see the next split on this thing. Whether they're just taking it easy through the turns or not. But they definitely, on the long run, they stretched it out.
Yep.
Yeah, they stretched it out. I think they might just have this and have got to just save the boat and make sure she finishes.
They pass the last 2 buoys of the corner. They will enter that Monster Mile, and then hopefully they will take the checkered flag about halfway up the Monster Mile. Of course, look for more information on the Monster Mile as the season progresses and we get more details as Monster's partnership with P1 Offshore evolves. Well, there's Gladiator Canados. They are currently in second, the orange and gray boat to the left of the blue boat, and then the red boat is PLP Scapes. They are to the right of the blue boat. They are currently sitting in third. So it looks like to me Gladiator is looking up in there trying to find something.
He's trying to find something here. He's not going to find it, unless there's an issue. He's shaved off a little. He's shaved off a little. I just don't know if there's enough time for him to make up that distance. You got a pro like Johnny T on there, and even if he does catch him, he's going to try and find the track position. Johnny's got the track position, it's easy enough to close the door on somebody who's running up the inside and hold you off for that last little bit to take the flag.
So we do get the white flag this time by. This will be the last lap of 450 stock and last lap of Thunder on Cocoa Beach for 2023.
This second, third race here is still tight. It's very, very close. I'll be looking to see. You can see these guys have about the Gladiator boat's got about 4 or 5 boat lengths on the Doug Wright, and he's just licking at him right there at the heels. He just is right there. I mean, the Doug Wright's got to come up with something here. He's going to have to start diving into these turns and not swinging so wide if he thinks he's going to make up that difference. It's hard. It's hard to look from these camera angles and see, you're not in the cockpit and seeing. You're still trying to kind of come in and not lift and carry everything you can, but you're going to have to do something to make up that distance.
The Thunder on Cocoa Beach Offshore Race would like to thank Keltec for all their support. Keltec employs hundreds of your friends and neighbors right here in Brevard County, many of them military veterans. Look for their guns at your favorite firearms dealer. Of course, Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore and Class 1. Sea Ray Boats, the official pace boat for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach race. How about Butt Racks, CMR Construction and Roofing, Cape Marina, X Insurance. Visit spacecoast.com, Good Boy Vodka, Wallace Air Conditioning Heating, Mercury Racing, JT's Social Bar, located inside the Cocoa Beach La Quinta Inn, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Cocoa Beach Fish Camp, Golf and Gator, Direct Graphics, Controls on Demand, Boat and Motor Superstore, Amvet Concrete Coating, and of course ICOM for providing the communication systems for P1 Offshore Racing. X Insurance providing our aerial footage today. Thank you to that group for providing that. Of course, they were down at the block party and all over the place with their variety of toys, to say the least.
I think that the TS Racing has a tall propeller on here because they're getting caught up in the turns. You're starting to see the Gladiators start to catch them in the turns, and as they get down towards the end, I got to tell you, I think the TS boat has got a problem. They came out of that turn slow. They really did come out of slow. They're beginning to slow now. It looks like Gladiator's got him. Oh, he's coming up right here on the Rooster Tail. He's going to get him into this turn now. Oh, my gosh.
And here we go.
He's taking it. He's taking
Marine
it. This is
Technologies has some
fantastic.
sort of an issue. So
Yeah.
Gladiator
Pass.
Canados, who was running very consistently, this is the second race we've seen this happen. Class 1 had happened with 222 Offshore Australia. The last lap, they went down with a mechanical issue, and it has happened to MTI boat number 7. And
Yeah.
also PLP now gets by.
He started to slow out of that turn. I watched the Rooster Tail go up, and he started playing with the trim, and I think he was looking for a bite, and he wasn't getting it. So, and as you can see now, the Rooster Tail on that thing he's sunk down in the water. It's high. He's just trying to hold it together and see if he can get a third place out of this thing. But you saw him started to pull up, and you saw the Gladiator boat knew he had him.
Not sure if 151 Express will be within striking distance of
I'm
that
sorry, the
number
151
7
Express boat. My
That
bad.
number 7 MTI Gladiator Canados will come through the turn. They will enter the Monster Mile for the first time in the lead and for the last time today, as they will take the checkered flag this time by when they exit the corner. PLP escapes. The red Doug Wright will come across in second. It finished as is.
The Gladiator boat kept pressing and pressing and pressing and pressing, and anything can happen out here. You got to hold your boat together. Whether or not the TS boat picked up some seagrass in there or not, or whatever has happened to the boat, the Gladiator boat 227 has pressed and stayed on their heels. Very, very similar to what just happened in the Class 1 race with Husky. Last turns, and it all comes apart. You can fight your heart out through that whole race, and then all of a sudden at the last minute,
Here comes Gladiator Canados coming into the Monster Mile one more time for the last time today here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. A great, consistent race run
well
by this
done.
team, and they are going to come across the
They were
finish
right there.
line in first place. PLP Escapes is going to come across in second, and it looks like the MTI boat number 7, Johnny Tomlinson and Milton Calafell, will finish in third. Congratulations to boat number 227 on your win in 450 stock.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to Michelle Carcente and Gary Ballou.
Yeah.
Did a great job.
Not
Yeah,
Gary Ballou, pardon me.
fantastic work.
Gary Ballou's not in that boat.
I know that.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Fantastic.
PLP comes across in second. Here comes Marine Technology, number 7, in third. That should put 151 Express in fourth, and GC Motorsports in fifth. Well, that's it for the 2023 Thunder on Cocoa Beach. I am Mike Iwaski. You've listened to Matt Trulio and Mark Granite. Guys, it's been a pleasure to have you in the booth. Check out speedonthewater.com for all the latest and greatest in offshore powerboat racing and performance boating in general. Matt Trulio, Jason Johnson, Eric Colby, the entire staff do a great job there. You can also get your Year in Review magazine. Go to P1offshore.com. Keep up with your favorite team. Keep up with the schedule. Our next stop will be Sarasota, Florida for P1 and Class 1 offshore racing. Thank you to Case Productions. Thank you to the P1 offshore staff. Thank you to Class 1 staff and UIM officials. Everybody here this weekend that made this event to happen. Congratulations to our winners, and thank you to all the race support. I am Mike Iwaski for Matt Trulio and Mark Granite. We'll see you next time.
I've been modified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga handsome. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch, my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, what you all about? What your dollar amount?
If you own a home or business, it might surprise you to see what is not covered in your insurance policy. There are gaps and exclusions in primary and umbrella policies that make you a target if an incident or claim occurs and you don't have the right coverage in place. And that's why you need a true umbrella policy from X Insurance. There are 40 million lawsuits filed every year in the USA. Let's get that target off your back.